Free club.
No.
Nutmeg made.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Sword?
Uber Eats like low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, look, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right.
But I just mean like this is your, but that's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
There it is. Chris R. 6 a.m. sharp.
Got you down.
Getting in here with some noise. Waking up DFW. Good morning, folks. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. Chris Arnold is in for both Sean and Bob. It only takes one of him to replace them. Trevor Beck in for Peyton Russell. I don't even know. Who's even running the fan cam back there?
It's big boy Aiden back here.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
What's up,
He's
Aiden?
back. All
Nice
right,
little
very
thumbs
good.
He's back.
I see Reetma
Back
over
again.
here, and it is we're gonna have fun today.
Yes, we are.
We are gonna have some fun today. We're gonna have a CA Confidential.
Yes, sir.
We are gonna have he's got America Loves Lists.
People do love lists.
People love lists, and
Yes.
he's got a list or two for us today. So we're gonna get you through your holiday today. Believe me, it is not lost on me the irony. A couple of white dudes are taking off today, and you're working.
Yeah, it's Juneteenth. What the hell am I doing up here?
Yeah, it's not, that irony is not lost on
In
me.
all
man.
seriousness, it is Juneteenth. It's a holiday, and it's one of the summertime barbecue holidays. So, I'm going to talk about barbecues and cookouts as well. But shout out to everybody in Fort Worth. Opal Lee, Dr. Opal Lee, is the grandmother of Juneteenth, and she used to walk to try to get it a holiday. And now, as a holiday, she's actually doing a walk. She's in her 90s. And she's going to be walking in Fort Worth this morning. So if I wasn't on air with everybody right here, I'd be out there in Fort Worth with all the Fort Party work.
That's awesome. That's awesome. When did she start doing the march?
She started doing that, at least 20 years ago, 30 years ago. It's 2025, maybe 40 years ago. She's been doing it a long time, and she's still with us.
'Cause I moved here in '97. I think I knew that there was.
Yeah, this walk
That
that,
it
she
was
would
going
do
on then.
She used to walk all the way to Washington, D.C., way back when. Now she just walk around.
Yeah.
I give her credit
It's a
because she's in her
long walk to
90s.
Washington, D.C.,
Everybody
man.
in their 90s ain't walking around.
No.
But yeah. You know what? I also want to say this. You and I have done segment shows when we're doing remote somewhere. It's fan jam, or not fan jam, fan events, fan anniversaries and stuff.
Sure.
This is the first time, Trevor, I've ever been on the RJ and Choppy show.
Is it? I thought we did shows together when Sean was out one day. I
No.
thought we did. No.
No,
Well,
we've only
maybe
done
it was Bassick
segments.
then.
Yeah, it's probably Bassick. But I've never done the RJ and Choppy show, and I was saying that to Trevor, and Trevor didn't know what the hell I was talking about.
didn't get it,
because
yeah.
he's so young. So let's just tell him that quick story.
All right.
Back in the day,
Way back when.
Ben and Skin. Ben was pranking a new sales rep,
Chelsea.
Chelsea.
It was Chelsea.
And she
just
just
left.
retired.
Just
yeah.
retired.
She just moved on to a different gig. She was here for 10 years. Chelsea was he was pretending to be a possible client, a big time advertiser, and he's recording the whole thing. And she got all excited, and she said, "Yeah, we'd be able to run your spots on the RJ and Choppy show." And Ben taped that, and of course they ran that for years on the Ben and Skin show. So we were always
And it stuck.
It stuck.
It stuck.
Everybody would always say the RJ and Choppy show.
I really should change my Twitter bio or something like that to that. Because I do have in there, I think it's in one of them, Facebook or whatever, Star of Hard Knocks. Because in one of the episodes of Hard Knocks, it was when they were doing the drone flyover Ford
Yeah.
Center.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
They went through the truck.
One of the best drones
And-
I've ever seen.
Yeah, they went through the truck, and when they went through the truck, they were playing my voice on there.
Is that
during
right?
one of the segments that we did, that NFL Films or HBO Films came in and did or filmed.
Right.
And I was like, I'm the star of Hard Knocks now.
That's right.
There we go. They didn't give me credit.
But by the way, I've got that. I've got that audio. I've
really?
got the video because I thought it was brilliant.
It was great.
And we might have to pull it up before the show is over.
Might have to.
Before 10 o'clock.
Trevor is in for Peyton. We have not met. People don't realize that we live alternate lives here on the
Absolutely.
morning.
Different shifts. You don't see people at night. A lot of people at night don't see you in the mornings.
No. So Tell me about yourself, man. Tell the morning show about you.
So I'm a guy. I'm 35. I got into this about a year ago. This has been a dream because I've been listening to CA for years. I've been listening. I mean, to say that I've been listening to the RJ Choppy show, or anything like that, I'm not a morning guy, unfortunately, because I live at night. So that's pretty much where I live. Fan After Dark is kind of the realm that I sit in. Because I'm always up here doing
with Fred and Blake.
Where Jake does the morning TSN, I do the evening TSN normally, so that's kind of where I live. And so this is nice to be blessed to be here with you guys.
Here's what's so wild. Trevor told me he woke up at 3 a.m. so he wouldn't be late. I'm like, Trevor,
my guy.
I went to bed at 10:30 and woke up at 3. That's like again.
How you feeling?
I'm amped. Like
coffee?
I'm a water guy. Only water. That's all I
Just
do.
straight water?
Yeah.
Like liquid death?
No, just tap.
Tap.
I'm not weird. I don't need all that extra.
All right.
Just give me some
I'm
cold,
with you.
cold water.
Just give me some water. It doesn't matter what kind of water it is. I've been drinking this hydrogen water lately.
Dude, I do that too.
Yeah.
2 tabs a day.
Yeah.
Twice
a day.
I had to buy this on the way in. I didn't have my tabs with me. I throw salt in there too.
Yep.
Do you do salt?
No. I just have the hydrogen water, but I have lemon water. I put lemon. If it's not hydrogen water, I pour a little lemon juice in there.
The hydrogen water's great.
Yes, it is.
I don't know what it does for me, but
It supposedly gives you more energy and stuff.
Yeah.
So, without having to drink coffee. I don't drink coffee in the first place, but still. Real quick, we got Tolos texting in the 6 o'clock club, 877-881-1053, the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorneys text line. We're talking about the RJ and Choppy show. 810 says, I never knew that. Lucius calls it the RJ and Choppy show all the time, and I always wondered why. Oh, and the 361 says, CA, unfortunately, due to health problems, Miss Opal Lee will not be making the walk today. It was reported that on the news this morning on CBS Texas. And let's see, another 469 says, let's see.
Yeah, it says she's not walking. Dude, it's 2.5 mile walk.
Right, she was planning on doing it.
Her and her granddaughter is leading the walk today.
Yeah, she'll be there, but she's not going to walk.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see. 469 says, straight up jumped up just to have you blessed when CA feel like a Sunday morning now. Yeah, because
it does.
Catch me on a Saturday or Sunday.
Because you're on Saturday morning, Sunday morning. This is you're okay in the morning because you did mornings forever.
30 straight years on K104 and did the ticket and did Channel 8 and did for Fox Sports Southwest. For about 3 years, I did all 4 at the same time. It was crazy. Mm-hmm. But I'm glad you mentioned the morning show because, like I said, I did this for 30 years. And the Tolo mentioned Lucius, LA Live at 5:30 G-Bag Nation. Lucius yesterday was talking about how morning show guys don't really have a life. They're like donating their life to do these morning shows. He was like, you don't get to sleep 7 hours in a row, and your days kind of split up, and you get up so early. And I was like, yeah, and I'm relating because I did that. And I always tell people, you never get used to it. You just do it. Yeah. And then Broadus, that's our guy, and he's a beast. He works 24/7. He's always on somebody's podcast. He's always out of the Star. He's always doing something. He said, no, they off at 10, and they got the rest of the day to do whatever. And I'm like, no, it don't work that way.
Yeah. I mean, because like for me, I mean, when we're off at 10,
yep,
I'll go directly to the gym, and I'll come home, and I don't nap.
Yeah,
I don't nap ever.
Mm-hmm.
I might doze off on the couch for 10 minutes in an old man style.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like,
in other words, you rest your eyes.
Yeah, it's literally minutes. It's like singular minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But I just get ready for the next day's show, and I'm usually done by about 4 or 5.
So
and then I have my nights.
Right, and like I say, you got kids, and you just got married. So the whole deal is you have to have time for everybody. When I was doing the morning show for K104 for 30 years, I'm covering everything. I'm like Bobby's bouncing around all over the place. I would do the morning show. I would do the ticket. Then I would wind up going to get interviews at practice at the Cowboys headquarters, or I would go
Valley Ranch.
Valley Ranch back in the day. I was always going somewhere or going to a press conference, or I'd go straight over to Channel 8 if I was doing these updates for Channel 8, and then I'd go to games at night. I mean, I would go to thousands of games over all these years. And I'm traveling all over the country.
You were out and about last night.
Yeah, out and about last night. My wife and I went to Together We Sing. It was at the Mort Meyerson Center. well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all right.
it was.
Larson, huh?
It wasn't just symphony music though. It was a special occasion. It was like symphony and gospel, and they had a tribute to Quincy Jones. So they're playing all of his hits from like Frank Sinatra and Ray Charles all the way through Michael Jackson and stuff. And they had the Clark sisters singing live, and they were gospel. All I can tell you, it was absolutely amazing. So shout out to Project Unity and everybody put together. Together we sing, because everybody had a blast.
Did you get into a tux, a suit? What were you in? What was the attire?
You kind of mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people in tuxes. There was some evening gowns and stuff, but there was also, because it's like a church kind of thing too. So you had all kinds of people dressed, and they said at least be business casual, because there's some people getting straight off of work, because they started the thing that I think the recession was at 6. So if you were working yesterday, so it was a nice little mix. But I just wear a nice suit.
You know, Will Chambers would have wore his tux.
Oh, you know it. Will makes
Any excuse to wear that
any
thing.
excuse to wear a tux. yes. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Will, Fan Jam this Saturday, he's got a special. It's his last show.
Yeah.
He's his day job, his regular job is going to conflict with Saturdays. So Will is going to mic drop on Saturday, and he said it's going to be a special show, and I'm like, shot, everybody, because that's his theme song.
He will do that too.
He will. He's a
It's too
Kentucky
hot
bourbon man.
It's too hot to wear a tux though right now.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if it's just me. The heat feels more oppressive this year again, and I say this every year.
No, you're right.
I say it every year, but we've been having like baseball during the day, during the summertime.
Yep, the kids.
Even during the week.
Yeah.
So we got a game today at 3:30. Tomorrow we got them at 9 and 11:30 in the morning. Thank God it's at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Hydrated.
I won't be there. Thank God.
You mentioned it's hotter. I think it's going to be the hottest year in a long time, because think about this past winter. It didn't really snow or ice very long. It usually, you got a whole week or a few or 4 days, and there's got the sand in the streets and the highways. That didn't happen this year. It was like maybe one cold day. It just didn't really get.
We had a couple. Yeah, we had like a very, very few.
Very few.
And I've been looking. So we monitor the UV. I base my if I wear sunscreen off what the UV says. Right. I don't even bother if it doesn't say 6 or more.
Yeah.
I'm not even bothering.
Yeah.
I never see 11s here, even in July, and it's been at 11 for like 4 straight days.
Wow. Yeah. So
that's Mexico. That's Cancun. That's Cabo.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
It's crazy how hot
Get
it
ready,
is.
buckle up. And we got a reprieve last week with all the rain, but guess what? This week's supposed to be like mid-90s all the time.
Yeah,
and this is not even officially summer. 21st is summer.
It
2
ain't
more
even
days.
hot yet.
Exactly.
Sun's already up. It's the solstice tomorrow. Longest day of the year. My favorite. I love this time of year. I know it's hot, but I love it.
817 says, I think it's the humidity that's wearing us out, Chop. It's killing me out here, bro.
Dude, it's so hot.
It's getting hot in here.
And it's not even close to how hot it's going to be. Just wait. We have 90 more days of this.
Yeah. I mean,
hey, pool season, baby.
it goes I always say this all the time. It's pool season, but I always say this all the time. When the Rangers built Globe Life Field with the roof, and I know it's better without the roof, they increased the number of people who go to the games, because nobody's going out there in the middle of July when it's 100 degrees and it's a team you don't want to see. I'm not talking about the Rangers. I'm talking about the opposition.
Those Sunday 2 p.m. games were unbearable.
Oh, my God. And it used to even be worse when it was Arlington Stadium, when the bleachers were metal. I mean, you burn your butt. But right now, because I was saying this during the pandemic, I said, all right, just go to Globe Life Field, because you're going to get out the house and you can get in, and it's air conditioned. And I said, if you show up, Ray Davis is going to spend some money. And guess what he did? He spent some money, and they won the World Series.
They did.
And it's thanks to the Tolos and the Ranger fans showing up out there.
Yeah, look, I was not a fan of getting the roof,
right?
Because I knew they were going to never open that thing, and they hardly ever open it. But I don't think they get Seager and Simeon and DeGrom in the old park.
Exactly.
I just don't.
No
think
way. There were pitchers that would not pitch in that old park.
No way. Jake DeGrom's coming here and to suffer through that.
No.
That was misery.
Yeah,
it was
just awful.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. CA is in for Sean and Bobby. Trevor is in for Peyton.
Where are those three, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Where are those three? Are they together, or are they just at home?
Oh, no, they're just at home. Yeah, they're just Bobby. I don't know what Bobby's doing.
Bobby's awake. He doesn't ever sleep.
Bobby probably doesn't sleep.
He's bouncing off the wall somewhere.
Sean's probably packing. He's going out of town.
Oh, okay.
He's got, but maybe, I don't know, because his daughter's sick.
Oh,
She's been sick for.
Then he didn't get any sleep.
No, I don't think so. She got ear infections left and right.
Is she 2 years old yet?
No, she's just one.
Yeah.
Like barely one.
He ain't getting no sleep.
Like she turned one like a month ago.
Yeah.
Maybe a month and a half ago. So Peyton's
Peyton's Pey.
Pepe's
out partying. He's just eating some Korean barbecue somewhere.
Mark Cuban, he is to blame. He got the entire thing started. And we got some bad news for you, Genie Bus. You got some bad news. What you think is happening ain't happening with the sale of the Lakers. Oh, Colt McCoy at 8:40. He will join us.
Oh, that'll work.
Yes, he will. He will join us. He got a camp coming up. It's all coming up here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
If you missed
to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Roger that.
4-817-333-3333. With Franco & Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Franco & Franco, the go-to car track record attorneys in Dallas.
Bubic to the plate, and that's lined over first. It's a fair ball the opposite way down the line. In to score is Young. Higashioka will go to second base with a run-scoring double. And Kansas City's lead is cut to 4-3 as the Rangers are starting to hit the ball the opposite way.
Eric Nadell with the call on a game you heard right here. We are the home of Texas Rangers baseball. That was as close as they would get, though. 4-3. Yeah. They lose 6-3 to Kansas City. I thought they were going to get to Bubic, and they did for a little bit. I mean, you know, he had his last two starts have been his worst two starts of the year. I thought they were going to get to him, but you know, he did do a good job of limiting the damage, and they lose 6-3, and they have lost the first two games of this series. They try to avoid
a sweep.
Well, no, it wouldn't be a sweep. Yeah, it would be a sweep. They try to avoid the sweep today.
You know what's so crazy? The Rangers had won 4 straight games, 7 out of 8. The Royals had lost 6 straight. And then they came in here, and now they've won 2 straight.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, what happened to the Rangers? They're at home. They were on this road trip. They're playing so well. What's wrong? I'm going to blame Josh Smith. He got a hamstring.
Oh.
And Josh Smith, to me, should be going to the All-Star game this year. But because he's got this hamstring, the batting order is all mixed. I could blame the pitching staff, but I'm just when I say
you're blaming Josh Smith.
When I say Josh Smith,
putting it all on him.
Tongue in cheek, Josh Smith. Damn you, man!
Putting it all on Josh. Poor Josh.
How you
Josh
get hurt?
Off day.
Yeah, how you get hurt when we need you so bad?
Man,
you got to talk to your trainer. Something. But no. In all seriousness, Rangers, I felt bad for them because I mean everybody they start off like they're we're gonna handle up on this thing. And then, what's his name? Malik Garcia got into it, and he did. Drove him 5. I mean,
he had a good day. Yeah. It's a bullpen day today.
Yep.
Sean Armstrong's going to get the start. Michael Waka will go for the Royals. 1:35 first pitch. We're going to have you getting. We're going to have that game for you. Start at 1:00 with the pregame show. Right after the K&C Masterpiece, who they have another short show.
Very short.
Another short show.
Who do they think they are? G-Bag?
man, the hustle have brought us to say, oh, we get done at 10. I mean, we don't even know when you go to work.
Yeah.
We don't even know when you go to work.
Or how long are you going to stay?
Or how long are you going to stay? So Corbin gets the loss. I think we're kind of getting a realization of what's happening there.
He's come back down to earth.
He has come back down.
Did he not pitch for like 2 years or something?
Yeah, I mean, he went a while, so that's kind of part of it. But yeah, it's just I don't think we expected a lot from him.
No, we didn't,
and we got more than we expected. That's
but
kind of where we are.
He hadn't pitched in a while, and maybe his arm's tired. You just don't know. All I know is you don't need anybody else being hurt or getting on the injured list, or you just whatever. You don't. By the way, the guy that's going to pitch to start the bullpen. Rangers have been really successful on bullpen games.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, I think when they were on this road trip, they did 2 bullpen games in 1 week, won both of them. Whereas when
I think they did one on Sunday.
They were supposed to, but it was Rocker. Rocker.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
He did so. He was. They were supposed to. They said, let's just try out Rocker, see if he can get right, and he got right.
Yeah.
So this guy that's pitching today out of the bullpen, Sean Armstrong, he was pitching a perfect game when they pulled him for the bullpen. On the last bullpen start. So I expect him to be nails. He's 2-1 with a 2.90 ERA.
Let's go. 130 right here. 105 through the fan. This broke last night.
Mm-hmm.
I assume it was out of nowhere. It was a surprise to me. I know you're kind of in the NBA circles.
It was a surprise.
I assume it was a surprise to you too. But the Lakers and Jeannie Buss, the Buss family, they have announced they are selling. They are selling for $10 billion. Now, this is how I know that Forbes number list is BS. 2 reasons why. Well, 3 reasons. One, the Lakers are valued at $7.1 billion.
Right.
So they're $3 billion off.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers were the 3rd most valuable NBA team. That's garbage.
Yep.
They're not less valuable than the Warriors and the Knicks. They're the Lakers, for crying out loud. And the Rams aren't more valuable than the Yankees. That's how I know this is just garbage, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing they get right is that the Cowboys are number 1. That's all they get right.
Mm-hmm.
So I know this whole thing is, I take it with a grain of salt because they're not valued at $7.1 billion. They're valued with whatever they can sell it for.
Exactly. Whoever pays. They usually overpay in the world of sports.
Right.
Every sports franchise, they never sell it cheap.
No.
You could be the worst team in that sport, and you're going to make money.
Because one fact, it always goes up.
It always goes up.
Always go up in value.
So here's what's interesting about the price point. You starting with there. The Celtics.
He had already owned like 15% or something.
Yeah, he had owned a chunk. And this guy at the bottom, he owns the Dodgers. He's got $100 million or more. Okay, and he bought the Dodgers, and his business partner was Magic Johnson. This guy's name is Walter.
Mark Walter.
The $10 billion valuation. What's interesting about that is the Celtics. They went on sale last summer, a year ago. And
they got 6.
They got 6.5, and so Magic Johnson's bragging on the internet saying, hey, I knew if the Celtics were worth $6 billion, the Lakers had to be worth $10 billion. And since he's partners with Walter, I'm sure he's got a little chunk. Magic's got a chunk of a lot of things. He's got a chunk of the Washington Commanders. Magic, he's invested.
He's everything. He's got, doesn't he own like 24-hour fitness or something like that?
And he owns a bunch of Starbucks out in L.A. He's got all these
theaters,
movie theaters, everything. He's a hell of a businessman.
Yes, he is.
And so that's why when the Dodgers won the World Series in Arlington at Globe Life Field in the pandemic, and Seager was the MVP, Magic was all the games because he owns a chunk of the Dodgers. And here's Walter, who owns a chunk of them. And here, just like Mark Cuban, Jeannie Buss and the Buss family said, well, we still own some shares of the team. We had we're giving him $10 billion, but we still have some shares, just like Cuban still owns 27% of the Mavericks.
Yeah, that's true. And according to the story, and this is where do you want to let her in on the bad news or should I?
Go ahead and break it to her.
She says she's still going to be the governor of the team. She is still going to maintain and hold control. And I got bad news for you. Like that'll happen. That'll last for about 18 months.
At the most.
At the most. Mark Cuban thought that he was still going to run the team. And the new people get in there, and it's like,
that's their new toy.
This is my new toy. Yeah. And she can think that she's going to run this team for as long as she wants and maintain the governor. It was a guaranteed part of the agreement that Buss remain in charge for the foreseeable future. That could be tomorrow.
Right. Here's what happens. Mark said that the NBA would not let him be the governor because it had to be something in writing, or they couldn't put it in writing. That's what Mark was saying about the Mavericks. So Patrick Dumont is the governor for the Mavericks. For Jeannie Buss, even though she says, well, me and Walter, we're friends. Mark Cuban's friends with the Allisons. That doesn't mean anything. Because once, and here's the thing, they're saying, all the different reports out of LA are saying, okay, you see what the Dodgers do. They do everything right and they spend money. And so that's what you can expect the Lakers to do. Well, the Lakers have always spent money on the players, but they never pay big money to the staff or the front office or the analytics department. In other words, they were very cheap with everything else.
Okay.
And they said, not with this Walter guy. He's going to spend the money. But the whole deal is this. Just because you spend the most money on the franchise, $10 billion, that doesn't guarantee you're going to win a championship. There's a team down the street called the Clippers. Richest man in one of the richest men in the league. What's his name?
Ballmer.
Yeah, Ballmer. Steve Ballmer. We're talking about Bill Gates' partner from back in the day. He's got crazy money. He's got the most epic arena in all of sports.
Have you been there?
Not yet, but it's just insane. I've seen the drone stuff.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. And so Ballmer, I mean, it's even better than the Chase Center in San Francisco that the Warriors play in. It's just insane. And it's so interactive in the whole 9 yards. He can't buy a championship.
No.
All you can do is put the pieces around it. And, every new owner in the NBA, at least in the NBA, maybe in baseball too, they always throw money at it. So whatever players they're going to sign, they're going to get rich. And they'll probably go over the different aprons, and he don't care because it's the Lakers. But that doesn't mean they're going to win.
No.
We'll find out.
Yeah, and she can say she's going to be the governor, man. It ain't going to happen. It'll last for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, if Adam Silver allows there to be language in this deal that allows her to maintain the governorship, and they wouldn't let Mark Cuban do that, and that's the only reason why Luka got traded, man, you want to talk about some riots happening.
Yeah, I think it's going to be consistent. I think
it better be.
She's going to find out that, there'll be language in there. And by the way, it made me also wonder, since the Lakers got $10 billion, and like you said, Forbes was saying, they're only worth $7 billion. And we already know you're going to always pay more, whatever somebody buys it for. And Cowboys are the most valuable franchise in the world. How much more? First of all the other NBA teams' value just went through the roof. The Knicks' value went through the roof. Any team that's competitive, the Warriors' value has gone through the roof. Mavericks' value has gone through the roof. I can go on and on. All the teams that are competitive on a regular basis have gone through the roof because of the sale of the Lakers.
Right.
But I'm like taking it over here to the NFL.
Well, I mean, they're so the Lakers were listed at 7, and they went up to 10. So math guy out there, what percent increase is that? Not 30%. It's more than that.
Yeah. But it's high.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
So I'm only bringing it to Jerry because the Cowboys are the most valuable franchise in the world, and they've been that way for about 3 or 4 years, 5 years maybe. Manchester United had for a while.
So the Cowboys, that would be the equivalent of the Cowboys going for about 14, 15.
So this is what's wild. Jerry used to say this to me, and then he was saying it all the time afterwards, that if they ever win another Super Bowl, and this is why he's always said, I want to win a Super Bowl real bad. And people are like, he's just a businessman. As long as they're making some money, he doesn't care. I'm like, no, he wants to win because he want to win a Super Bowl without Jimmy Johnson's fingerprints on it. And he wants to win a Super Bowl because he is greedy. He does. Because Jerry would say this. He would say, Mr. Chris, do you realize if we won a Super Bowl, because I've lived this 3 times, if we won another Super Bowl, it's like pouring gasoline on a fire. We'd be rich. I mean, he's talking about how much money he makes.
I know.
The value. See, those guys, those billionaires, they're competitive too.
They are.
They want to have the most gold stacked up.
I don't know that it even matters if they win.
Yeah,
or
they're
not.
not going to sell the team.
They're not going to sell the team.
But he wants to say he's got the.
But also, when was the last time the Knicks won?
1972
The
or
Knicks
71.
are worth more than the Lakers, according to Forbes.
Madison Square Garden.
That's stupid.
By the way, that guy that owns the Knicks, Dolan. Did you know in Vegas he
owns a Sphere.
He owns a Sphere.
Yeah.
And the Allisons own the property.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know they owned the property.
Yeah, they got the land. He got the Sphere. The Sphere, Jimmy Dolan, or James Dolan?
James Dolan.
James Dolan. The people in New York were saying when he was working on the Sphere, he wasn't worried about the coach of the Knicks.
Yeah.
Now he's not got nothing to do.
No,
so get
got
his
nothing.
fingerprints all over.
Man, it's wild though. Like that's $10 billion that the Lakers get for their sale, and it's not even the full 100%. It's not even the full 100%.
Yeah, it's not even a whole. In other words, she's still the whole Buss family because she's got kids, her brothers. Dr. Buss. Here's what's so wild. Dr. Buss bought the team back in the day for like $67 million.
Yeah, so he bought. So with that, he got the Lakers, he got the Forum, and he got the Kings.
Yeah,
he got all three for the same price from he bought it from. The old Washington Jack Kent Cook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
who he got it from.
And he died.
Yeah.
Jack Kent Cook.
Yep.
I think it was on the beach somewhere. Like he drowned or something. It's crazy.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
But here crazy. This is a little side CA stories competition. So I'm covering a fight in Vegas. I'm covering the NBA Finals, and I go off to this fight. I want to say it was a Holyfield fight or something. It was a big fight, and it was in between games. You know how you got off days in the finals and stuff. So I'm in LA, and I said, let me go cover this fight in Vegas. So I go to Vegas. On the way back, I'm not making this up. On a regular flight was Dr. Jerry Buss. This is like a Southwest Airlines because they didn't really have a first class.
Yeah.
He's sitting there with two girls, had to be in their 20s, and he's 100 years old. And I'm like, it's true.
Yeah. Oh man, Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. You know, let's dip into the mind of CA here for the first time.
Dr. Buss was Belichick before his time.
Yeah, he was. It is. Look, it's summertime.
Yeah.
It's cookout and barbecue season.
Oh boy!
And Chris has got some rules for you. You better follow them. We're gonna do that next at The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. No show on Thursday. We'll be live.
States has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking down a little bit.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Coming up 1 hour from now, it'll be the commercial-free expressway. We'll be smack dab in the middle of it. And just because Bobby's out doesn't mean that we can't do the neighborhood watch.
Yeah, got to do something.
I can still do the neighborhood watch.
You can, yeah.
I know. I know how to use Facebook.
Yeah.
I could do all that.
You could
so
be
we're
on
going to do the
Reddit.
neighborhood watch still. Sans a Roberto Belt. I'm RJ Choppy. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. One of the main reasons I was so looking forward to working with you today, Chris Arnold, is story times and lists.
Ah, yeah. See, Stories Confidential. And
That's what you
people
do.
love
That's
lists.
what you do best.
And I also like to celebrate barbecue holidays.
Yes, you do. And today, I mean, look, we
Juneteenth?
just have Memorial Day.
Yep.
Just have Memorial Day.
Yep.
A lot of people do. They have people over. They have friends over.
That's right. It's a holiday for a lot because it's a day off. You don't have to go to work.
They celebrate.
People who are doing the walk in Fort Worth. Dr. Oprah Lee's going to be there. But I don't think she's going to walk this time. She's in her 90s. But at the same time, people will having some barbecue, and they'll say having a barbecue or cookout. And there's some rules.
Okay, so let's hear
some
the rules. Let's hear some rules because also like different parts of the country call it different things.
I know, and that's why I'm here to clarify. Especially if you're in Texas, you've got the Odyssey app. You could be anywhere in the world. We appreciate you listening. But I love a cookout and I love a barbecue. But don't invite me to your barbecue and not have barbecue there. So let me explain this, because sometimes people get it twisted. And I blame different parts of the country for saying these things and not knowing that in Texas, it's barbecue. Barbecue's a barbecue.
Right.
You got to have barbecue. A cookout, you're grilling outside. And nothing wrong with it. I love a cookout. Hamburgers, hot dogs, you throw anything on the grill. You could even have barbecue at your cookout. But do not call it a barbecue and you don't have either one of these things. Brisket, ribs, some kind of pork, chicken, something that's a traditional barbecued item that's smoked, cooked, whatever it is, on the grill.
Yeah.
And so you have to do this because my taste buds are looking for barbecue if you say you're having a barbecue. If you say you're having a cookout, the bar is lowered and I'm happy. I'm like, okay. And if you happen to have some ribs at your cookout, wow, that's a bonus. You know what I'm saying? That's bonus. It's not like just hamburgers. And someone texted in a long time ago and said, so if I put some barbecue sauce on my hot dog, no, that don't count.
So, okay, there you go. I was going to ask you this. I was like, so what if I'm grilling? Let's say I got chicken.
Thrill of the grill.
What?
Thrill of the grill.
Yeah, I got chicken. I got chicken on there, and then I cook it with that barbecue sauce on it on the grill. Can I get a pass on that one?
You get a pass because chicken has been known to be barbecued.
Yes, it has.
Yes,
but I'm not smoking it. Is
right,
what I'm saying.
and that's fine. Well, if it's on the grill, somehow or another, it's getting smoked.
Yeah,
if it's on the grill.
That's
so
fair.
this is where you're going, which is also another little thing. There are people in different parts of the country. They think putting some barbecue sauce on some kind of meat, ribs, I should say chicken, ribs, and they cook it in their oven inside. That's not real barbecue. That's barbecue they caught, but that's not real barbecue.
No.
They do that a lot in Carolina. They'll put some kind of vinegary stuff on there. I made the barbecue sauce myself. No. That's not real barbecue. You got to have the thrill of the grill outside. You got to smoke the barbecue. You got to have something. Charcoal pellets, doesn't matter. You got to have it outside. And a cookout is outside as well. That's why they call it cookout as opposed to cook in.
I'll tell you this. I will say this. I had one. I've never had a great brisket cooked
inside
in the inside except for one.
Oh yeah.
This was my neighbor, his mother. She's from Argentina, and she cooked it, and she also she made it with chimichurri sauce too. That was phenomenal. It was really good. It's the only time I've ever had that's any good cooked inside. Unless you're going to like a deli, you know, like the Cat's Deli in New York, and they have like the brisket, and it's gray. It's just an awful look.
Yeah.
But
they don't call it barbecue.
But they don't call it barbecue.
Exactly.
It's just brisket. And
with that being said, like I said, different parts of the country have different styles of barbecue. Even down here, Hurtado's got like Tex-Mex barbecue. I mean, it's delicious as well.
Mexican.
Mexican. That's what I'm saying. Mexican barbecue. There are some people say, well, does fajitas count as barbecue? Not really. It is definitely the thrill of the grill. It's definitely a cookout item. I'm not mad at it, but when I'm thinking barbecue, you got to have some barbecue. The other thing about when you have some people over to a cookout or a barbecue, or you get invited to a cookout or a barbecue, a lot of guys who are single on a holiday like this, barbecue holiday, and it goes all the way through Labor Day, by the way, it goes all the way through the summer till you get to September, and it's about over with. And people in Texas, they can barbecue and grill and cook out all the time. But the holidays in particular, you're invited. A lot of single guys, they make different stops along the way. You might go to 3 or 4 people. You might not just go with your family's place. You're going all over the place. There's some rules. If you're going to somebody's house and they say, you don't need to bring anything, and you say, I got to bring something.
Got to bring something.
Well, you can bring alcohol, and that's fine. Or you can bring some sodas, that's fine. But they might already have plenty of that. Where you can never go wrong, bring ice.
Bring ice.
If you bring
never
ice,
go wrong.
You're the hero.
No one ever says, well, we have too much ice.
Never.
Ever.
And if you're not one of the first people there, you're saving the barbecue or the cookout because we were running out of ice.
Yeah.
You're the hero.
You're the hero. I got 2 bags.
2 bags.
I got 2 bags right here. 2 7 to 10 pound bags.
You're the hero. You can never go wrong with ice. Because if you bring some potato salad, everybody's not gonna like your wife's potato salad. If you bring, just name it whatever. I made these baked beans. Well, everybody might not want the baked beans. They might already have some things that you already are trying to bring. Oh, I'm going to go around. I'm going to bring some cookies. Well, they might have plenty of desserts and nobody wants your damn cookies. At the same time, you can never go wrong with ice. And you can never go wrong with bringing more red cups.
Red cups, you can never go wrong with that. Plates.
Paper plates.
Plates are good.
Yep.
Although, you're only going to eat so much. I'll say this. The thing about the ice, people never account for this.
Mm-hmm.
Is they never account for the ice that needs to go in the cup.
Right.
They just dump it right in, and it's like once it's in the cooler, I'm not using that for my cup.
Right.
Everyone's going to put their grimy hands in there and their cups. And so you need to have a separate bag or two just for cups.
Exactly.
And they've got to stay in the bag
in the
cooler,
freezer.
or in the freezer.
Yeah, in the separate. Yeah. Or in the house, and you bring it out or whatever. Well, bottom line is, you can't go wrong with ice. Another rule. This is a rule if you're invited to somebody's barbecue or cookout at their place. You do not tell the guy who's handling the grill how to barbecue his food. You leave it alone. Even if it's not the way you like it or the way you would do it, and you got some good ideas, not there. Not that time. Save it for another day. He's got enough on his mind. He's been doing this barbecue. He's got the ribs, the 3-2-1 technique, whatever, overnight. He's doing whatever it is. He's taking all day. Don't tell him how to do his grill.
That's right.
Just leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
You got some tips for him? Save it for another day.
Yeah.
And stop hovering around him. Leave him alone. He's got enough. Let him walk away from the grill when he needs to.
Yeah.
All right? And the other thing is this.
All right, because I got 2 questions for you at the text, so let's get to this last one.
All right. If you go to somebody, don't take away all the people that say, yeah, we don't want to keep it. We have no place, but take something with you. Don't take all of it.
No.
And don't take, like, if you brought your kids to, don't bring a plate for every single kid, because and load up each plate for that kid. That kid's not going to eat that whole plate. Don't do that.
That kid's eating 2 bites.
Thank you.
Because they're getting back in the pool.
Thank you.
All they want to do is get back in the pool.
There will be more people coming after you leave. Do not take away all the food.
Right, there you go. All
so
right.
you got some text?
Yeah, a couple people on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. First off, they say, Chris, what about smoking a bologna?
Yeah, that counts.
That counts?
That counts because you can put some barbecue sauce on it too.
All right, and then...
And by the way, Earl Campbell links count as well.
Okay, very
nice.
nice.
You can get those links. And by the way, I personally me and my wife both like those Earl Campbell links crunchy. Make them burnt on the outside.
Make them burnt on the outside. Okay. The next one. You've traveled.
All over.
They want to know, besides Texas, who has the better barbecue? Is it Memphis or Kansas City?
Okay, I grew up in Memphis. But Texas has the better brisket.
Oh, for sure. But they said besides Texas, who's better?
Well, everybody's got their specialty. Like Memphis has ribs, and they have dry rub, and they have sauce, and they also have pulled pork. Kansas City's got great ribs. Kansas City's got excellent ribs. But as far as beef and brisket, Texas, nobody can touch it. Arizona's got a little kind of a Mexican barbecue as well. There's some places in New York. Huh?
I don't think I've ever had that.
It's really good. Next time you go to Phoenix, get you some ribs down there, some barbecue.
Okay.
They're really good. This season a little hotter. You know what I'm saying? With the peppers and stuff on there. But yeah, Texas barbecue on the whole is the best. Memphis has this thing called Memphis in May, and they have all this barbecue competition up and down the river, Mississippi River by the bridge. It's unbelievable. It's really good, but there's some flaws to it too. If you ask for a pulled pork sandwich in Memphis, they will automatically put coleslaw on it. You have to tell them you don't want the coleslaw.
Really?
You go to Kansas City, you go to St. Louis. St. Louis has certain kinds of ribs and stuff, and their pulled pork sandwich, they will put potato salad on it. We're talking about on a sandwich.
Oh, no.
They will do that, and you got to tell them no, because that's their style. And by the way, the Carolinas, they are the worst for barbecue because, like I said, they do a lot of in-the-house cooking, the barbecue. And
I like the vinegar taste.
Mm-hmm.
I like the vinegar taste, but I agree. Like if it's not, it's got to be the way the meat. It's got to be cooked the right way.
Yeah, and also Carolina's got their barbecue sauce. They call it gold sauce. It's mustard based. It's good, but it's not what you expect.
Yeah, I'm a mustard freak. Yeah, like
me too. I put on a hot
hamburger.
Hamburger, yeah, mustard all the way. I'm with
mustard
you.
all the way.
See, I told you you're my spirit animal.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, my kids, I don't tell them when I make a steak, I put a layer of mustard on it before I cook it.
It won't hurt it. Before you get, there's little things you can do. The prep.
Yeah.
It's little tricks of the trade.
And I don't tell them.
There's a lot of don't tell them because they might won't eat it, right?
They might not, and I'm like, well, it tastes good.
Yeah,
You're gonna love it.
Yeah.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105
those
to the
your
Fan.
rules.
That's number one.
Barbecue
That's
holiday
CA
rules.
segment number one of the day. Hour number 1 in the book. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club if you're out there working on this Juneteenth holiday. CA says Cooper Flagg might be the GOAT, and he might be. And do the Mavs need a point guard? We'll get into that next year on 105 through the Fan. After we get you over.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Asian Bowl.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Lady? No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. That, of course, is the great Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Four-time? Three?
Three.
Man, somebody said you were in the fourth one.
Hell if I know.
Might be.
I'm always surprised.
It might be. I don't know. Somebody said. Maybe we'll cut you at three. Yeah. But Chris Arnold in for Sean and Bobby. Trevor is in for Peyton.
OG.
Aiden is still there. What's up?
I would say OG AF.
Yeah, right. Sean and RJ here at 105 to The Fan. Get you through your Juneteenth day today. Sean and Bobby will be back tomorrow. But
are you off tomorrow?
No.
Okay.
I'm working. I'm working tomorrow. I got vacation coming up in August.
Right. And plus, you had a lot of time off in April. You got married and went off to Italy and all that good stuff.
Yeah. And I'll take. I think I'm taking the 30th off. Playing a Derek Collins golf tournament.
There you go.
So
Dutch.
if you want to play with me on that day, you know, there's spots available. There's spots available to play in the golf tournament. 60 feet 6 inches foundation. Just look it up and sign up. So there's that. But we have. So I got hit up by NBC5 the other day. Talk about Cooper Flagg being in town.
I saw you driving in your car, weren't you?
I was. We were at baseball.
I watched that.
We were at baseball. I didn't even see it. We were at baseball, and they hit me up and they're like, "Can you talk Cooper Flagg?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm watching my kid right now. Give me about an hour. Game should be over." I said, "I'll be in my car." And I'm gonna look a mess because it was 5,000 degrees outside.
You look good, man.
My face
had the air conditioning going.
I had the AC blasted. I don't think you can pick up on it, but I was like, yeah, absolutely. So Cooper was in town this week.
Yeah.
So take us through this because they were going through. Are we even allowed to talk about this? What's the rule?
The kid from Duke.
The kid from Duke.
In honor of Jason Kidd, we'll just call him the kid from Duke.
The kid from Duke.
Put it like this: he comes to Dallas. That's the only team he's had a visit with, in-person visit with.
And that's the only team he will visit with, you think?
Yes, this is the only team he will visit with.
So it's a done deal.
You can't assume that.
Can't assume.
But more or less, because this is the only guy that the Mavericks have also had a visit with, the kid from Duke. And so it's put like it's probably gonna be him. I mean, just
yeah, we know.
But you had to do the rules or whatever. But this is what you need to know in case it is Cooper Flagg. We pretty much know it's probably gonna be the kid from Duke. Cooper Flagg. He was in town, went to the offices, did a workout with some, the Mavericks staff, basketball staff.
What goes into these workouts? What are these workouts like? Because we've seen the video of Kobe just going back and forth.
Yeah, it's hard to say because they're always looking at different things. But he was there. It was, I think they said some players were there too. A couple of players were in town. He visited with them. I will say this for those who don't know: Cooper Flagg is a generational talent. It's one thing, I don't know how the Mavericks got the number one pick, but they got it, right? Whatever the theory you want to have. But it'd be one thing if you got last year's number one pick. I think nobody can even tell you the name of the kid from France now. I'm not talking about Wemby. That was 2 years ago.
Was it Richeche?
Yeah.
Or was it Alex Sarr? One of the two.
Doesn't matter. All I'm saying is that's not a generational talent. That's just happened to be the most talented guy that year. Cooper Flagg, by all accounts, all the pro scouts are saying this. Every coach, everybody is saying this guy is special. He's special like Kobe Bryant was a generational talent. He wasn't the number one pick, but let's say LeBron, Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis. Wait a minute.
So you put him on that list?
Yes, not just me. Everybody's saying that. He's generational talent because not only did he play well against Team USA who went to Paris last summer, he was 17 when he was doing this stuff. The footage is there. And then he not only did that, he goes to Rucker Park in New York. That's the street ball mecca. You call Madison Square Garden is the basketball mecca. Rucker Park is the street ball mecca. He showed out the hitting game-winning shot. The footage is there.
From what I've been told, that is the most physical basketball you will ever play.
It really is. It's street ball. It's like no blood, no foul. No, I mean it's always a big crowd there. If you say, okay, let me look it up, just Google up or YouTube Rucker Park or watch the Uncle Buck movie. That was Uncle Drew movie with Kyrie. That takes place in Rucker Park. And by the way, Kyrie played Uncle Drew in the movie and for the commercials. By the way, Kyrie, first one overall pick. Anthony Davis, first overall pick. Kid from Duke, first overall pick. If it happens, like we expect next Wednesday. all I can say is you got a lot of talent there. And there was a scout before the draft even happened that said, okay, the comp is this. He's like Scottie Pippen. And then no one said, he's really like Kawhi Leonard. And this is before the lottery. And I'm like, wait a minute, if he's like Kawhi Leonard, and people say, well, if he goes to the Mavericks, you can't get you can't build around him. Yes, you can. And it's better for him to be there. And they said the kid from Duke, Cooper Flag, would prefer a destination where he's not having to, like Charlotte or New Orleans or Utah. You have to carry the load because the defense has all shut him down.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, he's not just some guy that can shoot. The reason the comp was Kawhi is the range, the length, and the big mitts, and he blocks shots. The defense is exceptional. He can guard 1 through 5, but he's also got some offense, and the offense only gets better. So when I heard the Kawhi comp, I was like, wait a minute. When the Spurs got Kawhi, they had Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker. They go to the finals. Who's the MVP? Kawhi Leonard. So and the way Jason Kidd plays players, it's all about the matchups. It's not traditional. In fact, in these days in the NBA, it's not, oh, you got a center, you got a power forward, a small forward, a 2-guard, shooting guard, and a point guard. I always say this. It's positionless. You got bigs, you got wings, and you got a facilitator. And when people are wondering what I'm talking about, I always ask, especially Maverick fans, what position did Klay Thompson play for the Mavericks last year?
I mean, the two?
No, he did. See, this is the deal. That's where I'm going with this. He's a shooting guard. He's going to the Hall of Fame by being a splash brother from Golden State. He's a 2-guard, one of the greatest shooting guards of all time. For the Mavericks, he played
2.5.
Exactly.
That's right.
But the position, if you had to be technical, he started as a small forward. Because the 2-guard was, pick your poison, Luka or Kyrie. You see what I'm saying? It's positionless. So to wrap up about the kid from Duke, why this guy is an exceptional talent and he's generational, he's arguably the best one-and-done player in history. He's definitely the best one-and-done player in Duke history, and that's a royal background there. There's only been 4 freshmen in NCAA history who won the Naismith College Player of the Year. Those 4 players are Anthony Davis from Kentucky, Kevin Durant from UT, Zion Williamson from Duke, and now Cooper Flag. He's also, Cooper Flag, in the NCAA tournament, is the only, like I said, the one player in the modern era that they say is probably better than him and one and done is Anthony Davis, and he's going to be playing with him. They said in college basketball, NCAA tournament history, he had in the Final Four, 27 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 block shots against Houston. He became the first player to lead his team in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks in a Final Four game since the defensive stats were added to official stats in 1986. He's a generational talent. And he's also, they say he's got a high basketball IQ, and he's got that dog in him, which means he's very competitive. He also has a twin brother. Do you know about his brother Ace?
No.
He's got a twin brother. They're twins.
Is he Ace 7 feet tall too?
Well,
close to it?
Yeah, they're about the same height. Cooper, he's got a little wispy mustache like Pepe.
Oh, yeah.
He's got this barely grown mustache. That's Ace.
Peyton, catch a straight.
Ace was not good enough to just go to Duke. I mean, just because he's kind of like what's the kid quarterback from UT went from South Lake to UT, left early.
Oh, Quinn Ewers?
Quinn Ewers. He's like Ewers. He left early to go to Duke. His brother Ace played high school senior year in Maine, in high school. He is going to sign with the University of Maine because that's where they grew up. But more importantly, his mom was a basketball star at Maine. His dad also played basketball. And guess what? They have an older brother named Hunter, who's like 21 years old. Hunter is just a good basketball player. Nothing great. He's kind of like the other Manning. What's the other man?
Cooper.
Well,
he got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt. So he's got all these, it's in his family traits and stuff, and he's got all those things going for him. But more importantly, he's got that dog in him. He wants to win. And the way Jason Kidd coaches, and that's why when people say the Mavericks need a point guard, Kyrie won't be ready till January, February, March. They don't need one. They'd like one. They don't have to break up the team to get one, because here's the deal. With positionless basketball these days, and Jason Kidd proved this, he and the coaching staff underrated performance second half when everybody got hurt.
They really did.
I mean, 8 players, some of them two-way players, some of them 10-day contract players. He was having Najee Harrison bring the ball to court. He was having P.J. Washington, who's done this before, bring the ball up the court. You don't have to have a true point guard to set things up until the playoffs, for sure. And the reason I say this, you still got Max Christie, you've got Klay Thompson, you've got, let alone B. Will, who's, I call him a Kyrie starter kid. He's the guy from the G League. I mean, not G. He's the guy that was on the team. He knows the offense. People forget they even got Dante Exum, who was also hurt most of the year, and nobody's paying attention to him because he didn't get healthy until the week before the play-in. So they've got options. I'm not saying they're the best options, but they've got some things to tread water until they say, okay, we got to do this. Yeah.
And assuming whatever he is.
Yes.
I don't know. You know, so you mentioned like you're the best freshman one and done ever. I know Coach K said he's the best Duke player ever.
Well, let me give you exactly what Coach K says so we can break this down, and then you can go ahead with your thought. He said he's the best freshman to ever play at Duke. He said Grant Hill is the best player to play at Duke. Leitner, the most accomplished player to play at Duke. But Cooper Flagg is definitely the best freshman that Duke has ever had to play.
So,
and he's 18 years old.
I remember when Coach, remember the
Redeem Team?
No. It was the documentary on the Rebels, the Runner Rebels.
Yeah, UNLV, Larry Johnson.
And
Skylines
Coach K said, I knew we were going to win the second time because the difference is we had Grant Hill and he was the best player on the floor.
Yeah, I was at that game back in the day.
And I think if Anthony doesn't foul out, I think UNLV might win it. One might have won.
Yeah, that was the craziest loss. There were so many conspiracy theories. Those guys were hurt. I went into the locker room with LJ.
No, you don't do the fixture. You don't do the fixtures in?
I was in that documentary. They showed there's a picture of me walking with Larry Johnson into the locker room. Everybody's just shocked.
You don't do the fixtures in?
Because they was like, they're UNLV, some Vegas big money guy had to. Because it was so crazy that they lost that game. It wasn't even the champ. It was the Final Four game. It was like the semifinal.
Yeah.
But Duke, they got beaten by him the year before, and
they lost by 20 the year before.
Tart got out coached.
You know, and I wonder like if this team, and you know, Coach K said that because Grant was not the best player on Duke, but he was like the most talented.
Yeah. He was like Michael Jordan until he got hurt. I kid you not.
It was great.
It was crazy.
Great.
And he and Jason Kidd were co-rookies of the year in the NBA.
And I wonder if you look at it this year, like, you know, Cooper Flagg, could it not be a similar situation, like where he's not the best player on the Mavs is going to be Anthony Davis, but could you make the case that like it's a similar thing where like Grant wasn't the best player, but he was the most talented, where Cooper's not the best player here, but he's the most talented year one, just the physical talent. Like, we'll see.
Okay, we'll see. And one of the things so crazy is, I think Maverick fans have gotten a really good taste of how great Kyrie Irving is his last couple of years, because you could see him just do amazing things. There's the greatest handles. He's got the best handles. Nobody other than Allen Iverson can do the things that Kyrie can do when he brings the ball, in the paint stuff. So there's always going to be the flash of Kyrie. Anthony Davis is going to put up incredible numbers, and Cooper Flagg has like I said, just think Kawhi. And also think Pippen. By the way, Cooper Flagg can bring the ball down the court too.
Yes, he can.
So just know it's not like they need another point guard. They would love to have one, but it's not like they have to start the season. They could get by and still have a winning record. It's not like it's going to be a mess, because Jason Kidd and the coaching staff proved when they made it up to the play-in with 8 guys almost every freaking night. It was insane. It was like, and they won again. And by the way, the weird thing about the NBA and matchups, you got Game 6 tonight in Indiana. The Mavericks in the regular season last year played Oklahoma City 5 times. They knocked Oklahoma City out last year. This is all about matchups. They match up so well against Oklahoma City. They played them 5 times. Luka didn't play any of those games because he was hurt. They won 4 out of 5. The only game that they lost was that NBA Cup game to play in the Las Vegas, wherever. P.J. Washington missed that game. They have no answer for P.J. Washington. Oklahoma City lost only 6 games in the regular season. 2 of them to the Mavericks. So it's about matchups.
Yes.
And so I'm not saying, they can beat every team in the league. I'm just saying, if it was just Oklahoma City, that ain't a problem.
That's right. That's right. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Chris Arnold. We love lists. America loves lists. People love lists. Is Dak Prescott still a top 100 player in the NFL? We got the commercial-free Expressway next. We got a ticket giveaway next on The Fan. And guess what? I'm still doing the Neighborhood Watch. We are still doing that.
Yes,
that's coming up
got
at
to.
7:40. Commercial-free Expressway with a ticket giveaway and a Chris Arnold special coming up next on The Fan after we get you over to Q.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
here.
Cracks in your walls, sticking doors. Don't wait. Texas.
One-two to Langford, and that's line to third and past Garcia down the left field line. In to score is Haggerty, and rolling into second with a double is Wyatt Langford. The Rangers have an early 1-0 lead.
Eric Nadel with a call in a game you heard right here. That was the 1-zip lead for the Rangers. They wind up losing, though, 6-3 to Kansas City. Patrick Corbin taking the loss. Chris Bubich gets the victory. He scattered 3 runs, around 5 1/3 for Bubich. So the Rangers did kind of get to him, but that's not a quality start, but not enough. They lose 6-3. They try to avoid the sweep. They got a day game today. We'll have it for you. 1:35 coverage starts at 1:00.
Yes, sir. Keep it right here.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. You have reached the commercial-free expressway. Colt McCoy coming up at 8:40. He's got a camp in town. Talk a little football with him, a little Longhorn football, a little NFL football with the great Colt McCoy coming up at 8:40.
I always thought that he'd wind up being a Cowboys backup quarterback. I really did. I was like, he's going to come back.
Yeah.
Because at one point, because he's a quality backup. I was like, at the time, I was like, he's going to wind up and finish his career being a backup quarterback. This is before they got Cooper Rush. And I was like, it just never happened.
He turned out to have a really nice career. I mean, he made he made quite a bit of money.
You know what? He did. He made a lot of. He was Chase Daniel before Chase Daniel.
I mean, Chase made a lot of money too.
Yes, he did.
He made a lot of money
because he was always ready, man. You could pop him in there.
Yeah.
You probably he's going to play well. Might not necessarily win the game, but he's going to play well for the limited time he was in there.
Yeah, he ain't going to lose it for you.
The other thing can't wait to talk about to Colt McCoy. He had never gotten that stinger. I swear to God, they would have beat Alabama. See, I cannot stand Alabama.
Bama yet. It wasn't Bama. They weren't Bama yet. They were still young.
Yeah,
they were young. They didn't have. They weren't 3 deep at every position.
Yeah,
they were good. They were really, really good, but they weren't Alabama.
They weren't Alabama yet, and he got hurt in the first part of that game, national championship game, in the Rose Bowl. And I kid you not, I was like, oh hell, I don't want Alabama to win this national championship.
Nope. I can't stand Alabama, but so Colt coming up
because you went to the other UT. You went to University of Tennessee.
Yeah, we got you guys coming up November 1st.
Ah, yes, OU.
I'm trying to get to that game.
By the way,
I'm not taking the kids to Knoxville. I'm taking Sarah to Knoxville. I'm trying to get to that game.
Yeah, Knoxville's beautiful. You have the Vol Army on the river.
Yeah, the Navy.
Yeah, the Navy. Excuse me, Vol Navy.
Army don't go on boats. Come on now.
Navy. I'm talking too fast because I'm thinking ahead of myself because I was about to make the point of your diamond calves.
Yeah.
The secret to your diamond calves, I always let the Tolos know if they don't know. You had to walk up mountains to class. Your dorms are on mountains. Everything was like on a big hill. That's the most. If you think the Colorado Rockies got mountains, Knoxville's got mountains. Man.
It's crazy, man. Like there was this to get up.
Hiking to class.
We had a place literally called The Hill, and that's where like a lot of the buildings were, the older part of campus. And it was like 200 steps to get up.
Whew.
And I ripped up my ankle when playing intramural football.
Wow.
I'm on crutches, and I didn't get a handicap parking pass. So I'm sitting here having to walk up these dang steps. I got like a third of the way up, and I said, I'm not going to class today.
Yeah.
I turned right back around.
There's just no way.
No, there is no way.
That's why you have calves. That's why those diamond calves, man, up and down those hills.
All right, so people love lists, and Pete Prisco, NFL writer for CBS, has his top 100 players of 2025.
Came out last night.
This is the time of year where this happens.
Yeah.
You mini camp and training camp. In between, you're going to have, I assume, NFL Network's going to have their top 100, ESPN. So this is Prisco's. He's a very plugged-in guy. Did Dak Prescott make the top 100? Chris Arnold, take it away.
Okay, this is what's so wild about the list. I'm looking at this list, and it came out last night, and people love lists. People do love lists. But also, nowadays, lists are power rankings, too. So that counts because you're trying to rank things, and it's so subjective, and where is somebody... You know who the number one player is on this list, right?
I would assume it's Patrick Mahomes.
Of course. He's number one. There are 4 quarterbacks in the top 10. Do you think you can name these quarterbacks before we get into the Cowboys.
Top 10.
Yeah, in the top 10. Can you think you name these quarterbacks? Patrick Mahomes, number 1.
I assume Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is number 4.
I assume Lamar Jackson.
He's number 6.
And I assume Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow is right behind Josh Allen. I mean, he's he's behind Lamar, number 7.
Okay, there we go.
So those are your 4 quarterbacks in the top 10. There's a running back in the top 10. Do you know who that could be?
Saquon?
Saquon's number 3. There's a kid from Arlington who's the number 2 player in the entire NFL, according to Pete Prisco's list. Arlington. Went to high school in Arlington, Texas.
Miles.
Miles Garrett. That's right. He also went to school with Fan After Dark's own Blake Elliott. They used to play pickup basketball.
Well, Blake. All right.
And Blake loses every time. Miles is a big boy. There is a Cowboy in the top 10, and it is
I didn't know
that.
this. Blake went to the same high school my kid's going to.
Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't know Blake was a Colleyville kid.
Yeah.
There's another what?
There is a Cowboy in the top 10. There's one Cowboy in the top 10. Can you tell me who it might be?
I would assume it's one of 2 guys.
Okay.
I'll do Micah.
Micah is in the top 10.
All right.
Any guesses where he might be in the top 10? And I'll tell you the top 10 after we tell you.
8.
Lower.
10.
He is number 10.
Okay.
They say in 13 games last season, Parsons had 12 sacks, had 5.5 sacks, and 52.5 sacks in 4 seasons. He's one of the elite rushers in the game, a player who can move up and down the line and generate pressure. Last year, he was number 9. So here are your top 10 just for, by the way, here it is. Patrick Mahomes, number 1. Myles Garrett, number 2. Saquon Barkley, number 3. Josh Allen, number 4. Justin Jefferson, number 5. Lamar Jackson, number 6. Joe Burrow, number 7. Jamar Chase, number 8. Patrick Surtain, number 9. And Micah Parsons is number 10.
Wow.
There's also another running back in the top 20, and he lives in Dallas.
That's got to be Derrick Henry.
Of course. Derrick Henry is number 14 on this list. There are 4 Cowboys on this list.
4? All right, so we're going to have Micah, CD.
Yes, and you want to guess where CD is? I'll tell you, whatever number you say, I'm going to tell you what he really is.
18.
Lower.
20.
Lower.
25.
Little bit lower.
26.
Lower.
7.
There he is, 27. They got a number 27.
So how many wide receivers do they have ahead of him?
I think it's like 5. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Because think about it. You already have in your top 10, you got Justin Jefferson. You got Jamar Chase. Yeah, let me hear what the other.
That's it. Guys, look, that's it.
And then here's the rest of them down the way. You got the other wide receivers. You got
Well, you got Tyreek at 30.
Yeah, Tyreek
A.J.
behind
Brown
him.
at 31.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas at 44. Malik Neighbors at 45.
Yeah. He's the third best.
All right, so
okay, so who's
Mike
the other?
and CD? Is Tyler Smith on here?
Ding, 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 ding. I could not believe you guessed that correctly. Tyler Smith is in.
He's an all-pro.
Yeah, he is. And to me, he's really good. He's very, very smart. And watch him wind up being the leader of that line the way Zach Martin
I'll
was.
tell you, man, I think the Zach Martin of this team is going to be Tyler Booker.
I do too, as far as Hall of Fame caliber. But I'm talking about leader of the line.
I can't wait.
Yes,
I think this
that dude is
really
big
good
and
this year.
smart and and all.
Yeah.
So
I think we're gonna have a good year this year, offensive line wise.
Oh yeah. So here's Tyler Smith, number 98. I'm bringing this up because
he's number 98.
Yes.
So do we only have 3?
Yeah, but
you said there's 4.
There's 4. But I'm going to tell you the 4th one in a second. But I got to tell you this about Tyler Smith because it's so interesting. Tyler Smith is number 98. He's just above Jalen Ramsey is number 99.
Wow.
That's Jalen. He was number 43 last year. So as he is available to be traded for or whatever, Jalen Ramsey must be washed. They got him all the way down to 99.
Yeah.
Number 100 is Christian Benford. And like I said, there's one more Cowboy left.
So Dak made it.
Or
I can't think of another Cowboy that would make it.
He did make it, and guess where he might be? Name a number.
Well, if he's at 99, I'm sorry, 98, and then Ramsey's 99, and you already told me 100, so 95.
Higher.
70.
Lower.
Okay, 85.
Lower.
89.
A little bit lower.
90.
There he is. Says after a year of leading the league with 36 touchdown passes, Prescott was limited to 8 games because of injury. Even before the injury, he wasn't as sharp as the year before with just 11 touchdown passes and 8 picks. But I think he's closer to 2023 Prescott again. He had been number 49. He slips to number 90. And by the way, a couple of guys in front of him at number 89, Antoine Wingfield Jr., number 88, Bobby Wagner, who's still in the league, who wanted to play for the Cowboys. He's playing for the Commanders. Roquan Smith is number 87. At Cooper DeJean, the corner.
Cooper DeJean.
They got him number 85 ahead of Dak Prescott.
Wow.
And I like Cooper DeJean, but he just got here.
Okay, I'm gonna read you the quarterbacks ahead of Dak.
There you go.
All right, you got Mahomes.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Hey, just stop me when you want to object.
Okay.
Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Jaden Daniels at 33.
We proved it last year.
Justin Herbert at 49.
He slipped, but he's got his arm talent.
Do you have an issue with Daniels being there after just 1 year?
No, I really don't. I was very impressed.
I was too, but they put Stroud up. They would have done the same thing with Stroud.
Yeah, and he slipped off.
And he slipped off, and it's I think you need to have I don't know. I just need to see more than 1 year.
This is what I always look at. I look at there's maybe 5 guys that got insane arm talent and they got insane leadership skills too. They got both. And those 5 guys usually are the same 5 quarterbacks the last couple of years. The next 10, they go up and down. They could be number 6 or they could be number 14 or they could be number 12.
They're interchangeable outside the top 4.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see that.
And Dak's always in there some kind of way. He's never top 5. Here's the other thing so wild, and you haven't even said his name yet. And I'm glad he's definitely ahead of Dak, but your quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I haven't said his name yet.
Yeah, Hurts.
We don't know that he's even on here.
He's on there, and he's lower than you would even think. He just won a Super Bowl and been to the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years and would have been the MVP the first time he went to the Super Bowl if Kansas City hadn't come back.
Well, he's not in the top 50 because Herbert's at 49.
Isn't that something?
And there's Hurts at 52.
Isn't that something? 52, and he coming off the Super Bowl.
Last year, he was 53. So he only went up 1 spot.
It's insane because literally he's the MVP of the Super Bowl, and he would have been 2-time in 3 years Super Bowl MVP. That's crazy.
Yep. So Hurts is the 7th quarterback. Mm-hmm. Baker Mayfield is
ahead of
the 8th. He is at 57.
Yep, down there in Tampa. His career, which was toast 3 years ago when the Lakers, the Rams picked him up out of nowhere.
Not ranked last year. Prisco says he might be the most underrated quarterback in the NFL.
He could be.
I like him. I've
always liked him.
I think Baker's had
OU, come on, man. I always liked him.
Look, I saw him. I was at that Tennessee OU game in Knoxville when we were up 17-zip. And he came back, and, man, he was – the amount of sacks that he got out of.
Oh, yeah.
He made some great plays. What a game. What a game. So he's at 57, and he's the 8th quarterback on the list. Goff is at 77. He actually went down. He had his best season ever. He had 4,600 yards, 37 TDs, was the 1 seed, and he went down a spot to 77. Let's see. And then you get to Dak at 90.
Yeah.
And that was... And then Jordan Love at 92, and that's your quarterbacks. So you've got 11 quarterbacks in the top 100.
Yeah, you would think it'd be more than that.
You would think so. I get what he's doing. It's you're ranking player, not you're taking positions out of it. I don't think you can do that.
Right, I'm with you because quarterback position is so important.
And it's so hard.
It's so hard. Yeah.
So
and that's why like a Baker Mayfield in particular. It took him a couple of years and different coordinators to be as good as to take advantage of his skill set and his leadership.
Yeah, and we've talked about this year. I asked the question, how Are the Lions going to have a drop-off because they lost coordinators? They lost two of them.
I think so.
Now what drop-off do they have? Like if Hurts is having a new coordinator too.
Mm-hmm.
So is he going to have a drop-off?
And he had a new coordinator when he got Kellen.
So, I mean, we're talking about 3 in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
You might not have a drop-off. I don't know.
It's possible. Dan Campbell's still there. Dan Campbell knows who he knows. He picks his staff.
He picks his staff. Yeah,
and
he knows what he's doing.
They feed off of him. But I also think, Ben Johnson and Aaron, who went to the Jets. Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn. They're exceptional, and he knew them from playing with them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, he's Campbell's good. He'll have everything going, but I don't have a problem with Dak being where he is. To be honest with you,
coming off the injuries,
coming off like he didn't have a great year.
No.
What can you expect? You can't put him. Where else are you going to put him?
Right.
And look, I mean, he is ahead of. You just go down the list. He's ahead of Tua. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. He is ahead of. He's ahead of.
There's 20 other quarterbacks because there's only 11. Think about it.
Yeah,
starting
he's
quarterback.
ahead of Kyler. He's ahead of Stafford.
Yeah,
he's ahead of Purdy. He's ahead of Geno. He is ahead of C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
He's ahead of Lawrence. I don't have a problem with this. Like he didn't play. I think you can make a case that you have a bigger problem with him being ahead of Stroud or ahead of Kyler when they played last year and he didn't really. But I don't have an issue with where he is. I mean, when you've been in the league a decade, you get a little bit of the benefit of the doubt.
I will say this. This is why people love lists, because they're debatable, they're subjective. But as far as the quarterbacks, and they're lightning rods. Quarterbacks are lightning rods. I'll say this again. There's 5 that got insane arm talent. Dak gets the most out of his ability. He's got a really good, he's got a high leadership quality, and he's got a football IQ. But his skill set is you've got to build around him. If you don't build around him, you're not going far. His arm's not going to carry you through the playoffs. And I wish it would, but that's not him. And so there's, once again, 6 through 15, those guys are going to be interchangeable. They're going to have a good year, average year, or a bad year. They'll fall off. It's always within there.
Yeah.
Like one year, Dak came in number 2 in the MVP vote. It may never happen again, but then again, he might do it again and still not go to the playoffs.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We have reached the commercial-free expressway. The Tolos rolling in on the Franklin Injury Attorneys Fan Text 877-881-1053. Wait a damn minute. Bobby and Sean aren't working on Juneteenth, but CA is. What in the hell?
Yeah, we talked about that.
We did.
6 o'clock club.
Man, that's ironic.
Yeah, ironic. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Let's just say there's a Radio Hall of Fame out there. Chris is in it. God bless CA. Dude is a treasure. Please tell Chris Arnold I love his sports takes. Let's see. Good to hear you on the morning again, CA. It's from Renee. I need this on my regular morning show. Loving it. Call it Mornings with Unc and Big Bro.
Yeah.
Let's do that one.
You Big Bro and I'm Unc.
There you go. Where's Bobby's negative butt?
He's probably twitching at home because I kid you not, I tell him all the time, he's like a genius because he's always thinking of stuff and he's saying stuff that like, what? But he does it so fast. It's like.
Yep. It does. He's quick.
And he's an acquired taste.
He's an acquired taste, and he's dangerous.
Yes, he is.
His ability to play with that computer, man, that is
when he did the broadest thing.
Frightening.
When he did that broadest thing, the Chat GPT and the AI broadest, that was too scary.
Listen, if he wants you in jail, you will go to jail.
Oh, yeah, he can dig up anything.
He'll not only dig it up, he'll make it up.
Yes.
And he'll AI it.
Yeah.
He will AI
He knows he could be a hacker. If he wasn't doing this for a living, he'd be a paid hacker protecting somebody's corporation or making millions. Put him on Ocean's 11. He'd get in there.
There we go. We got some back-to-back gotcha downs.
Got you down.
There
Appreciate
we go. All right, let's hook you up, Tolos, with a ticket giveaway here during the commercial-free expressway.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10, 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Outlaw Music Festival on July 5th at the Dos Equis Pavilion. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053. Call right now, and we'll hook you up with some tickets here.
All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105 The Fan. We do this every Thursday at 7:40. We do it every Thursday at 7:40. It is the Neighborhood Watch.
Yeah.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Well, I'll tell you what the scuttlebutt is. The Neighborhood Watch. Sean and RJ, I'm going to try to fill in here. And, we'll see. We'll see if I get to the same level of commentary and fun that Bobby does. But there is, I saw this from Bryson DeChambeau. Now, the Live Golf is here next week.
Yes.
All right. They were here last year. We were out there. We did a show out there at Merido. Merido is a extremely difficult golf course. I haven't played it since it's been renamed. I played it when it was the Honors Club and Columbian, but I haven't played it since it's been Merido. Well, Bryson DeChambeau this week was spotted on 635. Can you make out what intersection that is by that bank in the background? The United Trust Bank. Can you make out what intersection that is?
Right off of 635.
It was off 635. I can't tell what intersection that
I
was
can't
at.
either. Maybe it's near the Galleria.
It might be.
Or it could be over there near, by Central, close to the High Five or whatever.
Yeah. So here he is out there holding up a sign, "Come to my golf tournament."
That's wild.
Man, the likability turnaround for Bryson DeChambeau has been remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
It's been remarkable. He was just kind of not I want to say a hated guy, but he was the bro, He was just the bro that nobody, he was trying too hard. He was the workout dude. And
he was swole.
Yeah,
So he's the butt of the jokes.
He played slow.
What's he on?
Nobody likes somebody who's too smart.
Right.
He's too smart.
And he could hit a mile, and people are always jealous of that.
Everybody's jealous of that. But, man, I got to say, this is an awesome move.
It is.
This guy's worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, because he went to live when the money was there.
Yeah.
They money whipped him to go over there.
I don't know what his net worth is, but he's worth hundreds of millions. I know that for...
He sold his house.
He has a great house he built in Grapevine.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Yes.
And he's letting...
He went to SMU, for those of them.
Yep. He had this dude over his house. This random dude hit him up on social media.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes over his house, and he's letting this guy hit shots over his house onto his green in the backyard.
Damn.
And he said, if you get a hole-in-one, I will give you $100K.
Oh, you do perfect?
Fifth shot, he got the hole-in-one. And Bryson gave him $100,000.
You are kidding.
Awesome. It was unbelievable. And this dude, like the turnaround for him, perception-wise, the likability.
That's great.
It's insane. Meanwhile, Rory taking it down.
Oh,
this is a local guy. That's why it's in the Neighborhood Watch, because this is a local tournament at Merido starting on the 27th, so that's next week.
Who was he having the rivalry with? I forget.
Koepka.
That's why he
Brooks
was
is my guy.
Yeah, and
I love Brooks.
Yeah, and that was why it was kind of like a villain thing.
Yeah,
Koepka was the good guy.
So I liked Bryson initially, and then when he got in a fight with Brooks, I was like, well, I got to pick sides now.
Yep.
And I picked sides. I took Brooks' side.
Yep.
In a related story, I took the wrong side. Because Bryson is, Bryson's awesome. Now Brooks is awesome. I love Brooks too.
Yeah.
So Brooks is still my favorite golfer, but these two guys, man, I love this. You would never get somebody worth this much money. Could you imagine, like, Dak is one of the great people in sports. I don't think Dak's going to go on the side of the street and hold up a sign that says, "Come to my football game." I don't think he would do that.
And the thing that's so wild about it, because Dak is in that category. He's not a villain, but there's something, hey, when you suck.
Oh,
and that's
Dak,
what they would have done to
Come on.
Bryson DeChambeau.
They would have. But Dak is one of the all-time great
He's
humans.
a great guy, and he's great. I will say this. I'm glad you brought up Bryson, because when people think Dallas golfers who are playing right now, they always just think of Scotty and they think of Jordan Spieth.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Bryson went to SMU. He lives here. I mean, he just went, like I say, he was lightning rod. And
There's a lot of golfers that live here, man.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of the guys from like Australia,
they
will live here.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's I've heard some golfers say that players from Australia and like kind of like that like the middle, like the India area, from a climate standpoint,
it's similar.
There's a similarity. I have no idea. That's what the guys on tour have told me. So you get a lot of the Australian guys. Sabatini lived here forever.
Yeah.
Jason Day lived here for a while. He moved to Ohio because that's where his wife's from.
Fred Couples used to live here.
Did he really? Oh, yeah. Corey Pavin, I think, spent some time here. So you get a lot of guys that live around here that are on the tour. All right, it is the Neighborhood Watch. Guy in, let's go to
Justin Leonard staying here, too.
Justin Leonard. Let's go to Jefferson County.
Yep.
Let's go to Jefferson County, Texas. A man.
I got to look at where's Jefferson County.
A man wore to court.
Uh-huh.
I can see Trevor doing this. A man wore a shirt to court that said "World's Best Farter."
I saw that yesterday, and I kind of felt bad for him because he looked like he was just like, oh, dang. But I don't know. She painted him up one side and down the other, too.
Man, by the way, Jefferson County, that's over there by Beaumont. It's out there by Port Arthur and Beaumont.
He said he picked the shirt which said "World's Best Farter" and then had, father scribbled underneath because it was the only one he could find to wear.
Yeah.
And she's like, that's the only shirt you can find to wear in your closet?
To court?
To court. He wore this dang thing to court. So I had, is there an inappropriate shirt that you have worn? Look, I wore a shirt to my mom's house, my parents' house. I came home, I was in college, and we had just gone to spring break. We went to spring break down in Padre. And what do you do when you're on spring break? You go to those novelty shops, those T-shirt shops. And I got one of those, the Man, the Legend shirts,
right,
with the arrows pointing up and down. And I wore that at home. And my mother, I don't think she knew what she's like. I think she gave me a look like, what does this mean? But I think she figured it out soon enough and just mortified. She was just mortified. I was like, I'm wearing this. We're going Outback today, Mom. I'm wearing this thing.
I got a T-shirt. I still have this to this day. And like you said, you go out of town, you get a T-shirt. I was down in Austin on 6th Street, and this is one of my all-time favorite T-shirts. And I wear it from time to time, and I wore it like at a family get-together, not realizing what I was wearing. It's red. It's like OU colored red, all right? But over the...
Y'all call that crimson?
Yeah, crimson and cream. Over your heart, there's these little bitty words that says, and I'm going to paraphrase it, or I'm going to say it radio way. It says, you have to look at it closely to see what the words are. And it says, nosy little effer, aren't you? And I wore that to a family thing, and they're like, oh, man, older people in the family, like, what are you wearing? Look at that.
Do y'all remember that shirt that used to have the scrambled letters, and you would tilt it up, and it would say F off on it?
No, I didn't even saw that one.
You would just it would have like 2 lines of letters, and they were all jumbled, but when you fold them in half and you tilt it up.
Fold the shirt up.
You have to fold the shirt up, and it would say that. Yeah, that was that. I never had. My parents never would get me one. By the time I went to those T-shirt shops, it was like way played out.
Right. But I still have that T-shirt that says it's got to be 20 years old.
I'm sure you've got a shirt.
So when I was in high school, my grandparents bought me a shirt that said, "Chicks dig my Woody." And it had an old, like, Studebaker-looking Woody car on
it's clever.
Exactly.
That's clever.
And I was in high school, and so I was
didn't know.
I thought I knew what it meant, but my grandparents did not know what it meant.
Oh, what a wonderful car that is.
Oh, that's so cute. You're right. Oh, because it's a Woody, right? I wore it to high school. Or I wore it to class. My teacher caught on. She said, go down to the office, go change your shirt. So what I did is I just went to the restroom, turned it inside out, went back to class, and that's what I had acted like I was, oh yeah, they just told me to turn it inside out because they didn't have any extra shirts. Well, the teacher had called the office, said that I didn't show up, so I ended up getting in trouble, and I got a in-school suspension for it. Yep.
You got a tardy and in-school, an ISS for that?
I got it because I disobeyed the teacher is basically what happened. I was like, I was just trying to make it easy. I don't know. It is what it is.
Crap.
Tolo's a texting in the Franklin injury attorney's text line. Tolo from the 682 said, I had a pink T-shirt that said, keep laughing. This is your girlfriend's shirt.
Oh, man. I like that one.
Another one, the 214 says, I wore a PHF Philly shirt. You know how they got the PH. And it says, and got scolded by an old lady. And I told her, mind your business. Mind your own business. Let's see. I can't read this. I'm going to have to read this slowly. 469, another says, I got sent home in high school one day because I wore a T-shirt from Fuddpuckers that said, how much FUD could one. He got sent home from school. And here's one. It's a foundation. The Head Foundation.
Oh, Chris, be careful.
That's all I'm going to say.
Chris, be careful.
That's all I'm going to say.
Chris, Arnold. They're going to remove you from the Hall of Fame.
Tightrope.
Yeah, tightrope.
Tightrope.
Let's go to Trophy Club, Texas. My neck of the woods.
Yeah.
All right. Town council member accused of stealing thousands from a children's football program. Over a 2-year span. This Stacey Bauer.
The children.
Is believed to have taken around upwards of $150,000 worth of money and equipment from 2021 to 2023. So there's a lot of backstory regarding all of this. Like it's the Bobcat Youth Football Organization. She was the president and treasurer of that, and they issued this warrant.
They should have had separate treasurer and president.
Yeah. So the exact items of monetary value has not been released, and she's no longer listed on the current administration for the Bobcat organization. But apparently there was like something to do with electronics, marketing materials, equipment, cash, boxes, bags, all stolen without the consent of the organization. It went from 2021 until 2023 is when she allegedly took all this. Man, still from kids football.
Where is your mind? Where's your mind?
Where is
what were you thinking?
What were you thinking? That's what I want. When I catch somebody like this, all I want to know is why.
Why?
Did you think you were going to get away with this? Did you think you were entitled to this? Like what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you
it's
doing?
all alleged. It's all alleged. All alleged, of course. But at least she's been indicted, so we can talk about this.
Yeah.
She has been indicted. Do you have any airplane horror stories? Because this passenger on a Seattle to Dallas Frontier Airlines flight certainly had this. This happened.
That's a long flight. That's 8 hours. That's an 8-hour flight.
8-hour flight from Seattle to Dallas?
Yes, that's a long flight. It's longer than going to New York.
I don't know that it's 8 hours.
It's long though.
But I still don't. I still don't know that it's 8 hours long. I think you get to Hawaii in 8 hours, right? Seattle?
Yeah. I let me look it up. But I
think it might be like 3.
Because I've done that.
8 hours.
I've done Hawaii. I've done Seattle.
That's a long flight.
It's a long flight. It's longer than New York City. Let me look it up real quick.
Because you can get to like Pennsylvania in like 3.5, 4.
I don't know. It's 8 hours. He's using his phone. He's asking Siri for how long it is.
Oh, shoot.
It is. Oh, my bad. It's not 8 hours.
It's not 8 hours. Like you get to like England.
It's 4.
You're not going to get a ticket out any Hall of Fame to see it.
It's 4. Oh, man.
I know it's a long-ass flight.
Yeah, so this was a Reddit post this week. This Frontier passenger, she puts her backpack under the seat. She takes it up, picks it up to leave or whatever, and it's all wet. And she smells it, and it's urine. And either the person in front of her wet the seat, or it was there was somebody had already urinated down in that seat in the previous flight. And the airline's like, "Oh, we can't do anything about it. It's not our problem. Blame the person who did it." Which is the person in front. That's disgusting.
It's disgusting, but not totally surprising.
I'm not stunned.
I'm not
stunned by nothing
because there'll be some guys. If it's an overnight late flight, I'm not saying there'll be some guys. It's not impossible. There's some guys like, okay, I'm on the window seat. I'm not going back to the bathroom. And he got a cup. Everybody sleep. He got a cup. And he'll, just like he's in the car, he'll pee in a cup. I would not be shocked. And then
you're right. And then you just pour it out.
Or you just leave it under the seat. It's like a cup. It's not a bottle.
God,
that's terrible.
The stewardess works.
But that's just what happened. Think about it. If you just say, this is probably what happened. If you're a detective,
I could see it. I could see it. I'm not surprised by this at all. But come on, man. Like, if you go to the bathroom at home and you don't flush just one time, it smells throughout the entire bathroom.
Yeah.
Could you imagine what a cup would smell like on a tin can like that?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, this is gross.
By the way, there was this flight I was on. I'm not making this up.
Was it a 8-hour flight?
No, it wasn't 8 hours.
Seattle?
And it's 8 hours. It's Hawaii. Right? My mind's just playing tricks on me. Sound like a rap song. I was on this flight, and there's the bathroom in the front. It's like the first class bathroom. I was on the row that wasn't first class, it's the first row, and I didn't want to go all the way to the back. I'm like, I'll just go up to this closer bathroom. And I'm not making this up.
Go through the curtain.
Somebody jumped up and went in there. First of all, a girl was in there, and she came out. And before I could go up there, this guy in first class, he goes in there. Then he comes out, and he stares daggers at this woman. And then I was about to go in, and another guy goes, he beats me to it. He goes into the bathroom. He comes out, he stares daggers at the woman. Then I go into the bathroom, and when I came out, I knew why they were staring daggers at her. You know, those seats, those urinals in an airplane, they have a little flap.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever she did was still on the flap.
Oh, God.
And it was like, and every guy that stepped out, everybody came up behind her, they looked at her so nobody would think it was them.
Oh, gross.
Yes.
I know where you're going with this one. That's disgusting.
That's disgusting.
That is the commercial-free expressway. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, why is Ezraku not signed? You can ask his fellow second-round draft picks about this one. And the shoddy culture angle Chris Arnold wants to talk about because nobody else is talking about it.
Might be a
We will
win.
get into that. CA Confidential coming up at 8:20. Colt McCoy at 8:40, loaded 8 o'clock hour next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Base.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you got it. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Chris Arnold in for Sean and Bobby today.
This is the RJ and Choppy show. Longtime Tolos know what I'm talking
That's right. Long time do know. Trevor in for Peyton. Aiden in for Aiden. And it is the 8 o'clock hour, loaded 8 o'clock. CA Confidential at 8:20. Colt McCoy will join the show via Zoom.
Yeah.
You'll see his pretty little face.
He's going to be in Fort Worth. Got a camp.
I assume he lives here, right?
I don't know. I always thought he'd live in a small town in Texas somewhere. Colt McCoy?
Yeah, because he, yeah, maybe. We'll see.
We ask him where he's living. Where he's living nowadays. I bet it's in Texas for sure.
I guarantee you it might be. So he's coming up at 8:40. We'll do the shoddy culture angle here in a second, but man, have you noticed? So the big news around the NFL from a rookie signing standpoint has been the Shamar Stewart situation in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Barron out of Texas, he is still unsigned, and then Travis Hunter is unsigned.
Yeah.
Those are your only first rounders that are unsigned. Everybody else has signed their contracts. Hunter, man, that's gonna be an interesting one because he got married, and that
costs some money. Woo.
It does, yeah, it does. But I mean, these things are slotted so well.
Yeah, the rookie contract, especially for quarterbacks, you're in the slot.
You're in the slot,
and it's all because Sam Bradford got $50 million, and he was rookie of the year, but he got hurt. And they're like, we can't be giving up all this money on rookies, and we got veterans, and they're going to take their job. So they started having these rookie contracts.
That's right. And then Shamar Stewart, he's really getting screwed over by Cincinnati because he's putting this stupid language in. I don't even know what's in there.
If the language is like, if he gets hurt or he gets suspended for like a head on, leading with the head, he loses money. It's like, wait a minute. What if it's, the judge, the referee,
judgment call.
It's just judgment call. Yeah.
So there's that. Then you get to the second round. Basically, everybody after round 2 is signed. You've got 3 unsigned guys in the 4th round. And then everybody else in the entire draft is signed, except the entire second round. There are 2 players in the second round. Cleveland had the first pick of the second round. Carson Schweisinger at UCLA, he signed. Houston had the second pick. Jaden Higgins at Iowa State, he signed. The rest of the second round, the next 30 picks, unsigned, including Ezraku. Now, why are they unsigned?
Let's blame a quarterback.
Who's the quarterback?
The one that's down there in New Orleans. The one that played in school till he was 30 years. No, he wasn't 30, but he played a long time. The kid from Louisville.
Tyler Shuck.
So he wants a fully guaranteed contract as a second-round pick.
Yeah, so here's the issue. NFL first-round picks receive either mostly or fully guaranteed deals.
Correct.
Second-round picks don't get that. But player agents and front office are basically at an impasse. And what's happening here is the top 2 picks in that draft that I mentioned in this, the top 2 picks, they are getting fully guaranteed deals.
Yeah, it's not unheard of.
The 4th year was fully guaranteed. That's slowing down the process because picks of the 2nd round haven't gotten that done yet. And so Houston signed Jaden Higgins, the 2nd pick of round 2, to the first fully guaranteed contract for a 2nd round pick. And a day later, the Browns did the same thing. None of the other 32nd round picks, which includes Ezeraku, have been signed since their teams are fighting against creating a precedent that 2nd round picks also get fully guaranteed contracts.
And Shock wants his because he's like, I'm going to be a starter because old boy just retired. And
Derek Carr.
Yeah, Derek Carr just retired out of the blue. Well, we kind of saw it coming, but he's like, you want me to be a starter? I'm the starting quarterback for the Saints. I want a fully guaranteed contract. Saints are like, no.
So all these players, every single one of them, from Quinshon Judkins, the running back at Ohio State, Alfred Collins out of Texas, Ezeraku, Tyler Shuck, like you mentioned, Luther Burden, the wide out of Missouri. Every single player in the 2nd round is saying we are not signing until we get that fully guaranteed deal.
Then that's something. That's crazy.
We might get to camp and see half these guys unsigned. Like, are you really not going to sign your 2nd round pick because you don't want to guarantee the 4th year?
And what's so wild about it is if they don't get signed, somebody's going to sue the NFL owners for collusion. There's always a lawyer. Think about it.
Yeah, because if the entire league is saying we are still holding firm on this, what am I supposed to think?
Exactly. It's like, what? There will be some lawyers say, no, we're going to take this to court then.
Yep.
We're going to get paid some kind of way. Whether we win the case or lose the case, we're going to get paid.
Yeah.
And we're going to make these owners say, yeah, uncle. Like, okay, we'll settle. We got the season getting ready to start.
Man, did you yell uncle or mercy?
I yelled uncle.
You yelled uncle?
When I was a little kid.
Yeah,
uncle.
It was in
Christmas
Story. Christmas Story, they said uncle.
Did you do or?
Yeah, we yelled mercy.
Mercy? What about you, Tyler? What Tyler's working on something? Trevor.
Yeah. Trevor, what'd you yell? You yelled mercy or uncle?
When
someone was like,
no more pain. Uncle!
Honestly, it depends on who's doing it. Genuinely.
So if it was your uncle, you would
mercy?
yell uncle?
Well, so I had uncles growing up. Like, well, I had my friend.
They were beating you up?
My dad's best friend, I called him Uncle Ron, and he'd beat the crap out of me.
And so you yell
pinch
uncle?
Me, and I'd yell uncle, and then certain people say, if they have to tell me what to do. What do I say?
Oh, yeah.
What do
I
think that's more of what it is. Say uncle or say mercy.
Yeah.
Like, I think they have to tell me what to do, and it's, it's built a complex.
So you
for
yelled
me,
mercy.
guys.
We yelled mercy. Yeah, it was mercy. We're mercy.
That's that New Jersey thing.
Maybe.
Mercy!
Did you yell, were you a winner's outs or a make it take it?
Make it take it.
Yeah, so was I. Make it take it.
Yeah.
We didn't play. We didn't do winners. We did make it take it. So there you go. That's the.
You played 21 or 11. Basketball.
Did you play 221 or the game 21?
221.
We played to 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, we played to 11.
Yeah.
By two.
By two.
Got to win by two.
Gotta win by two.
Got to win by two. Got to win by two. All right, so that's why Ezeraku's not signed. This is going to last a while.
It will.
Because
they've drawn a line in the sand.
Yep.
It's kind of like how when this is what's so wild about Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons in that contract situation when David Mulligata, when he got that big contract for Deshaun Watson, fully guaranteed, these owners said, it'll never happen again. You might get that kind of money, but it won't be fully guaranteed.
Right.
Because they're not going to do that no more.
No, they're not going to set that precedent.
They'll have bonuses, but no. So not that big.
What is the shoddy angle nobody's talking about with the culture?
Okay. So we already know just because they're out there having a good time and it seems like everybody's getting to know each other, you got the ping pong table at the Star in the middle of the locker room. He's moved Micah Parsons' locker closer. He's doing all these little things, which are great. But the bottom line is you still better win. That does not guarantee that you go to the playoffs and make a run to the NFC Championship game or let alone a Super Bowl. It's not guaranteed. But he did say something I thought was interesting. Shotty said this at the end of the mini camps. He said, but it gives you a chance. It helps you. It gives you a chance. And I started thinking about that, and I was like, you know what? He's on to something. And I'm talking about actual victories. Let me explain why I'm saying this. Because, we've covered Cowboys stuff for all these years. When you have a new head coach and a coaching staff, they all got to get to know the coaching staff and the new plays and whatever you're going to do. You got a new head coach, although he's been there a couple of years, with McCarthy. You got a new defense coordinator with Eberflus, although he was there early, but now with these players. And then you always have players who come to the roster, you turn the bottom or whatever. A lot of these guys, they never know each other until the season's going on.
Right.
And so here in other words, you have these mandatory mini camps. The OTAs are not mandatory, wink, wink, nod, nod, or workouts, not wink, wink, nod, nod. You don't have to be there, whatever. Well, these guys are looking forward to going. And guess what? They're learning about each other and knowing each other, even if it's not just the plays. And this is going to be important in this day and age of the NFL because in training camp, as you know, Chop, they don't do 2-a-days no more. In the preseason, the starters don't play most of those preseason games, and they definitely don't play the last one.
Right.
So how in football, as is in a lot of sports, it's like all for one, one for all. You do it for the team, or you.
Right.
Well, if you're not invested that way, in other words, you just got there, you don't know these guys that good. Why are you going to give you everything you got? You say you will, but not necessarily. Well, this team bonding, this culture stuff that he's doing, it gives you a head start in September when all the other teams, most of them, the ones that
are just coming together,
and they haven't played any preseason games. You're getting the on-the-job training. That's why I was mad about last year when they had all these, we'll draft and develop team, and we're going to watch all these draft picks learn on the job, and they're not going to win these games, let alone the injuries happen. I'm like, you're watching on-the-job training. They're not going to hit the ground the same time, the same way. You got to have veterans there. In other words, I was mad at them last year when they said they're all in, but they let all the different veterans leave, and half of them went to Washington with Dan Quinn. I was like, you've got to have some kind of, you can't just have new guys up front.
No,
you're going to watch them learn.
Absolutely.
Even Tyler Guyton, we had to watch him learn. He might be good. Mozzie, he's still on. We're watching him learn.
We know him, Mozzie.
We already know why.
We already know.
So my whole point is this whole culture thing could help them win some games early. And maybe they'll be all on the same page by the time they get to the hard part of the schedule later on. That's what I'm thinking. He might be on to something. It might be worth a victory or two. In other words, they might be so in on it together, they could steal a win in Philadelphia the first game while the Eagles are celebrating their Super Bowl rings.
They're still drunk. They're still drunk off
the hangover.
Off the
Super Bowl.
Off the Super Bowl.
They might be able to say, because Dak Prescott, as a quarterback, he doesn't lose to the Eagles.
He doesn't lose to the NFC East.
Yep.
Historically. Wow.
Yep.
Good stuff. All right, Chris Arnold joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. He is in for both Bobby and Sean today. I'm RJ Choppy, Trevor, and Aiden alongside Colt McCoy at 8:40, but it's CA Confidential.
Yes. Last year at this time, my world became rocked because it went viral with Sean Kemp. Okay. Details next on 105.3 The Fan.
If it's happening in DFW sports, raise your right hand.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This next segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. Chris Arnold
got you down.
Is in for Sean and Bobby. Colt McCoy coming up at 8:40. Still going to rock the red zone at 9:20. And then, of course, crosstalk. Got Ranger baseball coming up today at 1:35, first pitch. We'll get you started at 1 o'clock with the pregame. But when I discovered I was working today with Chris Arnold, I was like, oh, baby, we're going to do a story time.
Yep.
A little CA Confidential.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what's coming here. And I don't care. They're all good. So let's have at it. Take the floor, CA.
Well, thanks, RJ. Thanks, Trevor. Thanks, Aiden. Thanks, all Tolos, for allowing me to share some of these stories from all these years covering sports and entertaining things. Last year at this time, my phone blew up. Last June. It's like, what the hell? I said, hey, CA, man, they're talking about you. Sean Kemp's talking about you on All the Smoke. I was like, you talking about the podcast? Yes, I was getting all these texts, and they were even playing the highlight from the podcast that they sent me the clip. And what it was, All the Smoke, for those who are not familiar, Steven Jackson, Matt Barnes, former players in the NBA, and they always have these special guests, and they're always talking about these good stories and stuff. And like a lot of former players, no matter what the sport, you always want to hear what's going on, what really happened. And so they're telling these stories, and they have Kemp on. And Sean Kemp, arguably the greatest in-game dunker of all time. We're not talking about dunk contest. Vince Carter got that.
Right.
Jordan put it on the map, but Vince Carter shut it down. During the game, Kemp, just go to YouTube. Nobody could dunk on your pumpkin head like Sean Kemp in traffic. Just crazy. And the Rain Man, Seattle Sonics. Well, Sean was on that show giving me credit for his career. And I know Sean all of these years, and he and I became friends because back in the day when Michael Jordan won the slam dunk contest in Chicago, everybody wanted to do a dunk contest. So I told K104, I said, we need to have a dunk contest. And so months later, we did. And Sean Kemp showed up from a junior college. And here's Kemp telling about the K104 dunk contest that started his NBA career.
So is this an urban legend? You got your first practice through a radio dunk contest?
I did, bro. Is that crazy or what, man?
Radio
man, I'm gonna keep this 100 with y'all.
Yeah, got to. What you mean?
Now, I'm in college at Trinity Valley, and we ain't but two damn restaurants there. It's the Dairy Queen and the McDonald's. That's your choice of restaurants you go out to, bro. And in Eastern Texas. And they came on the radio and they was like this. They said, hey, there's a dunk contest next Friday night. And the winner of the dunk contest gets to practice with the Mavericks all weekend. 3 practices. Yes.
Oh, you
they said crazy. 3 practices if you win the dunk contest.
And so guess what? I'm emceeing the dunk contest. They had like 70 guys show up from all over because everybody saw Michael Jordan and everybody can dunk. Kemp dominated that thing. And by the way, the finals were at halftime of a Mavericks game. This was like in May of that year.
Yeah.
Mavericks weren't going to the playoffs. It was like the end of the regular season. Where bottom line was Kemp wins the thing. Here's cut 2.
Oh, man.
Come on, Trevor. He's got perfect
we
game.
was down there at the Dallas Arena, man. It was probably 60 contestants, man. And I won the dunk contest that night. And I got a chance to practice with the Mavericks. Now, I get to the Mavericks practice, and guess who's on the damn team? My teammates. Detlef Shrimp, Sam Perkins. They on the team. And I come in and I get a chance to practice with them.
What was that like?
What? I wear their ass out of there.
And so, he's telling the story. And then this
And
is
what year was this?
I want to say it's like 89.
Okay.
88. Something like that, maybe 88, 87. Anyway, he's telling a story, and then he brings my name up.
If you don't, there's a guy that works for the Mavericks, man, light-skinned guy, Chris.
Oh,
his name is Chris something, man. I can't think of Chris's last name. He still works for the Mavericks, I believe. Their TV guy.
We'll find him.
He was on the radio. They sent me to the locker room. He actually came in the locker room, and this is where it kind of started. This is the night it started at. Because junior college, you hungry fucking dog.
Yeah.
You ain't popping off. You ain't in Kentucky no more. Chris Arnold. So Chris Arnold comes back in the locker room, and he was like, hey, man, you, what? He's like, man, you ain't got no agent? And I was like, man, he's like, let me be your agent, man. You gonna go hard tomorrow. And then I was like, man, I think I'm ready. I didn't know if I was ready then, but by the time I got back to Trinity Valley, I knew my ass was ready. Because he had just told me that. And that's when I started making these inquiring phone calls, man.
This is what's so crazy. I didn't say I need to be your agent. I said, if I were your agent. So here's where it gets crazy. Because he always, to this day, he credits me like, you discovered me, man. You started my career. You gave me the confidence. So here's what happened. There's more to the story to this. The contest was in May. And like I said, he won it. In June, they have the NBA draft. And I'm watching Mavericks having the draft headquarters for the reporters and stuff when we're watching the draft, and the Mavericks got some picks or whatever. And all of a sudden they say it's like late first round. The Sonics draft, Sean Kemp. Who? And I'm like, that's my guy. I couldn't believe he was a draft pick. He hadn't even played college basketball. The only reason he could come to be in our draft our dunk contest was because Trinity Valley, they hadn't played any games yet. He was taking some classes in the spring. He was going to play for him in the fall. I was like, what the hell? How in the world did Sean Kemp wind up being a first-round pick? And I was like, as soon as the Sonics come to the Mavericks, or to come to the play the Mavericks in Dallas, I'm going to ask him how the hell he wound up in the NBA. Well, the Mavericks played the Sonics like early November. I go straight to the locker room. I said, Sean, how the hell you wind up in the draft? He said, man, it's you, man. You got me started. I went, what? He said, no. He said, I said, well, how do they even know who you are? Mm-hmm. He said, man, I was Mr. Indiana in high school basketball.
He was Mattel's All-American.
Yes. He said, and so I signed with Kentucky. And he said, I hadn't even played a game yet. I was a freshman, and somebody stole the coach's son's necklace. And it's the coach, Eddie Sutton. Sean Sutton was the son. Uh-huh. He was on the team. He's on the bench. And he said, I knew who it was, but I'm a freshman. I ain't going to snitch. And he goes, if you don't tell us who it was, we're going to bench you or we're not going to let you play. He goes, F y'all, I'm a transfer. And so he transferred to junior college at Trinity Valley. And by the way, Trinity Valley also had Nick Van Exel. Not then, but that's where Nick wound up going too. So he's down at Trinity Valley. That's when he hears about the K104 dunk contest. And then I said, but how do the how do the Sonics even know about you other than that? He said, well, I met Magic Johnson back when I was in high school and stuff, and he was telling me you to come out to L.A. and work out with us at UCLA and it's not the summer league, but just work out with us and hang out because all the best players out here working out. He said, you never know. We might draft you. Lakers might draft you. He said, I'm down there thinking I'm going to be a Laker, and I'm working out with Magic Johnson and all these guys in L.A., and it turns out that the son of the guy that owns the Sonics is down there with a scout. And they drafted me because the Lakers had 2 picks that year. He said, I thought I was going to be a Laker with the second pick, and then wind up replacing Worthy. And he said, it didn't happen. The Sonics got me, and then we got Gary Payton, and the rest is history, and it all worked out great. He said, so this is where it got really wild. So he's telling me all this. This is like early November. He hadn't even played a couple of games. I said, Sean, I think you're good enough to be in the NBA Slam Dunk Contest. If I were your agent, this is what I would do. You need to make sure that when you're on the East Coast, especially, all the writers on the East Coast, they're the ones that kind of influence who can be in the Slam Dunk Contest, the best players who could dunk. And I said, I know Brian McIntyre, the vice president of NBA Communications. And I'll let McIntyre know, keep an eye on Sean Kemp with Seattle, because ain't nobody paying attention to Seattle on the East Coast.
No.
And so I said, if you get a chance, if you get in the game late and y'all winning big, you got to put on a show. You got to just dunk. You got to dunk. He said, you think so? I said, yes. And I'm going to tell all these writers, I'm going to call them up, and I'm going to tell, I know Stephen A. and I know Will Bond, all those guys. And back then, they weren't TV guys. They were writers.
Right.
And I said, I'm going to tell them, watch out for Sean Kemp, because when he got drafted, nobody knew who he was. I'm talking about, they were like, he's just a kid out of high school from Mystery, Indiana, and he didn't have this great reputation. And so I was like, you do what you need to do. So they played the Mavericks again in like January. I said, Sean, you got to, hey, how's it going? He goes, man, they kind of noticed me a little bit. I said, I gotta make sure I talk to McIntyre and make sure everybody pays attention to it. He winds up in the NBA Slam Dunk Contest. He doesn't win it. I think it was the year that D. Brown covered his eyes and pumped up the shoes and all that with his Reeboks. Plus, Sean's like 6'7". So it wasn't as impressive when you just dunking, and here comes little D. Brown from Boston Celtics, and he won it. But like I said, from that point on, Sean has this incredible career with Seattle and the Rain Man, and again, he was a great player, and then afterwards, but he's a really, really nice guy, and he lives in, I think he still lives in Houston. And the last time I talked to him really good, and he's like, man, you always started, man. He was like, you always started. Last time I talked to him, when Dirk retired, they had this big ceremony in Dallas, his last home game in Dallas, and the Mavericks surprised Dirk with some players that he always admired, because they asked him during the year. He didn't know it was going to be a celebration. They just asked him, like, over your career, who are you for guys? And he loved Detlef Schrempf from Germany. He loved Michael Jordan. And by the way, Dirk's fadeaway, Dirk always says this, and it's the movie of Dirk's life, that he got his fadeaway from Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan started doing a fadeaway after the Jordan rule.
And Dirk just changed it up a little bit.
Exactly. And a 7-footer never did that before, just Michael. Well, he also said he liked Charles Barkley, and he also loved Sean Kemp, because he said, I wish I could do it
you could dunk like him.
Could dunk like Sean Kemp. So Sean was coming into town, and he told me that they were going to have, these were the guys that were going to be there. And Jordan couldn't be there because Dwayne Wade was retiring on the same night, and Jordan's like, both of them invited him. He said, I'm staying out of that. I'm just going to stay at home and give my regards. So Dirk was pleasantly surprised with Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, Scottie Pippen, Sean Kemp, and Detlef Schrempf showed up afterwards, and Dirk started crying, and Kemp was like, and so I was talking to all those guys back in the back, and they're like, man, but Sean said, Chris, man, it was Chris. And then he does that
That's
up in
awesome.
smoke. So there you see his stories confidential.
Man, Franklin, injury attorneys, Fantech, CA Confidential, best segment on the radio. CA probably knows who shot Kennedy. Do you? Do you know?
I do know. I interviewed on G-Back. I interviewed the doctor.
We're going to talk about this in the break. I'm
a conspiracy theorist. JFK. I've been down to that grassy knoll.
Oh, you should have sent this in your email last night.
I interviewed on the air the doctor, the magic bullet. I interviewed because it's the 50th anniversary of that.
60th. It was the 60th, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about when I interviewed on G-Back.
15 years ago. Yeah. Wow. All right. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Colt McCoy. He has a camp in town. He joins the show coming up next. Talk with the KC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. You got Ranger baseball today, 1:35 first pitch right here on 105 to the Fan. Get started at 1 o'clock with a little pregame show. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
For Sean and Bobby today. Trevor in for Peyton. Aiden alongside as well. Pleased to be joined now by the great Colt McCoy for the first time ever. Former NFL and Texas Longhorn great Colt McCoy is bringing a celebrated youth football camp to Fort Worth. It's the 15th anniversary of the Colt McCoy Performance Camp. More than just football, all proceeds from the camp benefit the Cook Children's Healthcare System in Fort Worth. He joins us now. Good morning, Colt. How we doing today?
Colt.
Thanks for joining.
Hey, thanks for having me, boys. I'm doing good.
Man, it's so you've been doing this camp for 15 years. Like, what was the first thing that got you into wanting to do camps? Because you were still playing at the time. Like, what made you want to get into the camps that early during your playing days?
I just started camp whenever I went to the NFL. My dad was my high school coach, and he was like, "Hey, let's do a camp. Let's bring a bunch of kids. Let's give them some good instruction, some good skills, and talk life and talk football with them." And I was like, "All right, let's do it." A lot of it was for scholarship kids that from the Boys and Girls Club and from other places that could come over, and you just kind of pour into them for a couple days, and it was awesome. And I was like, after the first year, I said, "Man, I want to keep doing this." I brought out most of my coaches that coached me in junior high and high school that were all on my dad's staff, and it was great. And so now, we're 15 years into it. A lot of the same coaches now, they're all head coaches across the state of Texas and have won tons of games. And so these kids and these youth are getting great instruction, great teaching. We have awesome time. We run 40s. We get a good time. We play games. You get a lot of skill and instruction, throwing and catching the football. So it's a ton of fun. I look forward to it every year. And this year all the proceeds benefit Cook Children's Hospital here in Fort Worth, which is it's really an awesome partnership, and really excited about it.
What's Colt McCoy the coach like? Because I know some players can do it, but they can't teach it right. They can't explain it. Some guys are great at it. What's Colt McCoy the coach like?
I wouldn't say I'm great at it. I bring great coaches in. My patience level. I'm more of a, hey, just watch me do this and do it like I do it kind of coach, which isn't a great coach. But I'm working on it. I coached my girls softball team this year. They're 8 and 9-year-old team, and I coached my son's little baseball team. And so I had to really dive deep and start learning how to be a real coach.
Your daughter's going to want to go to UT and be a softball player there. They won the national championship. Yeah. Hey, by the way, Colt, you're one of my favorite. I went to OU, but you're one of my favorite quarterbacks, period. I just want you to know that from the high school days, UT, and then I was just telling Choppy, I was like, in my mind, Colt, you were Chase Daniel before Chase Daniel, one of the best backup quarterbacks. Even though you were a starting quarterback too, I was like, you were always ready and you were always going to play. And so you were had an extended NFL career because you were just great at knowing wherever you were going to be, the system, and being accountable. With that being said, I used to always wonder if you would ever – did you ever come close to being the Cowboys backup quarterback? I always thought that you would be the Dallas Cowboys backup quarterback, and it just never happened.
Yeah. That's a good question. Listen, I love playing as long as I did. I would have played longer. I battled injuries. I never battled injuries in college. Once I got to the NFL, man, it was like I could give you 3 games and then something would pop up. And that was really frustrating. But to look back on it and know that I battled through a lot of that and got to play for 14 years, that was pretty special. Didn't meet all your goals and dreams and things you wanted to accomplish, but you learned a bunch, and I really choose gratitude for those 14 years. Cowboys never called me, man. I would have loved it.
I thought so, man. I was like, man, Colt's right. Well, you're in the Derrick Henry category. There's a lot of people that want to play for the Cowboys, right. and they never called him.
Colt McCoy joined us here on 105 to the Fan. How do you like doing media now? You're with Big Ten Network, right?
It's been fun. I don't know that I would consider myself a media guy. I don't value my opinion that much, to be honest. I do love talking football. It's what I've done my whole life. And whether that's, calling games and broadcasting or jumping on, people's podcasts or different radio shows, like I enjoy that. But again, I've just been around the game for so long. My dad was my high school coach, but he was a coach his whole life. So I was, the water boy at 3 years old. I love to watch it. I love to play it. I love to talk about it. It's been pretty fun.
All right, you're the commissioner of college football for a day. Are you fixing NIL or the CFP first?
Oh my gosh! I mean, listen, both of those are things that need to get fixed. But I would say NIL first.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's the competition is fine. Like, be the best. Go win the college football playoff. What more do you want? I don't care if there's one team or 17 teams. Like, just go win it. NIL. My issue is that we gotta figure out the transfer portal,
Mm-hmm.
and I think there's a lot to figure out. And I'm no expert on this matter, but to keep the sanctity of college football, I want the team and I want it to be team and not corporate, right? It's not free agency every year. I want there to be, there's reasons why guys transfer and things pop up. You're injured or you lose your spot or your coach leaves or, situations change. I get that. But, just bouncing around, to me, if we can control a little bit of that and help in that way, I think everything else kind of filters down from there.
We're talking to the great Colt McCoy. This is 105.3 The Fan, the Sean and RJ Show. And Colt, bringing up college football back when you were, well, put it like this. Have you had a chance to talk with Arch Manning much? And I'm asking all this because you're a legend for the UT Longhorns, and you had to follow Vince Young, and you had a stellar career yourself, but still, quarterback for UT is a very interesting position.
Yeah, it's like being an NFL quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The media and the pressures, and it's a privilege for sure. I spent a lot of time with Arch. I mean, listen, Arch is a great young quarterback, and he's got a lot to prove, a lot to go. He's excited. I think us as fans are excited to watch him play. I think Quinn did a great job. I think if you look at where the program is, Sark has done a wonderful job of building a team and building the team he wants. And when you have a good, healthy quarterback room, the rest of the team kind of follows that. And so his ability to have managed Quinn and Arch in the same room and groomed Arch to kind of be ready to take over this, I just think it's a really healthy place and healthy environment right now in college football. I don't think there's anybody better than Sark at recruiting talent and retaining talent and growing talent. I mean, I know that Texas, has an edge that way with Coach Sark. So excited to watch Arch play, but excited to watch this team. I mean, it's a tough schedule. There's a lot of new faces. I mean, you got a first-year quarterback coming into his own that everybody's talking about, but you got 5 new offensive linemen that are playing in front of him, right? You got a whole new secondary. You got a few new receivers, new tight end. Like there's a lot of new faces that they're going to have to get experience real quick. I mean, you go up to Ohio State week 1, you got to go to Florida, you got to go to Georgia, you got to play Oklahoma in the Cotton Bowl.
Oh,
I mean, that's not an easy schedule. So I'm excited. I'm fired up. I think Arch is going to be great. But this team has got to really mature quickly because they lack experience that they had last year.
Man, you bring that schedule, especially that road schedule, with 5 new offensive linemen and a new quarterback. That's nightmarish. Hey, I always had this question about Texas because it's a great mystery to me how they haven't won more championships with all the talent. Is there more noise around that program as a player that at 18, 19 years old you're just not equipped to handle? Like, is it? You know what I mean? Is it you said it's like an NFL job. Is there just too much noise for basically a kid to have to deal with?
I don't know if it's too much. It's just it's the flagship school in Texas. It's where everybody wants to play. And, I count my blessings because I came in as a nobody. I lowered our overall class ranking because I wasn't really ranked coming out of high school, right? So I didn't have to deal with, you're crowned as king when you walk on campus, like Vince Young or Garrett Gilbert or Quinn Ewers or Arch Manning, who are all the top-rated recruits in the country, right? That's a different animal, right? But then you play as a freshman and, you go out there and win a bunch of games and you win a bunch of awards. And then all of a sudden, like, wow, you feel it. The expectations all of a sudden went from, really nothing to, we want to win a natty every year. And so you feel that. You walk around campus, you're this quarterback for the University of Texas. It's a privilege, but it's a job and it's stressful. And when you make that transition from college to the NFL, it really felt the same for me. And I think that's one of the unique parts of being able to have the opportunity to play football at the University of Texas.
Hey, Colt, is there still room in the camp? When is it? Where is it? Tell us all the details.
Yeah, tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. I've had this camp in Austin for years. Moved to Fort Worth after I retired last year. It's been awesome. So thankful to live here, but also to be back in the state of Texas. Wanted to have my football camp in Fort Worth where I live. It's going to be awesome. Friday and Saturday, 9 to noon. There's still some room for signups. I've got about 25 coaches that are great coaches that are coming to coach and instruct and teach these kids. I'll be out there. May have a few special guests come out. But yes, you can sign up. You can show up. It's at All Saints here on the west side of Fort Worth, Friday and Saturday from 9 to noon.
Hey, before you go, did I hear you correct? Did you say you live in Fort Worth now?
I do. I live in Fort Worth now. How about that?
It's my side of town.
Yeah.
My town. All right.
Shout out Fort Worth.
Yeah, my neighbor. All right. Hey, Colt, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. ColtMcCoyCamp.com for register.
Okay. Appreciate it, guys.
Yes, sir.
Great Colt McCoy.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Fort Worth's
the
own.
ultimate Texas football name.
Yes.
There's
Exactly.
nothing will beat it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Nothing
It's
will
perfect
beat
fit.
it. Perfect fit.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Friday Night Lights.
Perfect bleeping fit. Colt McCoy. Let's get you set for Game 6. We have barely talked about this. We've barely talked about Game 6 tonight. Could Tyrese actually help his legacy out by sitting? Ooh, baby. And the Red Zone coming up at 9:20. It's all next on 105 to the Fan. After we get you over to Platinum 4.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has loads.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be What was it? Pepper Lady.
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan, 9 o'clock hour, fist pump time on the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Sean and Bobby are back tomorrow. Trevor in for Peyton. Here's you got Aiden in the back, working on the fan cam. We got crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40 tonight. Though it is a potential for Oklahoma City to wrap up the NBA Finals, just like Florida wrapped up the Stanley Cup Final when they came home in 6. This would be on the road for them to win in 6 games, but we do not know whether Tyrese Halliburton will play tonight with the calf strain.
Yeah, it's. I would say it's probably unlikely. They're listing him as questionable, but part of this is it's the playoffs and it's strategy. It's kind of like hockey. You mentioned hockey, upper body, lower body. They want Oklahoma City to be thinking, well, there's a possibility.
Well, Rick's going to give the old, you'll find out 16 minutes before the game anyway.
Exactly.
That's what he said to us every single night at the arena.
Yep, that's Rick Carlisle's MO. But in a way, will this thing extend to 7? It's very possible because even though Halliburton is a great player and he's their team leader and he sets those guys up, it's not like he's the leading scorer every time. In fact, there have been games where he hasn't been that much of a factor statistically where his presence was felt. I mean, Siakam, if he were hurt, you say, oh, they don't have no chance at all. Pascal Siakam, for those who don't know, he went to high school in Louisville, went to this little school called God's Academy. Miles Turner went to Euless Trinity. He's going to get a big contract this summer. And, of course, Rick Carlisle.
I didn't know Miles went to Trinity. I knew he was from here. I didn't know he went to Trinity.
Yeah. Euless Trinity. His family always come to the Mavericks games whenever he comes into town playing for Indiana. He's the longest tenured Indiana player. He's going to get a big contract. You know about Rick being the head coach. He was head coach here. A lot of the assistant coaches on his staff with the Pacers this year, they were assistant coaches for him when he was with the Dallas Mavericks as well. So they've got some guys that have some local ties, but more importantly, they got some guys that can play. That Naismith guy, Nesmith or whatever you call him, T.J. McConnell is probably going to step in and play.
Man,
that's the little point guard.
He's turned into a decent player in the series.
Yeah, so they got a shot, and they're playing at home where you're going to have that atmosphere. They shouldn't win on paper because Oklahoma City's got the number 1 defense. Oklahoma City's got the best record. Oklahoma City, but for everybody who's like, well, they don't have a chance. Well, it was supposed to only go 4 or 5, right? And now it's already gone 6. And until Halliburton got hurt, shoot. If some bus were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, but it could have gone 6 or 7 anyway if he had still been there. And also, they had a chance to wrap it up and they could have been up 3-1.
Yeah.
If Oklahoma City didn't do the same thing they did in
game
comeback.
4, yeah.
So to me, it's not totally wide open, but I'm enjoying the fact that Indiana's made a series out of this thing.
Yeah. Thunder are a 6-point favorite tonight. Started at 5.5, then went to 6.5 yesterday. Now it's back at 6.
They've been favored every game, right?
Yeah. The first take shows are asking, are the Pacers better off sitting Halliburton? Let me change that up a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's worse for his legacy? Sitting and them winning, or him playing and them losing and him playing poorly? Because, and look, I don't want to say legacy. Legacy is the wrong word because he's not a legacy guy.
How about reputation?
Yeah, reputation. Because he's not a legacy guy. He's
not yet.
He's not good enough.
Nope.
Reputation. People, legacy, reputation, whatever it is, narratives don't care about context and nuance.
Never. They don't care.
It doesn't. It never factors in. It never
win or lose.
factors. Yeah. No, but so Aikman's got 3 Super Bowls. The Cowboys ran the ball an awful lot. He didn't have to throw a pass in the second half.
Right.
So everybody knocks him for that.
For touchdown. No touchdowns. And Michael Irvin said, that's my fault. I would get tackled on the 2-yard line and Emmett run it in.
Yeah. So, but
they always count the quarterback's touchdowns.
Yeah. So they don't care that the Cowboys had Emmett.
Right.
They knock Aikman for it.
Yeah, he wasn't the greatest of all time.
Right.
He's not in the conversation.
It doesn't matter that when Brady won his first 3 Super Bowls, they were largely a defensive first team. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
He won them. That's all that matters. People have memories, quite frankly, about as good as my father did at the end when it comes to nuance and context. When it comes to legacies, all it is it's just very cut and dry. So what's better for him? Because no one's going to give him the injury excuse.
Right. So
Kendrick Perkins already said that.
And it didn't even help that it came out before, while the playoffs was going on, that they did a secret survey of players, and they said he's the most overrated player in the league.
Yeah.
His peers were saying that kind of stuff. It's like, wait a minute.
I guess if he plays and he plays well and they win, that gives him a Jordan flu game.
Yeah, that adds to it.
But they don't give you a benefit of the doubt when you lose.
No, they don't. And so for him, I think if he could play, he would. And it's not even about protecting his career. I think it's kind of, he's got the same injury that Luka had. Okay, this calf injury, the strain.
Same one?
Yeah, I'm not
saying. Luka was out for like 2 months.
Well, that was, it got worse. I'm just saying Luka played through it last year. So there's 2 ways to look at it. Just like hockey, but we don't know how bad it is. Luka played through this calf strain last season during the playoffs. He did not, it got worse and hurt him bad in Christmas last year.
He missed the Clipper game. He missed a Clipper game last year. Is that what in the playoffs?
Yeah, and he also, the year before, it was the same left calf strain that got Brunson time against Utah, and everybody realized how great Brunson is. If Luka never hurt that calf, then Brunson's not running the team for the Utah series. So again, we don't know how the extent of the strain and how bad it is, because like hockey, they're not going to tell you. It'll be a competitive disadvantage to let everybody know exactly the details and how many weeks he's supposed to be off, or days or hours, or what kind of electronic stimulation they're doing. Jumping it with the with this the electromagnetic stuff on it. The bottom line is we just don't know. But if he never plays the rest of the series. All right, let's say they lose tonight. If they win it without him, and Game 7 he still doesn't play, it doesn't help his reputation. If he pulls a Willis Reed, he doesn't play tonight, but then they force a Game 7, and then he comes off the bench with one leg. For those who don't know about Willis Reed, the only time the Knicks won the championship back in the early 1970s, Willis Reed was supposed to be out. Then all of a sudden, he walks into and everybody just loses their mind in Madison Square Garden, and it lifts the Knicks to the championship, and that's his legacy.
Yep, absolutely. So that's
otherwise, Willis Reed is just a good player. He's not. Yeah, he's legendary because
he scored 4 points in that game.
Exactly, but he came off the bench and he wasn't supposed to play.
If that happened in Sacramento, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
The
New York
Garden.
City.
The Garden.
It was New York. That's all it is. And outside of New York, nobody cares.
Exactly.
Nobody cares.
Especially 70 years ago.
I mean, basically, right?
Basically.
1972
or 71, something like that.
It's 50-something years ago,
exactly.
man.
Nobody
care about that.
That's 20th century.
Sean and RJ here on 105 through Fan. Chris Arnold in for Sean and for Bobby. All right, so Stephen A. and John Morant are fighting on social media. And it all started, and this is a shot at your town. This is where you were born.
Memphis,
Tennessee. All right, I spent a lot of time in Tennessee.
Yeah, you went to UT.
But nobody realized it's completely opposite sides of the
exactly.
It is a world away.
Yeah, Knoxville's way down
We're
there.
in the mountains
east
versus
end.
the plains.
Yeah, Nashville's in the middle. Memphis is by the Mississippi River.
So this is Stephen A. Smith. This was the other day. This is what got it all started. Now, he was on First Take with, it was one of the Morris brothers.
Yeah, Markeith or Markeith is on TV right now.
That was it. It was on Markeith.
Yeah, Markeith played with the Mavericks and then traded with Luka to the Lakers.
And so he was on with Stephen A. was on the show with him, and they were talking about why nobody wants to play in Memphis.
Marcus, listen, I know y'all got to go. You gonna tell folks why nobody wants to be in Memphis, or you want me to do it?
No, for a player like me, I just don't think that the league, like, for guys like me, I love to be in Memphis. I embrace it, but you got to identify those guys, right? And it's not that simple, especially a younger guy to identify that wants to be in Memphis. I want to hear you say why you think
the people in Memphis is a great sports town, great fans, great people. Yeah. But there's an element there where cats like Jimmy Butler and others don't feel it's the safest environment. I'm talking to the local authorities in Memphis. You got to clean some of that stuff up because it's dissuasive to NBA players. They have talked about it. I know they've told me.
Okay. Any comments?
Stephen A.
Because you talk to a lot of players yourself.
And I grew up in Memphis. And I was on the radio. I started my radio career in Memphis.
First of all,
my
every
sister
city.
and brother-in-law, nephews and nieces, they all still live in Memphis. I got friends from high school days in Memphis. This is no different than saying, oh, nobody wants to play in New Orleans. Why? New Orleans is the murder capital of the world. Nah.
Every city's dangerous.
Every city. Chicago. Oh, it's Chirac. You go to South Side. New York. You could go L.A., San Francisco. You can name a big city and say, nobody want to play. Yes, they do. They will play there, and there's always something that people will say, well, you know what? You got to deal with this, or you got to deal with that. And John Morant was sticking up for Memphis, and he's not even from Memphis. He's from, I want to say he's from Virginia, or he's on that end, the opposite end. Yeah, Ja.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I want to say Virginia or somewhere. Yeah. Somewhere close to the East Coast, but not a big city. The bottom line is, Stephen A., he mentioned Jimmy Butler. That may just be Jimmy Butler's opinion alone. There's parts of Houston you don't want to live in. There's different wards in Houston.
Parts here you don't want to live in.
There's parts of Dallas-Fort Worth you don't want to live in. That's more dangerous or whatever. Or you just got to be about it. You either got to be about it or say, this is where I want to live. But it's not like it's a destination like everybody wants to play in Miami. It's not everybody wants to play. Name a city. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not a destination, but that doesn't mean nobody wants to go there.
Every big city has two things. It's got an area you don't want to live in, and it's got a rich area.
Yeah.
And guess what? NBA players live in the rich area.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Generally speaking, right?
Yeah.
So you don't. Yeah, you could say, well, nobody wants to go. They're too dangerous. They're not talking about us,
right?
They're talking about people in the NBA don't live in our world. They have money that we will never see.
This is what I'm gonna tell you. What probably led to Stephen A. making that statement. And like I said, me and Stephen A., we go way, way, way back. He's a dear friend. He probably came with that conclusion because Ja was getting in trouble. But that's Ja, with his gun.
Yeah.
But that's any city in America that could happen. Ja could have been in any city doing the same stupid things.
Here's what Ja said on Twitter. Talking about the Grizz won the finals with these cap sources. He goes, instead of focusing on the performances we've seen from J-Dub, Shea, TJ, Siakam, how the series is going. Boy, he noticed he didn't say Tyrese.
Mm-hmm.
We say something negative about a city team on a national level. Stephen A. clapped back on Twitter. So this is what we're doing now, John Morant. I recall top of the finals, but the Memphis Grizz made news because Bane getting traded and your possible extension. Would you prefer I go into detail about what the hell's been going on in Memphis, why players have stated? This is what why players have stated they're not interested in going, or even more details. Would you like me to leave well enough alone and let the great peeps of Memphis address it on their own? Your call. I'm all ears.
Like I said, this is clickbait. And the bottom line is every city has different issues and different parts of town that are rough. And again, some cities handle a little bit better. Some cities are still dealing with it. Memphis has to sit. It's like, wow, so-and-so got shot at a cookie shop. What? Well, guess what? Because it was a cookie shop, it stands out a little bit more. But people get shot in places all the time. In fact, to show you how stuff can be random and it can be a reputation. Sometimes it's warranted and sometimes it's not. I went to New Orleans. I took me and my wife and kids to New Orleans on New Year's Eve. 2 years ago. Not last year when that guy ran a car into the crowd and all that. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
It was the year before.
Right before Super Bowl.
Exactly.
It was during the college playoff.
Exactly. Yeah, it was during the college playoff. They were talking about if they're going to delay the game and all that. It was during college playoff. I was there the year before New Year's Eve. Like, you're not supposed to go to New Orleans on New Year's Eve. It's rough. Well, guess what? We actually stayed close to downtown. Nothing happened. Maybe we were lucky, but nothing happened. So you just got to be prepared. You just don't go into places naive. But at the same time, it all worked out fine.
Yep. Laker Mike texted me, good friend of mine, said there's no place where black folks are comfortable around police. Crooked police and bad areas are two different things.
Yep.
There you go. That's because I don't feel comfortable in Highland Park sometimes.
Oh yeah. Sometimes like law enforcement. Sometimes some of them are aggressive, and they shouldn't be. And some of them are like, guess what? I know you. I'm familiar with this area, and whatever.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of who. It's just a matter of who is doing what in what area, and which ones are tripping and which ones are not.
Amen. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. We have made it to the red zone of the show. Woo-hoo. We are inside the 20, and we will do the red zone next on the Fan.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This next segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Excuse me. And at Personal Injury Lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan, and you have reached that portion of the show. That portion is known as the Red Zone.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Yeah, bingo! Shedeur Sanders. He likes to go fast. He was clocked going 101 and a 60. I don't think he went to Georgia.
What do you mean?
Georgia football players, man.
They're racing. Yeah,
they're always speeding.
Yeah.
Look, I can't. Honestly, I can't comment on this because I've gone 101 and a 60 several times.
I've gone
maybe even this morning.
I've gone over 100 miles an hour only one time, and I was in New Mexico. It was flat and it was highway, and you could see like 10 miles down the road. And I was like, there's nobody on the road. I'm going to open this thing up.
So he was doing this on Highway 71 at 12:24 a.m. on Tuesday. He could either pay a fine or contest the ticket in court. Now, look, I'll say this. When I've done that kind of speed, it's never at 12:24 a.m. Because usually if I'm on the road at 12:24 a.m.,
you're coming back from
I have been up to no good.
Yep.
I have been up to no good,
Yep.
and when I have been up to no good, I do not do that.
Yeah.
But driving into work in the morning at 5 a.m.? Okay, because my assumption is that 5 a.m., it's like shift change for the police. I don't know if I'm right on that one.
That's what on the TV shows, that's when they're having their meetings.
Yeah, it's like they're kind of they're driving into the station and they're driving out of the station.
Exactly.
And they're not looking for me. They're looking for trouble. They're not looking for me.
Right.
But yeah, man, 101 and a 60 at 12:24 a.m. on a Tuesday night.
You're just not supposed to go that fast anyway because anything can happen. But
anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Even there was nothing more than speeding because they would have gave him every test, touch your nose if they even thought a hint of anything.
There's no doubt. Like he knows. He's known this for a long time.
He knows.
He's got a target.
Exactly.
He has a target,
exactly.
And we know right now there's virtually zero chance that he was doing anything.
Anything other than driving. Other than speeding.
Yeah.
And by the way, quick shout out to.
I got a rule. I only break one law at a time.
Yeah, one law. Exactly.
That's it. Break one law at a time.
Keep it simple.
Don't break two. Break
Keep
two,
it
that's when
simple.
you start getting in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Well, shout out real quick to his dad, Dion. Coach Prime, remember he's got this health issue.
He's had a lot of health problems since he got out of the league, man. He really has.
He had to get 2 toes amputated with the blood clots and stuff. And so he's been missing some things, some events he was supposed to attend as, coach of the Buffaloes in Colorado. And so everybody's worried about him. And he says overcoming some health issues. He's trying not to be specific about it. And his son, Dion Jr., who, the older brother for Shador, he was saying on a live stream that, he's dealing with an undisclosed health issue. Well, yesterday, he showed up on a Zoom or something, Coach Prime did, and he said that everything's fine and will continue to be so. But he's still being kind of vague about it, kind of like I said, hockey, upper body, lower body.
Mm-hmm.
And even Michael Irvin said he actually started tearing up talking about Deion, saying he just feels so bad for him having to battle all these different health issues when he's used to, Deion being just the greatest athlete. So, keep it up with you. Hope everything works out.
Very good. Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
Albert Breer, who is he basically took over for Peter King.
Yeah, and Breer used to be here at the Morning News.
Yeah, he was with the Morning News for a while.
Mm-hmm.
He says that he thinks that Kirk Cousins is kind of at peace and isn't really looking for a trade anymore.
So he's going to be the backup.
He's going to be the backup, and he said that he would take a trade and waive his no trade clause for the right situation, but he's not just going to go anywhere to start.
Yeah.
So, give me the worst team in the league, right? Whoever the worst team in the league is.
Yeah, these days.
These days.
The Jets.
Giants.
Giants, Jets.
If they came calling, he might not go.
Right.
But if
Seattle. Right. Oh, I know. Some team close to where he lives was, saw him.
So that's part of it. His wife's from Atlanta.
Yeah, that's why
I think Alpharetta.
Yeah, that's why they had no problem with the Falcons.
That's why they moved there. That's why he signed there, basically sight unseen, whatever. And that's why he is saying, look, we don't want to move. I've made my money. I've had my career. I'm at peace. Which, fine, whatever, right? It's your life. He's getting older. You got to live. But so I'll say, if a great roster. If Jared Goff gets hurt in training camp,
oh yeah,
I could see Kirk saying, "All right, you know what? I'll come out of retirement. That's a good team, good offensive line. I'm not going to get beat up. Let's go." But short of that,
yeah, why would he?
I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's really at peace.
Yeah.
If the Titans don't, if Cam Ward gets hurt and then Will Levis gets hurt and the Titans call, I don't think he's getting out of bed.
Right. He's got a really balanced life. I gained big respect for him on that quarterbacks documentary thing that they did Patrick Mahomes and Peyton Manning produced it. I was like, wow, I didn't know all that about Kirk. Now I like him. Because I used to think, Kirk, he can't win a game after 3 p.m.
No,
I used to think that.
I don't think. Yeah, if Anthony Richardson gets hurt, I don't think he's going to Indy.
I don't either. It would have to be somewhere in Michigan, back to Minnesota, or staying put in Atlanta. I think he's just comfortable where he is.
Well, I totally forgot about the Michigan angle.
Yeah, Michigan State.
Totally forgot about that.
But yeah, I think he's not going to New Orleans because there are people like, he'd be the perfect fit.
Yeah.
Because New Orleans don't really have a quarterback because Derek Carr's hurt, and what's his name from Louisville? He's not ready.
Shuck.
Shuck.
Even though he's like 30 years old. He might as well be. It's the Red Zone here on 105.3 The Fan. Jair Alexander, he has signed with Baltimore on a 1-year, $6 million deal. Man, I gotta say, I think I would have done that. If I knew it was 1 year and $6 million, I think I would have done that. That's pretty low. Even if he's lost a step, that's a lot of money for just that's a lot of a rebate, of a discount for just one step.
Well, he's tight friends with Lamar Jackson, and if you look at just his health over the last couple of years, he's only played like 6 or 7 games a year. It's like he's always hurt. So I don't know. That is, like I said, it's real cheap.
It's like $1 million a game. That's a real cheap contract, though. I mean, you're getting a great deal, man.
Yep.
I
don't think he would have signed anywhere else for that low of money.
You don't think so?
I think he.
Look, man, for a guy that was a great corner 2 years ago, that was like he was a lockdown. He just shut down Justin Jefferson. That nobody team was interested. There wasn't a bidding war. You got it for $6 million in 1 year. Maybe I'm just losing my mind here. I don't know.
I'm serious. I think he just did the hometown discount with his buddy. Played with Lamar Jackson. He knew they might have a chance to win a Super Bowl ring.
All right, so I gotta go at the NFL owners here.
Mm-hmm.
The NFLPA has called out the NFL. So, what's happening next year in the United States of America?
World Cup.
The World Cup.
Uh-huh.
What stadiums are going to host the World Cup? Some of the games?
NFL stadiums, including
NFL stadiums.
AT&T Stadium.
Wow, AT&T, MetLife.
Yep. Kansas City's going to get one, too.
Yeah.
And just, I think Miami, and I want to say somewhere on the West Coast, too.
I'm sure SoFi
is
going to get one. A lot of those stadiums, what kind of surface do they play on?
Not all of them are natural grass.
Not all of them
and
are
all of them
natural
have to spend millions of dollars reconfigure. Even AT&T, they're going to do some rearranging.
All of them have to be on natural grass. For this.
Mm-hmm.
And the NFLPA is really going at these teams because there was the Club World Cup started this past weekend. It's being hosted here in the U.S. Basically like a tune-up, right? Well, MetLife seamlessly put brand new grass down. MetLife Field is where the Giants play.
Mm-hmm.
Since the year 2020, 17 players, including Nick Bosa and Aaron Rodgers, have either suffered ACL or Achilles injuries while playing on that surface. It's awful. And they're seamlessly putting in grass. And they can do this for the World Cup, but they can't do this for the very own players that they're paying. Like, you want to have your turf?
I'm with them on this. I'm totally with them because I remember when the Cowboys played at Texas Stadium.
Yeah.
All these players kept getting hurt, tearing their knees up.
Well, they were running downhill on that crowned field.
It was crazy. And I'm like, Jerry, why don't you change out? Emmitt Smith was always talking about it. He was like, it's hard. And in Philadelphia, they were saying it's like playing on asphalt because it was so hard.
Yeah.
So why, and these guys getting CTE, it's like, why would you not take care of your players, your own players, but you're going to take care of the World Cup?
Right. Now, they say it costs about $100,000 per game.
Oh, yeah. I believe it.
Okay. So that's on a normal year, that's $800,000.
Mm-hmm.
So you're too cheap to pay $800,000, but this field, this MetLife, who's had, let me see here, 17 players since 2020, so 5 years, that's 3 a year. 3 a year have gotten season-ending injuries. So you're paying out way more than $800,000. You're paying their salary to not play, and then you're guaranteeing their salary for the next year because they got hurt.
Let alone you got to draft another guy or pay somebody else.
So you're
trade for.
Instead of, you're so cheap to not pay the $800,000 up front that you're willing to sacrifice hundreds of millions down the road. It's
Makes
so
no
dumb.
sense.
It
It's
is
so dumb.
Stupid, and it annoys me. And
I'm with you.
I hope the NFLPA wins on this one. That's my soapbox. That's it.
You're here. And by the way, I'm going to tell you something else I like about you. And you know this, we talk about it off the air. You and I are the only ones on this station that love maps.
We do love maps. I'm a big map guy.
I'm a huge map guy. I can name where all the states are. I mean, I love that kind of stuff. And I had my wife one year for a Christmas present just gave me a coffee table book of just a map. It was just different maps. And I was so happy.
Those big atlases, the laminated folder on top.
You know what? Google Maps is my drug.
I love it.
I love it because you can go. I mean, it's just too. It's
we are
my
map
toy.
people.
It's
the big fella Brian Purdy is too.
Oh, good.
He's a big maps guy.
Look out.
Yeah, we're map nerds, man.
Mm-hmm.
Map nerds. All right, let's go. Crosstalk, the K&C Masterpiece. They are at Globe Life Field. They will join us next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has low review products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, it's your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
remember that Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We have reached crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. They are out at Globe Life Field getting you set for Ranger baseball today. Of course, they've got a shortened show because why wouldn't they? Everybody has a shortened show except for us. We never do. We never ever do. We need the Rangers to play in Japan on that opening series for that to happen. Or maybe we are the official station of the Olympics. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe that could get it. So we have Zach, Alec, and Carter at Globe Life Field. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Chop. It's two gingers and the Jew.
I heard you say that yesterday.
You know what? I like that. I like that. That's very, very good.
It's very poetic.
So there's no K and C period over there. Just the masterpiece that that is the famous Alec Medford with Carter Freeman, who is he's an encyclopedia of college football.
I mean,
and of course,
I am the C, right? Like we have part of the K and C, but it's really the ZAC, the Zach masterpiece today.
Yep, you got the C for Carter Freeman, as you mentioned, the famous Alec Medford. You got
the Zaxter piece.
The Zaxter. Yeah, there you go.
I like that. Ooh.
But yeah, I mean, you guys have talked about it this morning, Chris. I mean, what the hell? I mean, did they not? Well, what's up with this on Juneteenth?
Oh, dude, the gall of Sean and Bobby.
I was told Tim Collins was so excited he ran in, told Lucius like, "Hey, I got you off, man." Did you so? But the morning
did
show,
he really?
like, yeah,
go ahead, mark that.
What
did he really?
We got Bobby and Sean off. I guess Sean, there's a little color there, right? But Bobby, like, what the hell?
That's a little color.
You know, if I wasn't on there this morning, I would be in Fort Worth doing the little walk and the whole 9 yards. But hey,
can you make it? What time does that start? What time did that start?
It's too late. It's already started. I think it's 9 o'clock.
9 a.m.
And Dr. Opal, I did meet her a couple of times over the years. In fact, I last saw her I want to say it was last year at Globe Life Field. I was emceeing the HBCU Classic, King Griffey Jr.'s Classic. And so I was down there, and she had her HBCU baseball jersey on, whole 9 yards. She's 90-something years old and sharp as a tack. But she's not going to walk this year. She's like the grandmother of Juneteenth, and she used to walk all the way to Washington, D.C. all the time, way, way, way back in the day to let everybody know about Juneteenth. But, yeah, she's an amazing woman. But I'm working. Lucius got off. I guess I could read.
Oh.
What?
I'm just playing.
I don't know.
Literacy jokes. Wow.
I don't know.
No, it has not. Wow. See, obviously y'all didn't get it. Lucius is probably laughing right now.
Guilty as charged.
Lucius reads liners all the time. In other words, the slave that could read was always in trouble. As I say, I guess I could read. Mm-hmm. Tom Jones used to call me the slave that could read.
That's what you're
See,
going
I went way
I didn't know you were going with that one.
Yeah.
God.
I'm just trying to tread lightly, Chris.
Yeah.
Well, you're the one to name your show.
That's true. That's true.
So if you can tread, I can tread.
I love the
I
tread.
thought we were in a safe space.
We are in a safe space.
We're very safe space. Very safe. What do we have coming up with the show today?
Well, it's a tremendous question there, Chop.
Yeah,
Carter's Corner coming up at 10:20. You can't spell college football without Carter. AM on the FM at 11:20. And then we got Sands previewing the game at 11. Jim Cochran, Executive Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer of your Texas Rangers at 11:40. So we're excited, man. It's going to be fun out here as we're at the Comerica backyard at Globe Life Field. So if you're coming out to the game, make sure you say hello.
Is Carter's Corner college football related, or are we talking music today?
It's generally college football related, but I have had this idea for the last couple days because the Sabrina Carpenter album cover has caused so much controversy over the last, about week or 2 weeks since it was announced, and I don't get it. I think it is way overblown, so we're going to get into that, but I want to hear from the Tolos.
She can sing.
She can absolutely sing.
Oh, she's
got a ton of great hits.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the point. It's this pearl clutching over this album cover that I want to get into. And I want to hear about the sports stories you think are just so overblown there's no reason that they should be getting as much media coverage as they should. That's what I want to hear from the Tolos, because I got several, because I want to relate in Tiger Woods and Kevin Durant into this story. I found a way to weave it all together.
All right, so I'm looking at this album cover. And it's her in a black dress on her hands and knees.
Yep.
Oh.
And
She's touching this guy's knee.
There's a man standing over her. She's touching his knee. and he has her by the hair.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep. And the album's called Man's Best Friend.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a play on words as a dog.
Yeah. Especially the certain B word you could call
She
a dog.
went full Doug Christie on this.
Wow. So what are people saying about this? What is the pearl clutching?
It's all about how it encourages, sexist male gaze, that kind of thing. Like it's empowering the male gaze as opposed to the fact that it's art. It's an album cover and it's clearly making fun of it or it's reclaiming it. I think if you take one look at it, and especially the way that Sabrina Carpenter makes her music, it's all a play. None of it, in my mind, is saying, yes, it's really good for you to do this to women. No, it's her doing her own thing because she wants to. I think in her eyes, it's very empowering. There's nothing about it that is like playing into a negative in my mind. So I just think it's super overblown. Like I think Madonna did this in the 80s. There's so many other album covers throughout history that have gotten the same reaction that's just totally overblown. So
well, good luck with this topic. I hope it works out well for you.
Yeah, can't wait.
I think my favorite part about it, Chop, is that a bunch of. I think my favorite part of it is that a bunch of the female WWE superstars have been recreating this cover and posting it on Instagram.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so like some people, to Carter's credit, are really like mad about it, but it seems like everybody else is having fun with it, and like pro athletes and celebrities are catching on to it. So, I mean, I think it's all good fun.
But like this, it worked because it's getting attention.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's 100%. It. It's like, because I think like we are because you're right. Madonna did something. I mean, maybe not something exactly like this, but Madonna was.
Oh yeah, like
she
a virgin.
Did a million things that
dress.
Today would have been completely
every album.
A coffee table book. I mean, yeah, she has a history.
Oh yeah, the coffee table book. That was wow.
Do I remember? I don't know that I remember that.
She said, since I don't want this, is why she did the coffee table book. She had a book of her naked.
Oh.
And it was like coffee table size.
If you have copies of that book, send it to 4131.
She said she was going to do that before somebody
care of RJ Choppy
finds old pictures of her, before she was a singer, and just puts those out there. She said, "I'll just show you I'm naked in this book, so nobody can say I found some pictures of naked Madonna."
Man, I had a big crush on Madonna.
You want to get ahead of it?
Am I weird for that? I had a big crush on her.
There's a lot of people who did. Not me, but a lot of people did.
Not your type?
You can do it, Choppy, but CA's like, I ain't about that.
Yeah, he was a Janet Jackson guy.
Nothing wrong with Jan. I mean, Jan's amazing. You kidding? Good grief. Good grief.
Right now, it'd be Halle Berry.
All right, so how many of y'all... Boy, Halle's great.
Yeah, she does not age.
She ages so well.
Ooh, yeah. Fine wine.
What is in her water? My gosh. What do we...
There's still songs. Halle Berry, Halle Berry.
Have y'all seen the movie Jaws?
Yes.
Yes, in a while, but yes.
Tomorrow is the 50th anniversary.
Oh, wow.
Dun, 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 dun,
50
dun.
years.
50 freaking years. I want to give Peyton a homework assignment to go watch this. I'm sure he has never seen the movie before.
Never.
Good bet.
Good bet, right?
Yeah,
Good bet.
It probably is.
Good
I feel like
bet.
that is a rite of passage. Like that's an all-time classic. You just kind of see Josh at some point in your life, whether it's even just replaying on TV. But it is Peyton, and there are so many things where Peyton has no clue about, and I'm absolutely mind blown. I think that's one of your best segments that you guys do.
Yes.
Is he accidentally going to watch like Jaws 2, 3, or 4? Because they made all the sequels, and those ones are not worth watching.
That's amazing. That's good. He might. He really might. So I went and saw this article about like some of the interesting facts about the movie and like some strange things that happened, or how they did it. You remember the first girl that died where she was just swimming and she just keeps getting pulled down?
Yeah.
They tied 3 ropes to her, one to each leg and one to her hands, and they just started to have something underneath that was just pulling her back and forth.
Yeah.
And pulling her down. I had no idea.
Like it was
how'd
a
they do
shark.
this?
Yeah, how'd they do
this?
Yeah.
How'd they do that? I always wondered that one. I didn't know exactly how they did it. The mayor, they wanted somebody who looked and resembled Richard Nixon.
Really?
They wanted like
the 70s, yeah.
70s, like a sleazy mayor, whatever. The monologue about the USS Indianapolis that Quint did. What was it? Robert Shaw. Was it Robert Shaw? What was his name? I think.
Yeah.
Obviously based on a real incident. He just kind of like ad-libbed that whole thing. That wasn't in the original screenplay.
Wow.
And it was originally set for a 55-day shoot took almost 160 days for them to complete it.
Yeah, I
Wow.
knew it went way over the shooting time just because of the water scenes, and it really was probably the biggest budget movie / summer blockbuster to that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then a couple years later, Star Wars kind of did the same thing.
Mm-hmm. They used
guys,
like 6 sharks too.
Real quick, I do have some breaking news.
Oh, no.
Matt Duchene is re-signing with the Dallas Stars on a 4-year contract extension through the 2028-2029
Nice.
season, per the Dallas Stars PR.
Will the statue come with a penalty box?
All right.
Dang, isn't he like 34?
He's always in the penalty box.
Yeah.
Come on.
Man, he's going to be an old man. He's going to be like Marchand at the end of his time.
I think you're thinking Mason Marchment there, CA.
Yeah,
but,
you're right.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, look, Duchene was a 30-goal scorer. He just did nothing in the postseason. So I don't know. I don't know that this is making your team better, but I guess you're not getting any worse.
Not getting any worse. Yeah, look, the bottom line, you got to find a way to mimic what Florida did.
I'm with you, dude. I would be all about going to get Brady Tkachuk. I asked Greg Wyshynski of ESPN, because he's joined us a couple of times.
Well,
hey, do you think that could be a possibility? He does not think Ottawa is trading him, and that's why when I put out there, like, if you want him, you're going to have to overpay. That's why I threw out the Robertson Wyatt Johnston pairing, because Ottawa's not answering.
Oh, you want to get both?
I think you'd have to. Like, you're going to have to grossly over. He's the team captain for Team USA.
Yeah.
Like, this dude is one of the best players in the NHL. I don't care what the stats tell you. What he's bringing to your team.
He's absolutely one of the best players.
Absolutely. It goes beyond what the stats are showing you. So Stars fans lost their damn mind, but I'm just telling you, if you want to even get Ottawa to pick up the phone, you're going to have to grossly overpay to get a player like
you're
that.
going to have to offer Robo and or Wyatt and.
Yes.
I think he can maybe get away with Wyatt and Maverick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or Robo and Mav.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you can, but maybe that's where you start.
I mean, I'd love to not give up Wyatt Johnston. But
Yeah.
it's going to have to be something that, like, Ottawa's like, well, damn, yeah, okay, we'll take that. Because otherwise, they have no interest in trading him. He's their captain.
And find the money for Sam Bennett.
Dude, that'd be awesome. I mean, Aaron Ekblad, their defenseman, I think that could be a realistic option. But, gosh, if they could add Sam Bennett, that'd be a dream.
Just get some guys with cup experience. I mean, you got Sagan and Mikko, but that's really it, right? Like that's it.
Yep.
And Sagan's been a decade and a half. So, all right, enjoy it, gentlemen.
Appreciate you,
Later,
fellas.
boys.
All right,
We'll
there
see
it
ya.
is. KNC Masterpiece next. Thank you.
names.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Breaking Stars news, and where's your Rangers confidence right now? It is the KNC Masterpiece, but it's a different edition today on June 10th. It's myself, Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation. We've got the famous Alec Medford and the one and only Carter Freeman, who is now jumping on the air with the headset on, usually behind the scenes running and coordinating your video, and we appreciate you locked in with us, whether you're listening on the Odyssey app, terrestrial radio, YouTube, Twitch. We got Ruben Portillo out here producing because we're live from the Comerica backyard at Globe Life Field. If you're coming out for the finale of Rangers Royals today, make sure you say what's up to us. We got Jared Sandler coming up an hour from now. Jim Cochran going to join us at 11:40. The Rangers did lose last night. They have dropped the series now 6-3. Royals getting the best of the Rangers. I mean, the Rangers with a bunch of extra base hits last night. Unfortunately, again, it's just the struggle to get the big hit with runners in scoring position. So, hey, the bats are creating opportunities. They're just not cashing in on that. Patrick Corbin had what for him has become an uncharacteristically poor start, allowing 4 runs over 5 innings. They had a 4-game winning streak to the Rangers. They've now dropped 2 in a row, and the series finale today, which will be a bullpen day. And the Rangers have had success lately with the bullpen day, boys. It'll be Sean Armstrong. Last time we saw him going 3 perfect innings. Maybe we get more of that today.
Yeah, shoot. He almost it seemed like for a little while there last Friday against the White Sox, the Rangers are going to have a bullpen no-hitter. It felt like that game. The White Sox were so bad, like they've been for a long time now, that they weren't even going to get a hit off this Rangers bullpen. But since it is a bullpen day, I was wondering last night watching the game, the Rangers did end up using 4 relievers. So, and then you had Caleb Bosley go 3+ innings on Tuesday. So, have to see what it looks like after Armstrong. I know you got Cole Winn and Jacob Latz can probably go multiple innings for you to hopefully save them, because there's no day off. You know, Rangers go right into a series tomorrow. So, but you mentioned the extra base hits and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Late in that game, Adolis Garcia smokes a ball with runners on first and second. hit over 100 miles an hour exit velocity, straight to the shortstop. That's just, you like things you see. He had a great at-bat early in that game. He had a hustle double as well. But like you said, it's those timely hits. It's frustrating.
And Kevin and Corey talked to Boch yesterday, and I'm hoping that this is just a sign of good things to come as we get closer and closer to the All-Star break, because he said that it seriously does build confidence for guys whenever they do smoke a ball like that, even if it does go right, almost like magnetically right to a fielder's glove. You're still building that confidence that I'm squaring the ball up, I'm barreling the baseball, I'm seeing the ball well. And it is frustrating. I imagine that Bombi is just as mad as anybody right now that things aren't turning around when they have runners on the base paths, but you're starting to see that a little bit more. You're starting to see some of that from the younger guys too, like when Evan Carter's in the lineup, it feels like he's making really good contact right now. It feels like Wyatt Langford is getting his timing back. You're starting to see it. It's just not at the right times. So if we can kind of put things together, and today might not be the best day for it. It's a tough draw against Michael Wacha, who has been pretty good for the Royals. He's one of those tough luck losers that it feels like the Royals have a lot of, because their offense can be very, very streaky at times. He's 3-6 with a 3.3 ERA. Like, he's a pretty good hurler, and Boch even said that yesterday, that they've got some tough guys in this rotation, and we were talking about it before the series got underway earlier this week, that it felt like you could sneak away with a couple wins in this series just because the Royals offense will disappear just like the Rangers offense will, with good pitching even on their side. That just hasn't gone in the Rangers' favor so far.
No, it hasn't. And you're right. This is a stingy rotation here for Kansas City. I mean, you did dodge. You don't have Cole Reagans. He's hurt. Michael Lorenzen, 2 former Rangers, both currently not available for Kansas City. Rangers now falling 7 games back of Houston as the Astros continue to be really good right now. They've won 7 of their last 10. They're on a 2-game heater right now, and you got to just find a way to keep pace. That's why right now, like, the Rangers just don't have the luxury of dropping these games. They got to find a way to come up with those timely hits. 5 for 13 with runners in scoring position. They left 9 stranded today. We'll see, because you're right. Michael Wacha's been pretty good. I feel like Michael Wacha's been in Major League Baseball for about 20 years.
Yes. That's what I was going to say. That's your 2013 NLCS MVP for the Cardinals, and he's still out here getting work done.
No doubt. But, hey, I've seen some Ranger frustration, like, oh, they got to be sellers. I don't think that's where this is trending. We had CY, of course, on the G-Bag Nation on Monday. You're still just 2 games out of the wild card, and you're about to get some arms back. With good news with Cody Bradford, who could be starting a rehab assignment over the weekend. You've got John Gray eventually that's going to be returning. Hopefully things end up working out with Tyler Mahle here, and he can get back sooner or later. Same with Nathan Eovaldi. So it's just, can they finally get this offense clicking? I really thought we had turned a corner, but the signs are there. Like, it's more so than it was where it's just 0 for 0 for. I thought Adolis Garcia had a really, really good at-bat to drive in a run last night. And then, unfortunately, at times you still get some chasing. But hopefully you can avoid the sweep, get yourself a big win today. And if you're coming out, man, it's a good one. You've got the Marcus Semien replica ring.
Ooh.
I don't think there's any more of those available. Those are sold out. But if you're coming to the ballpark, that's what you're going to get. That thing's absolutely fantastic. It's gorgeous. I got one last year. You also have the Comerica work from the park for day games. One of that is going on today. Use promo code YARDWORK. That's all caps, YARDWORK. Get your tickets on Rangers.com/specials, and you can get out here and chill for just $21.84. That's quite the deal here. So make sure you're always looking to get your Rangers fix on.
Yeah, come work with us. I mean, we're here at the ballpark right now. We've got plenty of open tables right in front of us. Come, take a seat and come hang out.
One might say take a load off.
Take a load off.
Exactly. It's a take a load off Thursday here, and it's starting to get to that point in the summer, guys, where it is just hot as balls. So even the walk from Narnia, where we park, over here to the ballpark, it was like, how is it only, 9 o'clock when I got here? Yeah, I was like, really? Like, it's only 9 o'clock, and it's supposed to be, 95 today? It's going to be a nice, cool, 74 in here. It's going to be amazing. It already feels great in here.
It does. It feels much better.
Wonderful.
I saw the nips were chafing a little bit for you.
Yeah, and this is one of those shirts that probably needs to be retired, too, because it's getting on the tight side anyways. So we're probably going to make a stop by the mall after the game today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. 817 said Medford and Freeman are voice twins. Well, you are ginger twins.
Yes, true. Yeah. Yes, we both have that deep radio voice. You know what I'm saying?
The deep voice.
I've never thought of us having similar voices. I've thought that we look like we might be related in some direct manner, but I didn't think that we sounded alike too. But compiled on the fact that you're probably like 18 inches taller than me too, that it feels like I'm at just plenty of disadvantages here. You've got the golden voice, you've got the great hair,
and you compensate with the huge biceps and the everything that shows when you wear a tight shirt.
That's what I always say. The great thing about being a short, grown adult is I'm built like a bulldog. The muscle has nowhere else to go.
Walking muscle.
So it just piles up.
Versus string bean.
You're really shredded, dude. It's a Chris Angel optical illusion. Am I really that strong? I'm probably like average. But, I look like I'm a lot stronger than I am, so I'll take it where I can get it.
Hey, strongest on the show today. I think we can agree with that.
I agree. 100%, man. I wouldn't want to be picking a fight with Alec Medford. Not Little Red. You stay the hell away. Are you complaining about the hair? You think Carter's got better hair? I mean, look at these locks that you're rocking with.
I like the actual, color of his hair better than mine.
We're fighting over who's redder?
I think so. I think his has more of like a red auburn tint to it.
Okay, a little tinty.
Mine feels a little bit darker because I know my dad was a true redhead growing up, but his is pretty much black now. It's just complete. It's gotten so dark, and being in the sun will also have some weird effects on the color too during the summer. So my hair gets really dark this time of the year compared to Carter's. His is super vibrant. I'm like, I just want to take some of that.
You know what? I started. Just let me know, man. Next time I get a haircut,
give me a graft.
I'm gonna
plant some hair seeds in my hair.
Next time I get a haircut, scoop it
do
up
the Joe
the
Buck
ground.
special.
Exactly, we'll bring it straight to you. But I was not a redhead to start. I was actually blonde. So
what?
I said
I've heard of this.
I've always
You're
thought
a fraud.
It was years of swim team and chlorine redified and made my hair
Is
red.
anybody else in the family a ginger?
Mom is a ginger and
Okay.
sister's a ginger.
Well, there you go.
Sister's been a ginger since day one. I took some
That's a real
time
one.
to come into my own. So
It's a real one.
You're just like the Joker. It was like, all the chemicals and stuff turned you into a new man.
True. Exactly.
I kind of
And
respect it.
Some of the stuff I say behind you in the studio too, you'd probably think I had a little Joker brain.
You're definitely a villain. Yeah.
I wasn't
Can't
going to
wait
go
for
that
that
far.
to come out today.
No, I'm not towards me.
Oh, just towards other people.
No, just towards the world.
Really?
Yeah,
We
with
do
the
see the
brain
world
rot
burn?
content.
We do live in a society. I will leave it at that.
Okay. Both of you are beautiful men.
Your thoughts
6'3",
will
1'7", and we love you. I love both of you very much. I think you're both just outstanding, good-looking people. Ruben's probably the hottest here, though.
Oh, he really is.
I gotta say.
Yeah.
Stars made their first off-season addition, or not really. It's more of a re-signing, a retaining, as they have signed forward Matt Duchene to a 4-year, $18 million extension. Duchene did express, hey, I'd love to be back here with the Dallas Stars. He's been really good since Jim Nill picked him up and added him to this team 3 years ago. So you're looking at, $4.5 million. Jim Nill reporting, hey, we're thrilled to have Matt back with our organization. As our team's leading scorer last season, he helped to solidify our forward group while also providing invaluable leadership off the ice and in the community. The fit with Matt and our team has been seamless from the start, and we're looking forward to continuing to pursue our shared goal of bringing a championship to Dallas. And, hey, he was fantastic. I mean, immediately since they brought him in from Nashville, he's been a tremendous impact on that second line. He had 65 points in 80 games his first year with the Stars, and then last year, 30 goals, 52 assists. The problem was just kind of disappearing in the playoffs, and that's a big problem. He scored just 1 goal, had 5 assists, had a plus-minus of minus 16 in 18 games. Only worse was Wyatt Johnston.
Yep.
So, hey, I'm happy to have Matt Duchene back. I do think he is a good player, and the Stars need to, maintain what they can because they are totally strapped against the salary cap, but that's the big question now. They've got $450,000 in cap space per Robert Tiffin, okay? They also have to sign or replace Jamie Benn, Mikhail Granlund, Colin Blackwell, and Evgeny Dodonov. So they will certainly be making a move, I'm assuming, whether it's Mason Marchment, Matt Dumba. I don't know what's going to happen with Jason Robertson, but something else has to happen here for the Stars to offload and open up some more cap space.
Yeah, and Jim Nill is just too smart in my mind to not figure out some sort of way to finagle the cap, but whether it is moving some guys like that, just completely moving on via trades, or just letting some guys go and test the market. But to Duchene's credit, You know, a lot of guys kind of disappeared in the playoffs this postseason run. So that's where it came down to the whole, I think the wrong guy was in the right position to lead the group, because it just felt like everybody was a little bit, it gave me Tank Lawrence vibes of the we were burnt out kind of thing, where it was just like the wrong guys were not in it at the right time, and that to me speaks to leadership. And so it's not to dunk on Pete DeBoer about this signing, but I do think that this is a good signing. I do think that you need to try to keep some of that veteran leadership that Nil mentioned, because I do think he was a very important part of that locker room. And like you said, he did disappear at the wrong time, but his first year in Dallas was spectacular. He way overperformed in my expectations. I thought he was just going to be a solid veteran guy, but he was really, really, really good. And I do think he still has that inside of him. He still has that capability to be that elite scorer. He still has that ability to be a threat on a second line for really any team in the NHL. But he's going to have to prove it. And I do think that, they're going to make some more moves that are a bit more complementary to what they fell short in this postseason, which I do think the aggression is going to be addressed, which is why anytime you mention Tkachuk's name, I just, my ears perk up a little bit, and I get a little bit more excited about the thought of this offseason, even though it is a crazy idea, and it's probably a long shot. It's possible, but it's a long shot. Whenever we start talking about guys like that, that's why I'm not too hesitant to let some of these guys move on and to trade some of these pieces that might have bigger salary figures.
And it feels like that's about all you can do at this point, given the salary cap constraints and given how far the team has advanced over the last 3 years. You cap out in the Western Conference Finals 3 years in a row with more or less the same players. So I do think it's interesting that Duchesne is getting a 4-year deal when he signed consecutive 1-year deals, and now he gets the 4-year deal. I wonder if that could have, later down the line, if that's a movable contract. That's probably getting way too far in advance. But, I think if you really want to take a swing and get past the Western Conference Final, get into the Stanley Cup Final, you're going to have to move a Jason Robertson. You're going to have to move somebody like that, right? Just because you've seen what this group can do, and it's fine to bring Duchesne back, but I just don't. That's not nearly enough of a needle mover. And like you guys are saying, Jim Nill is a master at this. He's figured out ways at each of the last 3 trade deadlines to bring somebody in to get them to that point. But I think this offseason he's going to have to make as big of a swing as he possibly can. I think if you get a little top, you lose some of the depth to get a little top heavier, I would personally be okay with that. But I did see an interesting thing where a player in the NHL who's averaged more than $10 million a year has never won the Stanley Cup, which is a fascinating stat.
That's
and
wild.
Obviously the Stars have Mikko Rantanen making $12 million a season, average annual value.
Interesting.
So, that is something meant to be broken, I'm sure. I hope our Dallas Stars do it next year, but you're going to need a big swing.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, they were linked to Aaron Ekblad of the Florida Panthers. He is one of their top defensemen. We've talked for years. Can they improve at the blue line and the defense? I think that would be an addition that would be absolutely awesome if they're able to make it happen. But Jim Nill certainly has a tough 3 weeks. He said hectic was the word that he used.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun. 469 said, hey, fellas, my son Jackson from Princeton is coming to the game, and I told him to stop by, say hi, talk some football at 14. He knows more about current players than I ever have, so I told him to tell y'all who he is. Don't read this on air. I apologize.
Dump
Just
that.
did.
Just
dump that,
press
Jacob.
That button, Jacob.
Read that whole thing. Hopefully he wasn't listening. I did not read the fine print there, 469.
Off to a fine start.
I love you. And I hope that your son Jackson comes by and says hello to us as we party at the Comerica backyard.
Ruben's off in
here
this.
at Globe Life Field. This is awesome. Okay, Carter's Corner coming up next. Carter, where the hell are we going?
So I do have this Sabrina Carpenter conversation I kind of want to start with, but I also have a list from CBS Sports of the top 25 coaching hires in college football since 2000. We'll get into that next here on 105.3 The Fan.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our on-time experts commercial-free expressway at 720 with Sean and RJ, 1220 with KNC, and 520 with G-Bag. Right here on The Fan, on your smart speaker, and on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey, everybody. June is Men's Health Month. And you know what that means? That means that you don't need to be a couch potato. You need to get up off your butt and get out there and do something. And you know a great way to do that is with Men's T Clinic. Instead of ignoring what you're going through, lock in on your health. You know, a lot of guys, they'll sit there and say, you know what, until it breaks, that's whenever I'll actually go do something about it. Man, why don't you go ahead and make sure where you are now so you can be preventative with something like that. Find the balance of what your body is. Strengthen every aspect from hormones to weight, muscle mass, movement, sexual wellness, and that can be very helpful for you. Every single room in the house, the weight room, the bedroom, the kitchen, every single one of them.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
Yeah, I agree with the texts that are coming in 817 and 214, and a lot of them now. Anything with Aaron Rodgers.
That was something else I had written down too.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Yes, absolutely.
Man, I can't. And one, I just hate Aaron Rodgers. I can't stand him. And now he's ball sacking everybody and saying that he's married when apparently he's not really married.
His
family's like he's not married.
There's no marriage license in any of the states that he has like houses or has lived in.
It does seem like the immunized conversation where he's wearing a wedding ring and they asked him like, is that a wedding ring? He said, yes, it is. And then they asked him, how long have you been married? And he just said like a few months, but he never actually said, I am married.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The guy's just an attention bleep. I can't stand him. And I don't think that him going to the Steelers really changes at all how I feel about their football team. It's the same thing with Russell Wilson. And people will blow you up about like, oh, look at the stats here. Look at the interception to touchdown ratio. Like, so did you watch Aaron Rodgers play last year? There were glimpses of the old MVP. But for the most part, it looked like an old broken man that can barely move and doesn't want to get hit anymore, which is a little bit like Tom Brady in the final season of his career, too.
Yep.
So I don't care about anything Aaron Rodgers related.
Yeah, I think that just on that subject, this is going to be the first year Mike Tomlin has a losing record. Everything we saw with Rodgers last year, I know the Steelers, that's their big thing. They're never under 500, or they never have losing records with Tomlin. But I think it's time. I think putting your eggs in the Aaron Rodgers basket, especially waiting for him so long and putting up with it, that was so un-Steelers. Like the Jets would put up with all the Aaron Rodgers nonsense.
Yeah.
To see the Steelers do it, that signals to me that they've fallen a bit from that, peak NFL model franchise.
Yeah, and wasn't it Cam Hayward or one of the veterans on the team that was like, he was asked about it in minicamp or whatever, and he was like, look, we're going to play the games with or without you. We don't care about the theatrics. He was like, it sounded like he didn't want him there because of the extra baggage that comes with Aaron Rodgers at this phase in his career. One of the team veterans and one of the best players on that team is like, I don't care if you sign here. I really don't. We're going to play the games with or without you. We're going to be a pretty good team because, like you said, Mike Tomlin just refuses to lose. So I didn't care. The team didn't seem to care. But now it seems like they're all like, oh, yeah, this is great. We have a real quarterback now. So it's like, the duality of man there where it's like, oh, we don't care. We just want to play football. But then the second that they get them, everyone's like, oh, we might win games. So it's annoying to me that they're flipping to the other side of the coin now, but that means we just got to hear about him more.
Yeah, and it is just annoying. It went on for so long too. I mean, when was the last quarterback like this that waited until June to sign that we just talked about this much? I can't think of one.
No, that's probably the other guy.
Maybe like
Favre
Cam,
dude.
remember Cam Newton when he waited until July to sign with the Patriots during the COVID?
Yeah,
something or other? That's like the only other recent thing I could even throw in there. So I'm totally with you guys. That was annoying. Okay, so keep texting those in. Keep letting us know Tolo's overblown sports stories. But CBS Sports released a list of the top 25 college football head coaching hires this century. So this is just single hires, one head coach at one school since 2000. So I'm an OU grad. My beloved Bob Stoops missed out on this by 2 years. Otherwise, he would have been number one. No, he wouldn't have been, but he would have been high up there. But we'll go through this list. I'll kind of run through some of the names. If you guys are interested in any of them, we are more than happy to stop on them. We've got Jeff Traylor at UTSA, where that program was nothing. I mean, literally, they didn't exist 15 years ago, and he's turned them into a great team at the Group of 5 level. Jeff Brom at Purdue. You look at how bad Purdue is now and what Jeff Brom did to – I mean, Purdue played for a Big Ten title a couple of years ago.
Ohio State that year too, right?
And so that was a couple years before, but yes, they blitzed them. I believe that was in West Lafayette.
Yeah. I mean, they just absolutely crushed them. But, I mean, for Purdue playing for a Big Ten title in itself, I don't know that we'll see that again.
I don't think we will. Not in this current Big Ten that we have with a billion teams in it. Jamie Chadwell at Coastal Carolina. Jimbo Fisher, I feel like, is pretty low on this list from Florida State. This is not A&M.
Yeah,
this
is Florida
State.
State.
Yeah.
You win a national championship there. The heir apparent for Bobby Bowden. Yeah, I mean, certainly he did tremendous things. He probably should never have left Tallahassee.
No, he shouldn't have. But when you get offered, $75 million from A&M, you take it.
Well, and now still getting paid, what is it, 20-something mil a year just to not do anything?
Ooh, I don't know if it's that much, but it is a hefty amount. It was a $70+ million buyout, if I remember right. But he's number 22 on this list, and he's won a national championship. I mean, do you think a natty, especially in college football over the last 15 years, it was Nick Saban. If you could break through in that, shouldn't that elevate you? I would think I'd put him a little higher on this list.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe they're looking at program builders because clearly Florida State, that wasn't like he had to come in, build the program, change the culture. That was kind of set for him.
Yeah.
But 5 straight 10-win seasons, multiple ACC titles. Yeah, Jimbo should probably be a little higher for what he did at Florida State and not Texas A&M.
Not Texas A&M. And I definitely – Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss is next, and I definitely think I would put Jimbo above him for what he did at Florida State. No disrespect to Lane Kiffin, but they've won 10 games. They won 10 games a couple times and then lost pretty much every other big game they played in. Going on from there, Willie Fritz at Tulane. He turned them into a contender at the Group of 5 level. Brian Kelly at Notre Dame. Very controversial at his time there. I mean, pretty much anywhere Brian Kelly goes, he's very controversial. But, they made the CFP twice. They made the national championship game. Totally understand his placement there. I do think Marcus Freeman is going to outdo him over his time there.
I agree. I mean, I understand why Brian Kelly is on this list and where he is on this list because, I mean, he's the epitome of consistency. Like, it felt like automatic. You knew what was going to happen each season, at least the bottom line of what their season could be. You knew what the bare minimum was going to be with him at Notre Dame every single year. And whether it's because they like to be in their own lane and stay weird like that, or because he's a great coach, you can make up that decision yourself. But I do think that Marcus Freeman is an incredible coach. I'm kind of salty that he didn't make it to the NFL level because I just want him to get away from that program, and I want him to get more national attention than he gets now, because I feel like in the grand scheme he's a little underappreciated.
Well, that's what college football needs, is big head coaching voices, because they've lost a lot of them over the last few years.
Sure.
Nick Saban retiring and Jim Harbaugh leaving for the NFL. Deion's probably your biggest voice, but yes, Urban, who will be making an appearance later on this list. So let's get through some of the next couple and move into the top 10. David Shaw at Stanford, Matt Rule at Baylor, what he did to rebuild them after the Art Briles controversies, the Title IX stuff.
I hope he can do the same thing in Nebraska. This is a big make-or-break year for Matt Rule.
He's trying, and there are a ton of funny pictures of Matt Rule from his time at Nebraska. There's like a whole photo album I've seen on Twitter of just goofy
Eric
pictures of Matt Rule.
Fat Rule. I'm like, is he that fat?
Yeah, it's super
It's
still
just
on
a
that.
round face. I mean, honestly,
Very round.
Eric's had a tradition of this, though.
it's
Dating
true.
back to the nosebleed seats.
He can't help it.
Fat shaming is fun to him.
Luke Fickell at Cincinnati, Matt Campbell at Iowa State. A lot of these, I think, are on here because they turn programs from absolute nothings, like Iowa State, into, Matt Campbell has taken Iowa State to 2 Big 12 title games in the last, couple years, right? And they haven't won a conference title since, I think Woodrow Wilson was president in the 1910s, right? So for them to be awful for so long, that entire period, and then him come in, build them into a consistent thing, that's why he's on here above a Jimbo Fisher, someone like that. James Franklin at Penn State, Mike Leach at Texas Tech. I think you could put him on here for either this one or Washington State, just as far as you talk about schools that really didn't have much of a strong history before that, and he turned them into a consistent winner and a fun winner. Those teams were so much fun to watch over those years that he was there.
To this day, in Jacob knows, Red Raider fans are still just pissed that he got fired.
The way that it went down.
Yeah, it was just such a mistake.
And the even worse was bringing in Tommy Tuberville after that. That was ugly times there in Raiderland. But look, Joey McGuire now, they brought in a great portal class this offseason.
Tech could win the Big 12 this year.
They could.
Now, Wolchek, you can co-sign on this. How many times have I said that on our weekend show on
a
Bet
lot.
Nation?
You've been very, very. I was a year early, I think, on Tech, but you've been putting in the call for them this year.
And even last year and the year before, I was like, look, I kind of like them as a sneaky team, and then they've maybe this is the year. Who knows? It's a wide open conference. Speaking of Big 12, you got Kyle Whittingham at Utah. Then you got Chip Kelly at Oregon at number 11.
Yeah.
Chip Kelly should be in the top 10. This is crazy. Oregon was nothing before Chip Kelly got there. Now they are one of the 10 premier brands in the sport.
Sure.
They had, in a second season, they go to a BCS national title game. They come this close to winning it against Super Cam and that Auburn team with nobody else good on it. The fact that what they've continued to do after him is a testament to how good Chip Kelly was, what he did there, and then allowed them to be the powerhouse that they are today. Okay, top 10. Mark D'Antonio, Michigan State. Chris Peterson at Boise State. This is another one where you just think of all those teams from the mid-2000s did incredible things, beat my Sooners in the Fiesta Bowl that one year.
All-time classic, man.
Speaking of guys that, he actually did. He probably beat my Sooners as much as Boise State did. Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State. Wow. Number 8.
Gundy is really high.
Then I think that's fine because 18 consecutive winning seasons. You don't think of Oklahoma State as this incredible, blue blood, but they've won consistently with him. And they did not do that before him. Who knows what they'll do after him, and they've got to figure out a lot this year. But 18 consecutive winning seasons, it's just there's only one Big 12 title in there. If he'd beaten OU a couple more times, we'd look at him probably even higher on this list. Gary Patterson of TCU, number 7. Jim Harbaugh, Michigan, number 6. I think Harbaugh's
took him back to a natty.
He did, and he also couldn't beat Ohio State for the first 5 or 6 years of his time there.
But to bring Michigan back to championship glory, honestly, I'm surprised they didn't put him higher here.
I am too, but then you get to the rest of these guys, and they all have multiple national titles. Kirby Smart, number 5 at Georgia. Pete Carroll, 2 national championships. I saw that. I was like, wait a second. They were the AP national champions in 2003. So they didn't play for the
split.
The LSU beat OU.
That's right.
In the BCS title game, they're BCS champions. The AP poll crowned USC national champions. So Pete Carroll gets those 2 natties in there. Dabo Swinney of Clemson, number 3.
Yeah.
Urban Meyer, Florida, number 2. And that's just Florida. You could talk about his time at Ohio State, but Florida was so bad after Steve Spurrier left with Ron Zook or whoever they had in there in between. For him to come in and then turn them back into the powerhouse that they were for that time with Tebow. But obviously, this was all leading up to Nick Saban at number one.
Number one.
It's a tough thing with these college football lists is that, it's going to be, you can expect the guys who are going to be at the top, so it is kind of about placing the other ones in there. But Nick Saban, obviously your number one college football hire of the last 25 years.
Thank you for that, Carter. Always love a good edition of Carter's Corner. If you want more of that, we do a Bet Nation show on the BetMGM network, 3 to 7 on Sundays. And we'll sprinkle dinkle a little Carter's Corner in there.
We do.
It's usually myself, Eric Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman. All right, let's do baseball nuggets. Alec Medford is just going to crap on this dead and ball theory. I can't wait for it. We're live at the Comerica backyard, getting you set for the finale. Rangers, Royals, that's next year on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, no show on Thursday. We'll be live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton on Friday. Come on out with Stella Artois, 2 to 5 here on The Fan.
Hi, Babe Loffenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Woolhoyt. Joey, how's it going?
Babe, it's going great. We're out to help customers break free from paying too much. It's Own Your Independence event, and if you're stuck in a high car payment, now's the time to break the huddle.
I love it. Break free from that high payment and call your own place.
Exactly. This is a one-time holiday savings event, and your current vehicle may never be worth more. Trade up and possibly lower that payment.
Now we're talking about winning field position. What kind of deals are we looking at?
You're looking at a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $14,000 in total savings. Yes, $14,000 in total savings.
Own your independence. One-time savings and more for your trade could lower your payments. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevy registrations 2023-2024. Stock number SG29329.
Hazel babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
catch every day, was feeling great, and then all of a sudden that day it didn't feel right. That part of it's really frustrating. I've just got to get through it. So that is something when the Rangers are kind of working to get back these pitchers, right? We're hoping to get Eovaldi back here. Mally's the same way. You do have to make sure you're checking in. Boach talked about that with you guys yesterday. You'll check in after the bullpen, see how they're feeling, and I guess with Mally, maybe something just felt a little bit off. So we're just kind of in a wait-and-see game, but hopefully you can get him back sooner than later. It is a bullpen day today for Texas, and Sean Armstrong, who was brilliant over the weekend in that start against the White Sox, hopefully he's able to carry that over. Rangers can get their third straight bullpen victory. But Nedford, what do we got? Are we crapping on Andrew McCutchen and other players across Major League Baseball that are trying to say, like, Major League Baseball is doing something with these balls? Right? They're deadening the balls.
A little bit, and you bring up Andrew McCutchen, who the Pittsburgh Pirates DH. He's a 5-time All-Star. He's very vocal. He'll talk to you about pretty much anything, and he loves talking about baseball too. And he said, quote, "I was told by a rep for MLB that the baseballs are indeed different this year, which is not a surprise. That's usually the case every single year because Rawlings makes them by hand, which I still think is a cool tradition, but for quality control, obviously, not the greatest thing." He said, quote, "They stated higher seams, which produces more drag on the baseball, causing the baseballs to not travel as far as they should. When I asked why, I was told every baseball is hand-sewn, so no ball is the same. When I asked if there's something that can be done about correcting the performance of this year's baseball, I was told there was, quote, nothing that can be done about it this season, but they're, quote, working hard on getting to the bottom of why the seams are higher this year." So we'll give them a little bit of credit here. He mentioned that MLB rep, whoever this is, told him that there is more drag being created on the baseball, which an MLB spokesperson did confirm that to The Athletic because they made drag data available through Baseball Savant back in 2016.
Drag data?
Yeah. So
it's amazing.
You can actually see, and baseball is... Each year, it's becoming more and more analytics driven, and people like me, I'm intrigued by it. I like to check in on this stuff and just see the nature of what the game is being played like and some of the numbers behind it. I don't attribute that to pure success all the time. Working with Bassick for so long, it's like I know that touch and feel is a very real thing, but some of the numbers sometimes are very indicative in this case of handmade baseballs. Are they going to travel the same? And we've had the live ball era, we've had the dead ball era, we've had the juiced balls. Like, we've had all kinds of different iterations of the baseball that over the past few years, you've seen some guys uncharacteristically hit a lot of home runs. You've seen some guys that usually do hit 40-plus home runs, barely even scratch 30. It can be attributed to performance or the baseball itself. But some numbers behind this, despite the drag being increased a little bit this year. Keep in mind, we're not even halfway through the MLB season yet. But I have some of the averages dating back to 2021 on barreled baseballs, which is when a ball is squared up by a hitter. You've heard it all the time. When a hitter barrels a ball, usually it's going to get hit hard and it's going to get hit far. So dating back to 2021, I have the average distance, batting average, and slugging percentage on barreled baseballs. Back in 2021, average distance, 386 feet. You go to 2022, 383, 385 in 23, 382 feet in 2024. So far this year, not even halfway through the season, 378 feet. So a little bit of a drop-off, but keep in mind, we're halfway through June. We're not even in the hottest part of the year where a lot of these teams that have open-air ballparks, what's the saying all the time, especially now that we have a beautiful roof here at Globe Life Field, is whenever the roof is open, there's usually more carry because of the moisture in the air, whatever kind of theories you want to throw out there. It's real. Like, there is an actual method to that madness. The batting average this year on barreled balls, 670. Compared to last year, 719, 742 in 2023, 728 in 2022. So down a tick. But keep in mind, we're not even into the hottest part of the year, and like we talk about with these Rangers, what seems to be an issue with this offense? Guys don't have their timing yet. So whenever players really get into what we like to call the meat of the schedule around here, you're going to start to see guys consistently hitting the baseball a little bit more on road trips where they're playing in open air. You'll see the ball carry a little bit more. And you'll even hear it on these airwaves on some of the road trips. Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, Jared Sanor, they'll be a little bit surprised by some of these baseballs that just barely scrape over the wall for maybe a 360-foot home run, and they're like, that thing just carried and carried and carried. It did not want to die off because it's 95 degrees outside and there's not a single cloud in the sky. And then the slugging percentage this year so far on barreled baseballs, it is 2.209 compared to 2.402 for all of last season, all of 2024. So they are slightly down, but it is not in any major way yet. And it's safe to assume, based on current trends that I've seen through the Athletics analytics, through CBS Sports' analytics, through MLB.com and Baseball Savant, the way that some of the best hitters and even the average hitter in Major League Baseball right now is trending, they're getting their timing, they're barreling baseballs at a higher rate. So that number is going to look a little bit more consistent, and some people are even projecting it might even be higher than last year despite the drag on the baseball. So that's a conversation that comes up every single baseball season is, well, the baseball. Right. It's different every year. It's not as juiced this year, and it's not flying. So some of these elite hitters are not looking as good, and they're not looking as powerful. The baseball is not an issue. I really don't think it is. It's just that people are throwing harder, they're throwing faster, they're throwing wicked pitches, and some of these starters, like you saw Seth Lugo against the Rangers, that's a starter in 2025 that has 7 different pitches in his arsenal.
That's wild.
I just think that pitchers are that good right now, and I think that the hitters are just being taught in a different way. And I know Bassick used to preach that all the time, that they're not taught the core principles of hitting anymore. They're taught about the numbers behind it all the time. So, and you're starting to see, Boch even talked about with Alejandro Ozuna getting called up as young as he is. Brett Boone talked about on the morning show the other day. He was like, I have to tell Evan Carter sometimes, like, calm down. You're supposed to be a junior in college right now, and you're playing major league games for a previous recent World Series champion that you were part of that roster. And so you're seeing younger players come up as well. That's another, it's not an issue, but it's another reason that you're seeing some of these numbers dip down is some of these bad teams are having to rely on really young, inexperienced players to come in and play baseball.
Yeah, you're seeing some guys get fast-tracked, I think, more so than ever. I mean, heck, you look at the Royals and Jack Caglianone, which I butchered the hell out of that last name. That's one I try and just speed through right there because it is very Italian.
Jack C.
I don't know where the G is. I really don't. I don't know where the hell it is. I don't know where you're supposed to say it. Cagliolano.
Isn't it just Caglione?
Yeah, I think it's Caglione, but there's a phantom letter in there.
There's like a weird, there's one letter you're supposed to skip over. I don't know. I'm weird with this. But
he's a beast.
He's phenomenal. But, I mean, we've seen it with Wyatt Langford. Evan Carter's a great point. He hasn't even played 100 games in Major League Baseball. So I think there is something to them messing with the balls. But this is great information to show that, at least when it comes to the dead and ball theory here, maybe that is much to do about nothing. And hitters, we just need to kind of find a way to counteract to how good the pitchers are currently in the game.
And it's been a couple years since the sticky stuff has gone away, right? So pitchers have had time to figure out how to throw the ball without the spider tack or anything like that. And your point, they're throwing faster. They have a million different pitches. I remember when Yu Darvish came to the Rangers years ago, it was wild that he had, the 7 pitches, like you said. Yeah. Could throw left-handed too. But now that's so much more common for the arsenals to be so different. And the way that they teach the hitting now with the number focus on it, that I think pitching doesn't seem to be taught as differently as hitting seems to be taught in my mind. So I think there's a disconnect there. But it's also June, and to your point, we're halfway through the season. I think we'd need a couple seasons of this new ball, and they're going to mess with it again too in the upcoming offseason. It's funny that they can't figure out just a good middle ground. It's either everybody hits 40 home runs like in 2019, or the pitchers are just dominant and the league is hitting like 195. Like, we cannot find a nice middle ground where everybody's happy.
And this is just another feather in the cap to the people that say baseball is just too old for its own good, where we have all of this technology. We have all these analytics that talk about the baseball is different, whether they want to agree to it or not. In 2025, we're still hand-making each baseball that's used in each game. Every single pitch thrown is a handmade baseball in 2025. I'm not saying that should change or anything. I really don't know what stance I have on that, but the fact that they haven't moved towards mass production and said every single baseball will be the same, and if it is different, it's by a microscopic level because a robot screwed up. I think that's a different conversation for a different day, but it's just another thing that baseball is a game of tradition, and it's something that you're going to get these varied results every year.
Well, it's a very happy birthday to one Jacob deGrom today. Happy birthday as we are hanging out here at the Comerica backyard live from Globe Life Field as we are about 2 hours away from pregame, and that means it's time to chat with our buddy Jared Sandler. Sandler going to join us. We'll preview the finale, Rangers and Royals here at Globe Life Park. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
For something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it has. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
About to get our Jared Sandler Rangers preview brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. It is Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation alongside Little Red Medford, the famous Alec Medford. We got Carter Freeman in for Kevin and Corey today. Happy Juneteenth to all as we party here at the Comerica Backyard at Globe Life Field ahead of Rangers and Royals, the series finale. Jared going to join us here in just a moment to talk all things Rangers. Do have some headlines to keep you updated on, though. The Stars getting an extension done with Matt Duchene. That's 4 years, $18 million, $4.5 million average annual deal for Matt Duchene. Stars going to have to be making some moves. Just $450K now remaining in cap space. You've got to have at least $850,000 according to NHL rules. So they're going to have to do something to try and shed some of that. Matt Dumba, Mason Marchment. Those are some names that we've certainly heard as moves that the Stars could end up making. Big sale yesterday, which we broke on the G-Bag Nation with the Buss family selling the Lakers $10 billion.
Jeez.
That is wild, as the Dodgers ownership is now going to double dip and own the Lakers as well. So that's massive. And it got us thinking, like, what in the world could the Cowboys sell for?
20
billion?
I think 20 is the easy number.
Man.
That's the floor for me.
Yeah, it's just absolutely wild. We do have Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Tyrese Halliburton still uncertain on what's going to happen with him tonight. We'll talk more things finals coming up a little bit later. And we did have a retirement in the NFL today, as former Baltimore Raven and New York Jet Mr. Mosley, the linebacker,
CJ,
has retired. And it's actually his 33rd birthday today for CJ Mosley. Also Dirk's birthday today. So happy birthday to the legend that is Dirk Nowitzki, as Jared Sandler pops on that headset looking just dapper as ever. Jared, how the hell are you, man?
It's also Jacob deGrom's birthday. Did you mention that?
I mentioned it right at the end of the previous segment. Have they, we got balloons.
It's still his birthday.
We got a party.
Asking?
Yeah, did you get him anything? Like, what did you get him?
Yeah, I did. I got him a few presents. He's really struggling to.
I know. He can't buy himself anything.
Yeah. No, my guess, if he were to cultivate some sort of a birthday wish list, it would be something kind of like farm related. He's got some land out in Florida. He's a very simple guy. Like he's not high maintenance. He's he likes his few things. Very comfortable. I think he's one of these guys who, if he retreated to a world where there was no internet and could kind of go off the grid, he'd be totally fine with that too. So, he probably doesn't have a very lavish birthday wish list.
You had Corey Seager on the podcast with you and Dave. How was that?
He was great. Yeah, we hopefully will be released today. I know they're working hard to churn that out. Day game maybe gets in the way of the social media schedule or whatever when you release stuff, but he was great. Hopefully we'll give fans another opportunity to get to know Corey a little bit. It wasn't a whole lot of hard-hitting baseball X's and O's. It was a little bit about his career, but then just also some of the things that he does that I guess indirectly relate to baseball. It wasn't like, hey, what's your favorite color? Not silly stuff like that. But yeah, if you're looking for the secrets to Corey Seager's hitting abilities, you're not going to get that. But if you just want to feel like you can connect a little bit better with one of the most significant players in franchise history, hopefully you'll be able to do that.
So where are we at? I feel like we're kind of recycling some of the same topics here when it comes to this baseball team with 6 extra base hits last night. It's just frustrating. Again, you're leaving runners on and you're not executing with runners in scoring position. But is that, can we take a positive out of that, the extra base hits?
5 for 13 with runners in scoring position, right? Like it last night didn't add up.
Weird.
You almost doubled the Royals in hits. They left meat on the bone. I'm not saying that they hitting with runners in scoring position didn't come back to bite them at points. But like in general, if I told you before the game 5 for 13 hitting with runners in scoring position, all the time. If I told you 5 for 13 with runners in scoring position, season high in doubles, you're going to out hit the other team 12-7. You might not say the Rangers win because you don't know what the other team did offensively, maybe all 7 of their hits were home runs, but you would certainly say that they would have more than 3 runs, right? It just last night was kind of an incongruent night offensively, but yeah, at the end of the day, they had opportunities when it was a 1-run deficit. The Adolis double play ball, a little bit of bad luck. I mean, he scorched that thing, but hit right to Bobby Witt. But other than that, there were opportunities. I'll tell you this, guys. Big difference for me in the 2 games. First game, you out-hit the Royals, but they out-homer you 3-0. You're not going to win many games when that's the case. Yesterday, the Royals hit 1 home run, but it was a 3-run homer. And the Rangers don't hit a lot of home runs with runners on base. And I don't know that there's like a added skill. I mean, there's a skill to hitting home runs. I don't know that there is a different skill to hitting home runs with runners on base compared to when there's nobody on. You might get pitched a little bit differently. You can really get granular, how pitchers feel when they're pitching from the stretch versus the windup, stuff like that. But I don't know if it's just bad sequencing or what, but it'd certainly be nice to get one of those 3-run home runs. The Rangers only had 6 of them this year, and those are game changers. And in a world of baseball where getting hits is a lot tougher, hitting the long ball is very important, especially for this lineup with the way they were constructed, because they were not constructed to be a high on base team. They were constructed to be a slug it over the fence team.
Jared, this is a tougher Royals rotation than I think a lot of people realize. Michael Wacha going today. Talked to Boch yesterday about Seth Lugo, a guy who can throw 7 different pitches at you. What have you seen so far from the offense that, Wolchuk kind of asked there? Like, is there any kind of a positive? Do you think that scorching that double play ball is a sign of things to come? Because I know Kevin and Corey asked Boch yesterday about, those scorched, barreled up baseballs that do just kind of magnetize right to a fielder's glove. He said that can build confidence and that can start a bit of a streak. Is that something that we can take away? Do you just say, hey, this is a tough string of starters that we've gone against. We're having to throw a bullpen game today. We'll try again next series, or are you starting to see some things that are starting to piece together?
So I'll answer that. Can I ask you guys a quick question?
Yeah. Sure.
How often per hour do people come up when it was very obvious that you guys are on air and still will try and engage you in a conversation?
It does happen quite a bit.
Yeah.
A lot, right?
Yeah, a lot.
Especially if we have an interview going on and they don't see us talking in the moment. They think, oh, they're not on air.
Yeah.
It's still happening.
They just see Carter and they're like, they must not be on air.
Exactly. What's this guy got on inside?
What are they selling?
What are they selling?
Alec, I appreciate what you're asking. I think my first thought is, and I'm just thinking through the lens of the fan and probably what the fan text would say if I were to say, yeah, you're totally right, which you're not wrong. But we're almost midway through the season, and I think people are just ready for some people are probably like they are who they are.
Yeah.
And then other people who maybe are a little more hopeful or kind of they don't want the excuses and they're ready for the results, right?
Sure.
What you're saying is not wrong. We talked about it, I think, Zach, on G-Bag a couple weeks ago. The Rangers' barrel rate. Is that for me? I'm sorry. See, that Carter, he is the
Probably
MVP.
why I need to speak.
The Rangers' barrel. What's that?
That's why I need to speak up. I need to vocalize these things. I do have a question. Don't worry.
The Rangers' barrel rate, the batting average on balls they've barreled is. I haven't checked in the last week, but it was last in the majors, right? Which, again, that is a very narrow statistic that there's not a lot of room for deviation where your barrels and your barrels and your barrels and my barrels can look a lot. It's all similar velocity range, exit velocity range, similar launch angle. So yeah, there's bad luck. Now you could say, someone might say, Alec, hey, you got Lucas Erceg who throws a power sinker. You know that he's trying to get you to hit the ball on the ground. He doesn't really care how hard you hit. If you hit it on the ground, you hit it on the ground. He'll take his chances. That could be one view of it. I do think that last night was. There have been positives over the last few weeks. I think that those positives would be better received if the Rangers went on a run where they won not just 4 in a row or 5 of 6, but won 9 of 10 or won 10 of 12. Because if you win 10 of 12 right now with where the AL West is, you probably find yourself a game or two back, and it just has a totally different feel. So you're right, but I also understand why people, if I were to just agree with you, would be like, oh, what a homer, this guy sucks. Because I can say the Rangers need to be better, and I'm a homer, so I can't win for losing.
Well, I wanted to ask about today's game. It's a bullpen game, but last night you used 4 bullpen arms. How does that affect today's, plan of attack? And then if you end up having to use more arms today, I know tomorrow Jacob deGrom goes, and he's usually on a pitch count of sorts. So what do you think the plan is going to look like today?
Yeah, I think so. Thankfully, the bullpen arms they used, they didn't tax them. Like Sean Armstrong pitched yesterday, and he's obviously going to start today. Now, I don't know that you expect 3 innings out of Sean Armstrong like he gave you the other day. But I think where they're okay is they've got good coverage. I don't know what Caleb Bosley's availability is. Boch hasn't spoken to the media yet, and I'm sure there'll be a question just, with how much he pitched the other day, but how efficient, how good he was. But Jacob Latz, Cole Winn should all be able to give you a little bit of juice. And you haven't used Chris Martin, Robert Garcia. I know Luke Jackson pitched yesterday, but they should be okay. Maybe there's a roster move tomorrow just to protect themselves. We'll see. But I think they should be all right. I bet they'd love to get 2 innings out of Sean Armstrong. The risk always with a bullpen game is that semi-worst case scenario, what if Sean Armstrong doesn't get out of the first inning? Mm-hmm. Now you're really playing from behind, and now you're really stretching guys maybe more than you'd like. So I think the key, you don't need Sean Armstrong to go too perfect or anything, but I think if they can get 2 innings out of Sean Armstrong, I think that would be clutch.
Talking with our guy Jared Sandler here, getting you set for Rangers and Royals pregame at 1 o'clock. So the lineup has just dropped. Evan Carter's back leading off. Alejandro Osuna's DHing. I mean, last night Sam Haggerty was freaking badass, dude. I kind of, I'm like,
you want to see him?
Why don't you put Haggerty, try and keep this hot streak going? There's a team that's just scrounging for any run potential they can get.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, don't disagree. I think that, guys going well, it maybe makes sense. I'd also say, if Alejandro Osuna's here, you need him. You need him to play. Adolis, he's been hitting the ball better. Mm-hmm. Against a righty, you want Evan Carter in there. I guess the question is, and you're not taking Wyatt out, so where does Haggerty fit? And Haggerty's specialty, I hate to say specialty, but Haggerty's party trick is hitting lefties.
Yeah.
And that's what he had last night. He had 3 hits all against lefties. So I get what you're saying, Zach. I think they also might find value in having him on the bench to pinch hit. Okay. If the Royals do go to the bullpen in a lefty situation. But yeah, sidebar on Haggerty. He's the type of player that good teams have and don't necessarily need him to be an everyday guy, but do what he did last night. Hey, against a lefty, we need you in there, and hey, why don't you do your thing? And he certainly did. I think the key for me here, no Josh Smith, which the reason the lineup is only coming out now is I think the Rangers want to run some tests with Josh, see where his hamstring was, and determine whether or not he was fit to play. And so obviously the answer is no, unless we get some news that an IL move, is coming. My guess is he's close, and that hopefully you can see him in the lineup tomorrow. But yeah, I think that's the delay in the lineup, and unfortunately no Smitty, and it comes on the heels of him winning the Player of the Week award in the American League, which is a cool honor, obviously, but represents that he was hitting the ball well, and right now they need whatever they can get.
What about the pitching? Tyler Mahle, is everything still trending positively with Mahle, or are we kind of in a pause mode here?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't heard otherwise. I don't know that we are far enough removed from things to get a more tangible update. My guess is we'll get a better – if we don't hear from Boch today about it, we'll get a better read this weekend. And the fact that I'm looking down at the dugout, I still don't think Boch has spoken to the media, which there might be some roster construction conversations going on right now. Not necessarily for Mahle, but I think with Evaldi he's going to face live hitters. I think either this weekend or Baltimore, and I think that there's an expectation that he won't need a rehab assignment, that he can just kind of get back on the horse in a big league game. With Tyler Mahle, I think it's still a little bit more wait and see right now.
Anything else before we let you out of here, buddy?
I just love seeing you guys out here.
It is good to see you.
Zach with a couple of redheads on either side.
It's awesome, man.
What more could you want?
No. Carter, what do you think about what's that?
It's a very red sandwich.
Yeah. What do we think about Brent Venables? Are we still?
If we lose to Auburn in the first SEC game, he's got to go.
Yeah,
Jackson
probably should have
Arnold.
gone already, right?
If he had gone after last year, probably would not have minded.
Yeah. I just didn't know. I mean, I was told by OU fans he was like the greatest coach ever. I just
Hey,
haven't heard
same amount
that.
of 10-win seasons that Lincoln has at USC.
I never said Lincoln was great. I said Lincoln was better than the glorified water boy that we had prior to Lincoln in Clay Helton.
John Mateer, most underrated player in college football. You're going to see this year.
Okay. I don't have no hate for OU. I mean, I didn't go to OU or Texas, and I like Carter.
Most of the time.
No, I like you almost all the time. When you're the commissioner of fantasy football, you do some weird things.
I knew that was coming up.
And I was telling Alec the other day, we got to figure out these scoring things now before I get the crazy text from y'all when I'm on a trip in October. So we got to figure that out soon.
World traveler, Carter Freak.
Yeah.
World traveler.
Hey,
He gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah, don't bother him when he's got that pina colada.
Globe Life Field and beyond.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Jared. Go get us a win, buddy.
Well, I just went high five. Carter went fist. That's all.
There he
That's always
goes.
awkward.
Oh, it's a
High
turkey.
five, fist.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some AM on the FM coming up on the other side. Alec, where are we going?
We got the question of the day, plus AI is ruining your brain. Next on the Fan.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Jacob Ray holding things down back at Master Control as we're out at the Comerica backyard. Doors getting ready to open here in just a little bit ahead of the series finale between the Rangers and the Royals. So come say hello to us as we are in for the KNC Masterpiece. Hope everybody's having a good Juneteenth. 877-881-1053. Always the number to text and interact. Let us know what you're doing on this Thursday. But right now it's time for one of my favorite segments. Let's do a little AM on the FM, shall we?
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, right down the street from here. 877-881-1053. As Wolchuk said, the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line to answer today's question of the day. And we might have to scrap my other story because we have more breaking news.
Uh-oh.
This time from Shams Charania. No, it's not the KD trade. I will go ahead and get that out of the way. Houston Rockets head coach Ime Udoka has agreed to a long-term contract extension with the franchise that makes him one of the highest-paid NBA coaches after a 52-win season and a top 2 seed for the first time in 7 years. So that call from the New York area code got the Houston front office thinking, we should probably go ahead and get this thing done. And that's just a PSA to everybody out there as well. The Tolos, if you get a call from the New York area codes, you might be getting an interview for the New York Knicks head coaching job. So I would just go ahead and deny that call because if you want to work with James Dolan, answer it. I don't think many people want to. But Ime Udoka is going to be one of the highest paid head coaches in the NBA after a very successful season with the very young Houston Rockets, a very exciting team, one of the teams that I enjoyed watching. That was not the Mavericks this year, but I was just talking to Ruben off the air, one of the most confusing teams in the NBA too because of their roster construction. I feel like after this success and with what I would say one of the better head coaches in the NBA, we're going to perennially say this is a team that's a player away, that's a superstar away, but they don't have the salaries on the team to necessitate that kind of a move, that kind of star power to bring in a player via trade. Now, free agency is a different story, but this free agency class, not all that great for my money, at least, for some of the positions that they would want to address with a veteran player. So a fun team, but a team that might not be as close as I would expect them to be just watching them play because of their roster construction in terms of salaries, but still very deserving for Ime Udoka to be one of the highest paid head coaches.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be good defensively. Yep. That is his calling card, but you're right. They just would shrink on the offensive side. That's why I do think KD would be a perfect fit for them. Can they get a deal to work? I don't know. Maybe that's the next domino to fall, but maybe the next thing is we'll get a new deal for Jason Kidd.
That would be nice because I just want these conversations about him and his future to end. Yeah. It's just like going back to Carter's Corner. We're going to tie in these two segments. sports stories that are overblown. Contract talks in general. Contract talks with whether it's Jason Kidd and his desire that either exists or totally doesn't exist to be the Knicks head coach, Micah Parsons and his deal, all of those things, I think they're so overblown just because we're in the dog days of summer, or we're at least approaching the dog days of summer, and people need stuff to talk about when it comes to their favorite sports that are not actively playing or their teams are not actively playing. So that's annoying. I would love that, Woolchuck. That would be amazing. But the question of the day, gentlemen, 877-881-1053. This is going to be a fun one because U.S. Open champ J.J. Spawn, nobody really talked about him too much going into the U.S. Open, but he is now one of the most relatable people on the planet because he was the underdog story. Nobody really put too much money on him. Nobody really expected him to win the U.S. Open. I didn't expect anyone to win the U.S. Open because that course is just so awful.
Brutal.
It is brutal. I really didn't think that anybody was going to win that, even though that's not technically possible. But he does win with that walk-off 64-foot putt, which was just legendary. One of the coolest shots that I've seen in recent golf memory. But he was talking, I believe it was with McAfee, where he was talking about his original career idea was never golf. It was skateboarding. He wanted to be a pro skateboarder.
Tony Hawk 2.0 right there.
Exactly. Maybe he was playing Pro Skater and stuff on those older generation consoles. Skate 3, maybe he was a big fan of that. I know I was doing all of the things that physics would not actually allow you to do in the real world. But he said that that was what he wanted to do at first, and he even kept skating up until he turned 30 years old.
That's amazing.
He said, now I've stopped. When asked why, he said, quote, falling now at 30 is like falling off a 10-story building on a flat ground.
A little different.
Can confirm.
Yeah. And he said,
different.
He said, I don't anymore. I rely on my hands and my ankles too much for what I currently do, so I can't risk it anymore. So I want to ask you guys in the Tolos, 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube, what is the career idea that you had when you were younger that got shut down pretty quickly? And I'll start off because this gets asked by me by people that I meet, or whether I'm, the college kid or high school kid that hits you up in the DMs and asks to do like a project on something. And they're like, how did you get into this? And I say, well, it was kind of by trial and error because I sucked at everything else. And what I meant by that, half-heartedly joking, was I always wanted to be an entertainer of some sort. I just didn't know what it looked like at first. And it kind of came along in high school when I realized I listened to a lot of radio, and I tried that, and it stuck, obviously. But growing up, I went through many phases of entertainment. For a while, I thought I was going to be a singer. For a while, I thought I was going to be the next Chris Angel. I'm so serious. For years, I studied magic. I didn't just practice it, I studied it. I had a whole bookcase of different theories on sleight of hand and mentalism. I studied this in my free time.
Amazing. We're learning so much about Alec that I didn't know.
I really thought I had all the Chris Angel Mind Freak box sets. I had David Blaine's box sets. I had the actual box set kits that came with the DVDs and the different, like the ball and cup, the wands, all of that. It came with all of the stuff, all the starter kits. I went to magic shops. There used to be one down the street from here in Arlington that doesn't exist anymore, I don't think, that I used to frequent. I would have my grandparents take me all the time because my parents would never take me because it was a waste of money. But I would always get new tricks to try. I was doing tricks at family dinners and
Can you
whatnot.
still do any?
I could do a few.
Awesome,
I used to, up until a couple years ago, I used to keep a deck of cards in my bag at all times, and I used to keep one in the car just in case someone would be, can you still do one? I'd be like, yeah, I got a few I could do. Bar tricks and stuff.
Yeah, it's a hell of a party trick.
Exactly. And it would just, get the people to talk. Ventriloquism came up, studied that as well.
No way.
No, you did not.
I did a whole case study on ventriloquism and on Jim Henson's upbringing.
Oh my gosh.
I want to say 6th grade. We had to do one for like pre-AP English. We had to do like a whole study, a month-long study. So I learned his whole upbringing. I learned everything about the Muppets and how they got created. I learned the exact materials that they were made out of.
That's
I
incredible.
collected puppets. I remember my first one. His name was Tommy. He was a little redhead like me. What else? I had like some stuff from Axtel Expressions, which is like one of the premier like puppet making companies. Like I really thought I did shows. I performed for a while. I really thought I was going to be the next Jeff Dunham or Terry Fader. I was watching Jeff Dunham
Yeah.
when I was way too young to be watching Jeff Dunham. DFW native, by the way. Shout out to Jeff.
is.
Still doing great work. But I thought I was going to be a ventriloquist for many, many years.
That is fantastic.
I thought I was going to be a pro wrestler for a while, and then I realized I topped out at 5'7", so that was not going to happen. Then I got to radio. So what was the career that you were like, yeah, that's going to happen, and then you quickly realized that's not happening?
We got a lot of pro ball players on here. I think, like, as a kid, obviously, you envision, man, I could play for the Dallas Cowboys one day. And then you get into 7th grade football. And our first game at Haggard Middle School, we went up against Frankfurt. And who was on that team? It was Jackson Jeffcoat, who was the number one recruit in the country out of his class. Ended up going to the University of Texas. Unfortunately, injuries kind of ruined his career.
He was Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year one of those years.
Like, you know what? This is probably not going to work out for the future. So I always was interested in broadcasting, so the pivot certainly worked out. But I think, you know, as a kid when you're running around, that's the dream.
Oh, yeah, watching it on TV, like you're like, hey, that's going to be me someday. And
wasn't gifted with that athletic gene.
Yeah.
And that was a humbling experience.
That's about 1% of the population, right, is, you know, who you get to watch on TV. So, yeah, you figure that out pretty quick. I do want to say it, maybe at some live event or maybe on air at some point, Alec. I want to see some of these ventriloquists.
Yeah, we need to break out some of this.
So we got the fan cam for, man, so we can see it.
I'm going to have to find, like, video and stuff because I guarantee you I can't do it anymore. It's one of those things, if you don't use it, you lose it because it's difficult. It is extreme.
Yeah.
I got to the point where I could do the throw your voice thing where it sounded like I was talking in the corner of the room when I was sitting right next to you.
That is incredible.
Like,
that's black magic is what that is. That is just dark, evil thing. I don't understand how that works, so it's magic. That is crazy to me.
It was just one of those things that you kind of realize, one, it's very expensive. Like, good puppets cost a lot of money. You're talking about thousands of dollars for whether it's like the wooden-based dummies and stuff. Those are thousands of dollars hand-carved and hand-painted. The latex ones, those are hand-molded. Like, you can get the mass-produced ones off of Amazon, sure, if you want to be like Mr. Iguana down in AAA Mexico, the pro wrestler that's using a puppet. Mr. Iguana. He's a real thing. Look him up. He's the best thing in pro wrestling right now. But, like, it's very expensive, and then, too, it's a very niche thing. Like, how many people, I don't know if it's still super popular like it was in the, like, early 2010s or late 2000s. Ventriloquism used to be really hot. Mr. Iguana.
It looks like he has a Beanie Baby.
It's a puppet.
To your point about it being like the cheaper puppets or whatever.
Yeah.
That looks like something you get at the Hallmark store.
Yeah, and see, it can be as simple as that. But me, I wanted to be the best. I wanted to go above and beyond. So I wanted to invest all the money that I didn't have as a kid, and it just didn't make sense. And then getting successful enough to tour the country. That takes a lot more. It's a lot more difficult than like.
Yeah, there's only like 2 or 3 like guys you think of when you think of ventriloquism, right? It's the 2 that you mentioned. You know, maybe
Terry Fader.
Yeah, who we had on at the Super Bowl that one year. Seeing that live was just wild.
And I was nerding out.
Like a lot of the texts are coming in with that. Like one person said they wanted to be a drummer, but the travel, honestly, the road life was just too hard after doing it for a decade from the 615-940. Fellas, I went to Texas and became a neurosurgeon. After 14 months on the job, I quit. I just couldn't do it emotionally and mentally, and then I became a firefighter.
Wow.
One person was questioning latex. Yep, that's
Latex
triggering
puppets,
word.
yeah.
I went to school to be a football coach 3 years in from the 615, but I had to get a teaching degree. Once the lesson plan classes started, I quickly realized I didn't want to be in education. I could understand that. 903 wanted to be a corn star when they grew up. I don't
Still
know.
got time.
Hey,
You know, never give up on your dreams,
only
kids.
fans, man. People are cashing
Yeah,
out on
exactly.
that. A lot of pro football, a lot of pro basketball. I wanted to be a paleontologist when I was a kid.
That's mine. That was going to be mine. I was like,
That's the least surprising thing you could have ever said, Carl.
watching all those PBS or whatever documentaries as a kid, seeing the dinosaur fossils, especially like Jurassic Park when you're a kid too. Like that's cool. You're like, wow. The movie doesn't make it seem great that dinosaurs are back, but like I just want to be around, dinosaurs of some sort.
Sure.
Then you're a kid and you're like, oh, you just go to a desert and you dig it up and like there's fossils there, right? And that's it. But no, there's so much more to it. And then as soon as science started involving math, that's when I definitely figured out. I was like, yeah, we were good up until the numbers started rolling in. But I did want to be a paleontologist. That was the best thing on my recent trip to DC. Natural History Museum,
yes.
all the fossils in there. I was like a kid in a candy store.
Man, another great edition of AM on the FM. Let's talk with Jim Cochran, Executive Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer of your Texas Rangers next. We're in for the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Balls.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Navy? No. She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Jacob. We are back at the Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field. It is Zach Wolchuk, Alec Medford, the famous Alec Medford. We got Carter Freeman in for KNC today. Hope everybody's having a great Juneteenth. 877-881-1053. We'll talk Gridiron Gravy coming up on the other side. But right now, Jim Cochran, one of our favorites, Executive Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer of your Texas Rangers on the home of Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Jim, how are you? How's everything going?
Doing great. Glad to be back on with you guys. Appreciate you being out here in the Comerica backyard before some daytime baseball. We got a huge crowd today. About 1,200 tickets left for today. So if you're looking for something to do, if you've got the day off, get out here and let's have a day.
You've got some awesome theme nights that you guys are always pumping out, and we certainly have the Dude Perfect that's coming up. I know that's going to get the kids going. The Simeon Replica Ring, got to see that last year, which was gorgeous. That's today. But what are some of the things that you've got in store coming up that you want the people to know about?
Yeah, next homestand, we're excited because everybody's favorite shortstop, Elvis Andrus, going into the Rangers Hall of Fame. So that's going to be on Saturday the 28th. So afternoon game, which is exciting against the Mariners. They're ahead of us in the standings right now, so fans come out, get to see Elvis going to the Hall of Fame. He's been great on the pregame this year, so it's great to see him involved, but great to see him get his due and be in the Hall of Fame as well.
Where does that night rank amongst kind of all the things that we put on here at Globe Life Field? Like, I was able to come to the Hall of Fame night a couple of years ago when it was Ian Kinsler, and it was so, as a lifelong fan, it was cool to see him get his due there. So where does this night rank, getting to see like a legend like Elvis get honored like that?
Yeah, it's a big one because we don't do Hall of Fame every year. And so when we have the opportunity and get a player of his caliber to be in the Hall of Fame, the fans love him. He's a fan favorite. We did a lot of Beltre stuff last year. He was already in the Hall of Fame, but with him going into the National Baseball Hall of Fame, and now Elvis getting to do that here for us is exciting. So it is a big game for us, playing a division opponent as well. And hopefully the fans will come out and tip their cap to Elvis one more time as well.
I just got my tickets for the game last weekend, and I have not been able to see one of these Hall of Fame presentations in person before. So as a first-time attendee of one of these awesome events that I've got to hear, I've got to work the broadcast, when Kinsler went into the Hall of Fame. So I've been behind the scenes on it. What can the fan expect? What should they be prepared for? Because I know there's going to be some festivities and extended pregame. What can I look forward to?
Yeah, so we bring in some former teammates of Elvis, which is fun because you'll get to see some guys that we don't always see around here, maybe some guys that don't live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area coming back to the games, and so we'll see them involved. We've got the Hall of Fame luncheon on Friday that they'll be involved with. They'll be involved in the pregame ceremony as well, and I'm sure we'll try to get them on the broadcast if we can as well. And then, of course, everybody knows that Elvis likes to talk, so he'll be on the mic for a little bit beforehand, and we'll try to rein him in and make sure he stays within the time frame. But it's always fun when Elvis is out there talking as well.
It's awesome. I mean, getting to experience some of those Hall of Fame inductions, they're special nights. They really, really are, and they're great memories for all Ranger fans. How competitive has this now become, Jim? Because we love to do this, as you know, on G-Bag. We're looking at like all the giveaways, all the food. You've got the collectible items. I feel like Major League Baseball, every club now is like you're trying to one-up each other in some way.
Yeah, we try, but it's about providing value to fans too. So not only are you getting to see the best baseball players on the planet do their thing, but what else is there when fans come out? And so people being excited about the food items that come out here. We invented the boomstick in 2010. It was during the postseason. Most people know that's because Nelson Cruz's bat was called the boomstick, but we continue doing that. We keep that going and come up with great items. Our partners here at Delaware North do a great job of coming up with great items every year too. But then, of course, with the theme nights and promotional giveaways, that day we've got an Elvis Andrus bobblehead. The day that we're doing the Hall of Fame induction as well. We've got other great giveaways, Jacob deGrom jersey later in the season, and then of course just great baseball. And so that first homestand in August, the Yankees are coming in, followed by the Phillies, followed by the D-backs. It's one of the longest homestands of the season. We got great opponents coming in.
That's going to be incredible. I mean, those are some stacked teams. They're always going to be bringing it. Ranger fans, go get your tickets right now. You can go to rangers.com/specials, check out what you have there. Otherwise, I know you were just talking with Carter Freeman off air. You're a big Oklahoma Sooner guy. You guys had just
ticket holder, I learned.
Season ticket holder.
Oh, yeah, for 28 years now.
Okay.
Big time, yeah.
So what is there a home game you're most looking forward to now? I mean, the move to the SEC, some of these matchups are just phenomenal.
Yeah, LSU's coming in late in the year. Michigan in the non-conference, which is a big one.
Week 2,
I'm going to go ahead and say OU has the toughest schedule in the country. Some others might argue Florida's got a tough schedule as well. But the John Mateer show, Jake Knott coming in at running back. So we're excited about the season. We'll see what BV and company can do with the Sooners this year.
At the very least, we got to at least do with the BV every other year, because first year terrible, second year great, third year terrible. Let's flip the script this time. And John Mateer, his offensive coordinator, is coming with him too. Ben Arbuckle coming down to Oklahoma.
That's true.
So. But the Ole Miss game, I think, too, at home, that's when I've got circled. I think that's late October.
Yeah, I was happy to see that it looks like the on the road at South Carolina, that can be a tough place to play at night, but we're playing a morning game there, it looks like. So that's good. That's favorable. On the road at Tennessee, followed by on the road at Alabama. It's a very tough schedule for the Sooners this year, but we're excited about it.
Talking with Jim Cochran, Executive Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer. So when people are asking, like, okay, what do you do, Jim? What does this title represent for those that are driving around? And we've had Jim on before, and Jim's one of our favorite guests. He's awesome. He's a Tolo. But how would you describe, like, your day-to-day operation?
Yeah, so there's a lot that goes into it. When the fans come out here, we got to make sure that the temperature's 74 degrees when we got the roof closed. We got to make sure the place is clean, the hot dogs are hot, the beer's cold, and doing things like that. And like the specials that we talked about, what are other reasons for fans to come out to a game, to take time out of their schedule? There's a lot of fans that have kids that play youth sports now, and that cuts into the time. And, the changes that Major League Baseball has made have been great, too, because now you can get here and, we played a game up in D.C. that was an hour and 50 minutes. I think it was the shortest game we'd played in 40 years.
I actually went to that game. I was up in D.C., and that was the shortest game since they got a perfect game thrown against them since 1984.
Yeah, Mike Witt did
Yeah.
that. That's a good callback there. But, yeah, making sure that fans can come out here, have a great time, get great value, but also it's not taking up as much time as it used to. So those are things that we think about, and we think about, even stuff like how do we get fans into the parking lots quickly? How do we get them into the park quickly? And safely, and make sure that we put on a great experience that everybody loves being part of.
One thing that I'm looking at, it's now turned over to a Golden Chick ad, but outside the stadium, there's an LED board that was showing AEW All In coming up. And I'm a big wrestling fan, but you guys, Wolchuk mentioned it, you have like the Dude Perfect night coming up. Some of these outside entities that already have their own following, that already have their own audience, coming in and saying, we want to work with Globe Life Field. We want to work with the Texas Rangers. What does that mean to you? How fun is it getting to work with some of these groups that already have their own interests, their own fans, but they say, you know what, we want to expand and collaborate here?
Yeah, there's been a lot of them. So Jamie Roberts, who works in our office here, is kind of our theme night guru. He's the one that puts all these things together. He talks to the guys at Dude Perfect. He talks to Optic Gaming, for instance. That's one that we've done. We do it with a lot of colleges, universities, even some high schools around here, days that we have. And so we're thinking about great ideas. You guys got the Glizzy hat right here, which is one we did. We're going to go back to might announce the Bussin' hat that we've got coming up because of Boach and what happened in his post-game press conference. And I think Emily was talking to him about, what the kids are talking about these days. And so we're trying to be relative and fun and give items that people want to see and have a good time when they come out here. So
well, and the jerseys are outstanding. I know Brian Broaddus was itching to get his hands on that LSU Tiger one, and he did. And these are awesome jerseys. So the Jacob deGrom replica jersey that you're going to get, I know we did the Texas Tech night as well with Josh Young. Like, you guys aren't sparing any expense. Like, people are coming out and you're getting an awesome product.
Yeah, what was funny about the Josh Smith jersey is I saw several of those the rest of the homestand on the following nights where people were just, hey, I've got my Josh Smith jersey, I'm an LSU guy, and they're wearing it out here the rest of the time. So quality items, that all goes back to the great Chuck Morgan. He started this, when he got here in '83, great promotion schedule, but talking about having quality items that we give away too. And we think we've carried that on, and we try to be best in class when it comes to that.
Do you have an all-time favorite? Is there any giveaway promotional item that you look back on and you're like, man, that's the one?
Well, so this is a nod to Chuck, too, because Chuck and I, one of our favorite Rangers, Juan Gonzalez. So anything that had Juan Gonzalez on it, we loved. And so great items that we gave away, bobbleheads, and so we keep all the collections for sure.
I always think if you're a Major League Baseball player and you get a bobblehead, it's like, I've made it.
Oh,
that's the dream as a kid.
And they care about it, too. We make sure they get a box of them, because they're like, hey, bobblehead, where are they? I got to pass them out to friends, family, all those kind of things. And so it's fun to see when we do that with the players, especially young guys that have never had it before.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember when Shin-Soo Choo was here, and we gave him his first one. He was so excited.
It's amazing. Do they get involved in, the developmental process with that, or is it just kind of You'll see it when you see it.
Yeah, no, we don't usually show them. We usually put it together, and then once we have a sample, we might show them. But we order a lot of these things in the offseason, well before the season ever starts. And, you know, the guys go their separate ways wherever they're living in the country, whether it's here or somewhere else, so we don't always see them. But they're pretty excited when we do it.
Anything else before we let you out of here, Jim?
No, just, I know we've been a little frustrated with the team scoring runs here. I was looking this morning, we were talking off air. I look back at the 2015 season. We were 6 games under 500 on July 20th, and we didn't get back to 500 until at some point in mid-August. We ended up winning the division that year after we made the trade for Cole Hamels. And so a lot of season left. We've got the guys that are here to do it. We think that we've got the team to help do it. And you know, we're still in the division race. We're still in the wild card race. So fans, get your tickets, come out and support the Rangers the rest of the summer.
Well, and you mentioned that homestand, too, with the Yankees and the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. That's right after the trade deadline. So, you know, that could be another thing where if we're under 500, make some moves, see some exciting teams here, see some new faces.
And that's our first homestand after the All-Star break as well. And so we're excited about it.
Hey, a little chicken soup for your Ranger soul right there. Jim Cochran with us here on 105.3 The Fan, Executive Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer. Jim, as always, man, thank you so much for giving us some time. And go Rangers, get some dubs.
Yeah, thanks for being out here, and I appreciate you guys having me.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's do some gridiron gravy. The all-rookie team projections. Did any of your Dallas Cowboys rookies make the list? We'll do that next on 105.3 The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute cat. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, please.
Innings?
Pre-club.
No.
Nutmeg me.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Swamp?
Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
The doors are open here at Globe Life Field as we're an hour away from pregame on your home at Texas Rangers Baseball 105.3 The Fan. Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation alongside Little Red Medford, the one and only famous Alec Medford. We got Carter Freeman in for Kevin and Corey today on the KNC Masterpiece. I'll actually be hanging out midday tomorrow as well. I'll be with Corey as Kevin is out. Hopefully everybody's having a great Juneteenth. Coming out to the ballpark, come say what's up. We're at the Comerica backyard, suite level here, center field. Just go up the escalator, come say hey, 877-881-1053. Let us know what you're doing as you're out and about. We will talk some basketball. We'll get to the NBA Finals. We got a combo platter on the other side. But right now, let's go all the way around the NFL and dip in to some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
Okay, great news, fellas, for the cheerleaders. We had a 400% raise for the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. It's a lot of money.
Paid
400% pay raise for the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders in 2025 per the New York Times. Former cheerleaders revealed that they made $15 per hour last year with the Cowboys. Now the veteran cheerleaders could make over $75 an hour with the pay raise. It is pretty incredible that America's sweethearts, it's been really that low of an hourly rate. And these, I mean, hey, we've been out there. I'll do pre and post. Alec, you've been out there working games. Carter, I think you've been out there as well before.
Once or twice, yeah.
I mean, the cheerleaders are there. I mean, if you got a noon game, they're out there at like 7 a.m. practicing. It's a lot of work that they're putting in. Of course, you've got Making the Squad on Netflix. I think we got a new season out now. That thing's been huge.
That's what I was going to say. Is this because of maybe the Netflix show?
I think it has a big part of it.
But they had this show on CMT for a long time, Making the Squad or whatever. So I don't know, but good for them, man. 400%. That is that's what we should all strive for in our next pay raise.
Damn right, dude.
Yeah, it's more than deserved because the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders IP itself probably generates so much revenue and so much just like web interest. Like I bet you could go to the Google data trends during the football season or whenever the show is airing on TV, on Netflix, what have you, and you'll see that phrase, that name alone is generating so much brand interest for the Cowboys. So it's been talked about for years now. You've heard that conversation that, hey, these gals are ridiculously underpaid. And like you said, it's not easy work. It's not show up to the stadium, do the routines, go home. It's show up at, the crack of dawn, and then you get your work and you practice. You have to get ready, the makeup, all of the visual effects that go into it, planning, changing week in and week out. It's really a performance. And the entertainment industry, like we know, we talk about it all the time that it might be day to day for you, a 5-hour show, for us a 4-hour show. But what about the stuff that happens before and after it? So it ends up being more than a 40-hour work week most times because of the stuff that the fans don't see. So one of the most underappreciated entertainment groups out there finally getting their due.
100%. Don't tell that to my wife. You're just sitting on your ass. You're sitting on your ass. So if they're just on your computer, just go ahead and try. Look, honey, I'm working. Yes, you're right. I get to sit down, but I'm still prepping for the show here. 5-time Pro Bowl linebacker C.J. Mosley has retired from the National Football League, revealing his decision today on his 33rd birthday. He shared a highlight reel of his career on Instagram. He's been a free agent since the Jets released him back in early March. He was awesome with Baltimore, signed a massive 5-year, $85 million deal with the Jets in 2019, and then just really hasn't been the same player ever since. Injuries have been a big issue for him.
Yeah, hurt early on, and then that whole time in the Jets' history with Adam Gase and Sam Darnold, it was every decision, every signing they made around that time just went wrong. Wasn't there like a LaMarcus Joyner signing in there as well that just was an abject failure, right? Like C.J. Mosley was unfortunately just part of that. And towards the end of that contract, he did play, and he was a decent talented player, but yeah, nowhere near close to what he made. But hey, got that big contract. That's what it's all about. Second contract in the NFL.
He's set up, and he's going to go down as one of my all-time favorite Madden mobile legends for me.
Oh, yeah?
Because he was one of those players of that era, where you're talking about like the mid-2010s, where a lot of the times in those games, you knew those players because they got big deals, and when they got big deals, they got great characters in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, hey, I can't tell you a single play he made this week in real life, but he got me 2 interceptions and a sack in Madden Mobile, so I was happy. But no, he's one of those steadfast veterans that, good for him on his birthday, and he's healthy right now, saying, you know what, it's time. And I love those conversations from athletes where they're like, I had that moment where I just knew it was time. And when they can say at their own free will, I'm done, good for you. Good for you, CJ.
Are we in a make-or-break season here for one Dak Prescott? A former MVP certainly thinks so. We go to Cam Newton, 4th and 1 podcast. Here is Cam sharing his thoughts on one Dak Prescott.
If you do not perform this year, that door is going to close. And income, drum roll please, Arch Manning. Baby, I'm here. Waiting for you to return. If you don't go to that NFC Championship this year, this is your career, bro. Jerry is going to do any and everything to spend everything for Arch Manning. I can see it now. Jerry Jones, Sunday Night Football, the Manning family. Dak has had well enough options. Dak had a successful running game with Pollard as well as Ezekiel Elliott. Defense, Troy Aikman only had one lockdown guy. Dak Prescott had Stephon Gilmore as well as Trayvon Diggs. What more do you need? You can put George Pickens, that ain't nothing but mascara. You can put CeeDee Lamb, pay CeeDee Lamb, man, that ain't nothing but a BBL. But deep down inside, when the rubber meet the road, I really don't trust Dak Prescott in his performance.
Ain't nothing but a BBL.
I mean, it's pure entertainment. And the breakdown there from Kim. One, I mean, just to put some issues there, I don't envision Arch Manning coming out. Everyone that I've talked to at Texas, and it's the people that I've got there have been right about a lot of things. The Quinn, there would be no debate there. If it would be Quinn versus Arch, it was always going to be Quinn. And Arch's plan, the Manning plan, is to have him start at least 2 years in college. So unless it ends up being an absolutely perfect, they win a national championship, Arch Manning's a Heisman winner,
sure,
he's not going to be coming out in the draft next year. You're going to have to wait at least 2 years for an Arch Manning.
This is another thing, Carter, another sports story that is totally overblown. People already talking about Arch. These teams are just going to tank, and Jerry Jones is going to sell his soul for Arch Manning. I think that this whole thing, I'm right there with Wolchuk. You're the king of Austin, Texas. There is no reason for you to leave right now. Like you said, unless there is a masterclass of a season that includes one or both of a Heisman and a national championship, and you can ride off into the sunset. Right now, you are getting paid handsomely to play college football. Your last name is Manning. You are going to generate interest. You're going to generate revenue. I think this whole thing is extremely beat down. I'm tired of it. I'm right there with you. Like you said, it's entertainment value by Cam. The production on that clip sucks. I'm so tired of all the little, knowledge bomb drops and stuff.
Does he expect to be taken seriously with all those obnoxious sound effects in there?
And that's just for TikTok. That's to get your interest. I guarantee you that was in the post-production for TikTok, I'm not going to sit there and listen to a Nick Wright on TikTok talk for a minute and a half. If they put those sounds in there, it's going to get you to lock back in and not swipe. But yeah, Cam Newton's hilarious. A BBL. Calling CeeDee Lamb a BBL is crazy, but hey, I kind of understand it.
It is such clickbait. It is Cam doesn't understand how the Cowboys function, how their just operation goes, and that's fine because you want to look at it through the lens of a different, how I would say other NFL teams are ran, but the Cowboys do their business differently, and it doesn't matter if Dak has a down year or not. This isn't a make or break year for him at all. He will be back for several more years. And to your point about Arch, he's not going to come out end of the draft this year. He sat for 2 years. Like, you don't just sit for 2 years unless you have a real, and your last name's Manning and you're the number 1 overall recruit in your class. You don't sit that long unless you have a clear plan. And he loves Sark, and he's learned a lot in those 2 years. So, and again, he started 2 games. Archie started against, he played against UTSA and Mississippi State, and that's pretty much been it. And I know he was mixed in elsewhere, but in smaller packages. But we got to give him a full year to start, and then probably another one before he comes out. So
now, the one thing about Cam is I don't disagree with what he said at the end there. I think that you guys know my feelings on the Cowboys. I love them. They were my first love. And I held on to the belief and hope that, one day Dak's going to be that guy and they can win a Super Bowl. I think I definitely came to that point after the second San Francisco game in San Francisco. And it's just the way in which just the disaster and just total the deer in the headlight glaze that you see in some of these postseason games where it's like, I have no idea just how erratic and dysfunctional. Like, they didn't even have a chance. They had 2 opportunities late in that game. And people, if you say something about Dak, it's like, okay, you hate the guy. I held on for as long as I could. I don't know how many Cowboy fans are out there that legitimately, when they search their souls, they look in the mirror, it's a playoff game, game's on the line. Do you have faith that Dak's going on that drive? I do not. And I will love nothing more in this world than to be proven wrong and to eat crow and Dak to give me the middle finger and go and do it. I want that more than anything. I don't believe it's happening. I really, really don't. And we're 10 years in, guys. We're 10 years in. Nothing's changing. He's the quarterback of the Cowboys. They've paid him. And, again, I hope it happens. But I've lost all faith.
It's kind of going back to what Jared said earlier about this Rangers offense. A lot of people are, including me, are at the point where I feel like you're at too, where they are what they are. We've seen it. You just said it. We're going on to year 10. 10 years, a decade of this. And I love the guy. I was gifted the rookie premier Panini NFL helmet signed by him in 2016 because I thought he was going to be the next big thing. I had the posters on the wall in high school. Like, I really bought into the Dak Prescott thing. And I still think he's a good quarterback.
He is.
But like you said, when it matters, we haven't seen it. So Cam Newton's not wrong at the very tail end of it. It's just this happens every year. It happened a few years ago. I say a few. It happened a long time ago with Johnny Manziel. It's happened with even as recent as, Quinn Ewers. That conversation came up like the week of the draft where people were like, hey, don't be surprised if he goes day 2 to the Cowboys, when that was never going to happen. People just want to get a way out. People want the chaos. People want the drama of bringing a new quarterback into the situation. And heck, people want to already put expectations on Joe Milton when he probably won't even be the backup quarterback for this team. He'll probably be the 3rd going into the season, which is fine. Nobody is here to compete with Dak Prescott. That's just the reality right now. And like Carter said a few minutes ago, he's here for years to come. We don't need to be thinking about Arch Manning right now.
Yeah, the Jones family has all the faith in him. Like, even 10 years into his career, they still think he's the guy to do it. And whether that's misplaced or not, that's up to you to believe. And I think all of us here are in agreement that we don't think he is. But the bottom line is the Jones family is the one that makes the decisions, and they're the ones that have decided we're going to give this guy $60 million a year. So there's no question that he's going to start, and he's going to be the guy to lead us to that place. That's where they've put their faith into it, and we can't change that. And whether or not it's in the right spot, again, up for you to decide yourself. But the Cowboys just do it their own way, their own specific way, and that's going to lead to Dak Prescott for, I would say, at least 3 more years.
Yeah, I'm with you. And like the 2-1-4 said, he's got Pickens now. Never had a double threat as good as those two. Might be right. Did have.
You've had 2 or 3.
Amari, Michael Gallup, Cedric Wilson. Really good 4 wide receivers there. That amounted to 1 and done in a 2021 wildcard playoff defeat at home to San Francisco. Like, at a time, there has been everything that you say Dak hasn't had. The defense played well enough to beat San Francisco. Offense, unfortunately, couldn't score enough points. He's had the great offensive line in 16 and in 18. He had, as I mentioned, the defense, the receivers, the running game. Like, maybe not everything all together, and it's not just all on Dak, but that's being a quarterback in the NFL.
Yep, that's being the best quarterback.
Quarterbacks get all the praise when you win, and you're going to get all the blame when you lose. And 100%, not all, the blame goes to the top more so than anything.
Sure.
And it's not hating, man. It's just being
I think it's being realistic.
What we've seen.
It's a
what
decade.
We've seen.
It's a decade, like Medford said, and the best quarterbacks, when they don't have that perfect thing on their roster, they still come through and push you forward to NFC Championship games, to Super Bowls, things like that. And Dak hasn't done that. Dak has had a ton of amazing things, but when he doesn't have a great defense or when there's a problem with the offensive line, that's when he wilts in a way. And he can be great. He can be awesome during these moments, but he's not going to be in that top tier because he can't elevate past the shortcomings. At least through 9 years he hasn't, and I see it hard to believe that it'll change that going forward.
Yeah, I hope to God it happens. I really, really do. But we'll see if it ever does. All right, let's do a little combo platter, shall we? It is National Garfield Day. I hate Mondays. I love lasagna. Give us a sports opinion and your favorite cartoon character of all time. 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on the thing.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Jacob. Love the spirited conversation. A lot of good text and feedback from that one, 877-881-1053. As we are in for the KNC Masterpiece, Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation. We got the famous Alec Medford, Carter Freeman hanging out with you. We are at the Comerica backyard. Had several Tolos already walk by. Say, hey, what up? As the doors are open ahead of, let's go, ahead of Rangers and Royals. The finale, Sean Armstrong on the bump. It's a bullpen game versus Michael Wacha. And some news here that we haven't got to as we're about to get into the combo platter. Go ahead and give us a sports opinion, 877-881-1053. And also give us your favorite cartoon character of all time. We will talk NBA Finals coming up on the other side. And I do believe Tyrese Halliburton is going to be playing. He intends to play, according to Shams Charania, with that calf strain in Game 6 tonight. So we will hope for the best when it comes to the Indiana Pacers. I'll let you know what I think is going to happen in that game on the other side. And then how about NFL legend Adrian Peterson? Have you guys seen this video?
I saw this during one of our commercial breaks.
I have not.
Holy moly. So he gets into a fist fight with a poker player following a dispute over a poker hand. And they captured it on video. Honestly, it's pretty impressive. This poker player who is being dwarfed by Adrian Peterson. I mean, Peterson's massive. We've heard the stories about, like, the vice grip that he has with the handshake.
Yep.
This guy kind of held his own for traded blows for a few seconds. Eventually, like, he gets kind of pinned up against the wall, and the size advantage wins for Adrian Peterson. But I was impressed with this poker player's ability to throw a little bit.
Well, look, I guess, you never know how one of these poker hands might go. You know how it might make someone feel. Obviously, you don't expect the guy you're going to fight after a poker hand to be Adrian Peterson, but not a bad thing to have that in the back pocket just in case. But AP just can't help himself. It's just really sad ever since he's retired, or even when he was playing too. Some of these legal issues that he's gotten into over the last couple of years. But the guy trying to break up the fight too, give him some credit. He held him off for a little bit. Allowed the guy AP was going after to kind of prepare himself a little bit as well.
Yeah,
eventually.
If I found myself trying to fight somebody over a card game, that's when I would, like, on that drive home or either in the cop car or whatever happens after that, that's when I'd look in the mirror and I'd say, I need help and I need to go talk to someone because I'm not doing all that. There's more important things to worry about getting in a physical altercation for, which there's not that many other good reasons to fight somebody, but not a poker hand. Not a poker hand.
All right, let's get to the combo platter. Your favorite cartoon character on National Garfield Day and a sports opinion. 877-881-1053. Who wants to start us off? Carter?
I can start us off. Why don't I give my sports opinion first? And that is that if I'm looking at the schedule, the Rangers do not play a lot of teams with a winning record over the next couple weeks. You're at Pittsburgh, at Baltimore. Seattle at home, they are currently over 500, but they are a Cal Raleigh not homering away from dropping right below 500. They're hovering right around there.
Big dumper.
And then Baltimore again. So I do think, and it's something that has been, bandied about a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but the schedule is going to lighten up a little bit. And then you watch the way, even in a loss last night, that the Rangers hit the ball, several more extra base hits than they've been getting lately. I think we're going to see a turnaround. It's going to start on this trip to Pittsburgh. If I look at the scheduled pitching matchups, we do not see Paul Skeens pitch against the Texas Rangers.
That's right.
And that is the only thing about the Pirates that would scare me, is if we are going to if the Rangers are going to play Paul Skeens. And that does not look like they are going to. So I'm going to say, my sports opinion, this road trip, so we get things figured out. And then Baltimore after that, they've been awful all season long. So turnaround right here. Favorite cartoon character? It's a loaded question. So many ways I could go with this.
It's loaded.
Yeah.
But I'm going back to the first movie I ever remember watching, and that's Toy Story. I love me some Pixar. I mean, I was born in 94, so I think Toy Story was like 95, 96. So I've been in on the Pixar train ever since I was a kid. That was the movie I saw where I was like, I want to make movies. We were talking about careers we wanted to have earlier. I wanted to be a movie maker at some point. That didn't happen, but that was the movie. So it's tough between Woody or Buzz. but I freaking love Tom Hanks, so I'm going to go Woody. I think Woody's the my all-time favorite. And
there we go.
Every Toy Story movie that they keep coming out with, I think there's another one coming out next year. They keep making me cry.
Man,
no matter how old I get, I'm still sobbing at these movies.
I wasn't even thinking like Pixar. Like I was just going like TV cartoons. That is a great answer. I loved Woody. And man, Toy Story 3, like
made me cry twice.
It was
for two different reasons.
Like for me, the timing just worked out to where I had literally just graduated high school.
Yeah.
And then you've got Andy, who's like graduating and leaving to go to college.
Yep.
Like it got me in the feels big time. I was like, my gosh, this is an incredible movie. Woody's a great answer. What do you got, Alec?
Sports opinion, gentlemen. I know you guys broke it on the G-Bag Nation yesterday. You should always listen 2 to 7 right here on the Fan on weekdays. But the Lakers selling the team to the Dodgers owner is a bigger deal than most people realize. And there's levels to it. Obviously, people are going to say it's because the Dodgers ownership spends a ton of money. Yes, they do. They have a lot of money to spend, and they're not afraid to spend it. That's not the main reason, though. The Dodgers have one of the most well-respected and most advanced and developed analytics departments in all of sports, not just baseball. They are incredible at what they do. Their front office is incredible at what they do, negotiating, like player acquisition, whether it's via trade, free agency. They are really good at finding talent, identifying who fits on their team, and adding them to that team. In hindsight, if the Dodgers ownership was involved a couple years ago, Alex Caruso never makes it to the Thunder. I'm sorry. Alex Caruso stays on that team. He does not walk for the deal that he got. So I think that there's going to be a few things that you're going to notice on top of that. They just bring in good people. You hear a lot of the time. If you just take a few minutes to read up on the Dodgers ownership group and their front office, they bring in family-oriented people that are just really likable. They're really personable. The culture there is more than just a buzzword. It's an actual reality. It's a lifestyle. It's just a really world-class organization. That, if Jeannie Buss doesn't get in the way, which, she's saying the same things, or at least Shams is reporting the same things that Mark Cuban said whenever.
Yeah, I wonder how long Jeannie will actually be there.
And it said in their written agreement at least a few years. I don't even know if it makes it that far. But whenever the Dodgers ownership really gets their feet in the water, you're going to notice some changes. And it's going to be good for basketball. It's going to be scary for the other teams, but it's good for the sport overall. Now, again, like Carter said, the loaded question that is best cartoon character of all time.
Duffy.
Because Wolchuk is the same thing for me. He just opened up a whole new window that I wasn't thinking about.
There's a lot of cartoons out there, man.
There's a lot. I was just thinking of like the classics of Nickelodeon characters, Cartoon Network, Disney, maybe some of the feature films that they've had. Pixar, just like animation movies. Oh my gosh. I am going to go with a bit of a more recent cut for me. I'm going to go with Mordecai from Regular Show. And
I'm not familiar.
This is past Wolchuk and I's time, I think. I think this is right when we got out of Cartoon Network.
If I'm going with a relatable one, he's on my keychain. I don't think he is anymore. I think he broke. Goofy was always my favorite growing up.
Goofy
because
awesome.
He embodied me as a kid. But growing up, it was, in that like middle school to high school range, there was a show called Regular Show.
Okay.
It was always pushing the limits of what they could do on like daytime Cartoon Network. It was supposed to be an Adult Swim show, but they said, hey, how about for edgy teenagers instead? So a lot of innuendos, a lot of jokes that were definitely pushing the limit, but Mordecai was just a simple working bird, but I call him a guy, that had, all the girl issues in the world, all the typical stuff that teenagers felt. And then in the end, he was just a really good dude that cared too much about the people around him. And I always just found him really relatable. I thought he was a great dude in the show, and he was hilarious. So I'm going to go with Mordecai, the talking blue jay.
I love it. We got the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion and your favorite cartoon character. We've got sports opinion from the 817. The Denver Broncos win the AFC West. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's a Wolchuk opinion as well.
With you.
Yeah.
And Marvin the Martian, their favorite cartoon character.
Ooh, I do love, those skits on the moon where he blows his head off. Those are always those are some of the best skits Looney Tunes did.
940, Rangers will acquire a big bat at the deadline, and Eric Cartman is the best cartoon character.
We were talking South Park off the air, and really how so many things from the Canadians to the Gingers to everything else, how just for so long how they've defined how our generation, right, millennials, think about certain things in life. And, yeah, Cartman's their front center.
817, Cowboys are going to surprise some folks this season, at least win the division. And Dale Gribble from King of the Hill is their favorite
That's a
cartoon.
good one. Which is coming back, right? Are we getting more King of the Hill, I think, on Hulu later this year?
Yep.
972, I think there's going to be some serious changes coming to the Stars. Foghorn Leghorn.
I said.
Have we, has Foghorn Leghorn get canceled?
Well, Pepe Le Pew did. I know Pepe Le Pew got canceled. I don't know if Foghorn has yet.
The Stros will win the West again. Go bleep yourself, Jagon and Terrell 214. And Snoopy is their favorite cartoon. 817 is James, the UPS driver. Favorite cartoon character is Cobra Commander. And the Texas Rangers will turn this around and win the West.
I like it.
I like that a lot. 903 Darkwing Duck. And while the Rangers' offense has definitely been an issue, the panic has been over the top, is their sports opinion. I'll go, I do think the Pacers are going to win tonight.
Ooh.
I do.
Take that, Ruben.
Bold.
I'm sorry, Rubes. I did go Pacers in 7, all right? Now, I don't think it's going to happen anymore because of this Halliburton injury. But they're going to feed off the home crowd tonight. It's their last home game. They've still got guys like Nemhard and Neesmith that have been phenomenal. T.J. McConnell's blown up in some of these games. Obi Toppin has an opportunity to go from 15 to 20. Can we get a Miles Turner night? You know, they've got enough guys that can get them a victory. And for OKC, you're up 3-2. Yeah, you got a chance to close it out, but you can also close it out maybe at home in Game 7, like just the sports psyche of how this stuff goes. You know, maybe, all right, if you get a rally coming from Indiana, like are they pressing as hard? I don't know. I'm taking the Pacers at home to force a Game 7, and my favorite cartoon character of all time. There's a lot. I mean, I considered Arnold from Hey Arnold.
I saw him text it in.
I considered some Tommy Pickles from Rugrats. I really did.
That's a good one, too.
I love me some Tommy. Thought about Goku from Dragon Ball Z.
See,
if we
anime,
could go there, but that's anime, so I didn't go.
It is a cartoon, though.
I'm going with Stewie Griffin from Family Guy.
I like it.
I just find Stewie hilarious. And it's really Stewie and Brian, that tandem. Stewie and Brian together bring the best out of each other.
They do.
It's a classic for me.
It's your combo platter. Combo platter within a combo platter.
Combo,
the two best Family Guy characters.
We're going a 2-plate combo. Huh?
Ooh.
How about that?
Double plating.
We'll double plate this.
That's adventurous. Are you a big benefactor of the Cool Whip?
The Cool Whip? Yes, absolutely. Jessica Rabbit from the 214.
Now follow up, please. Reply to that message and say why. I just want to know for research purposes.
Is that a serious question?
I want to hear it from the Tolo.
Their sports opinion Stars are going to win the championship next year, and the Rangers are going to turn it around. The Cowboys are going to cowboy. That's from our guy in the 214. 702, Texas Rangers will free fall to end last in the division. And Christmas Socks is my fave cartoon character.
Christmas Socks?
Christmas Socks, is that even a cartoon? This is going way over my head.
Yeah, look, a Mordecai regular show went over 2 of our heads.
Yeah.
This one might go over all 3 of our heads.
See, I didn't want to be boring and say Goofy.
No, that was good. I mean, Goofy's great.
Goofy's great. I had you know how kids at Disney World have Mickey Mouse ears? I had a Goofy hat whenever I went one year.
And Mickey Mouse, man. I mean, where would we be without Mickey? Think about Disney World.
I was always more of a Donald Duck guy. I always thought he was funny. Because you can't understand a word he's saying.
Bugs. I was a Bugs Bunny fan.
I do love Bugs and Daffy.
I just love listening to Mel Blanc in those scenes where he's just screaming at the top of his lungs.
Dude, those highlight reels on YouTube of Mel Blanc's screams are so funny. That man is the GOAT of screaming.
I am a wabbit.
So good. 2-4 Commanders win the NFC this season, and Quagmire from Family Guy. Shaggy from Scooby-Doo gets a vote. I don't get a sports opinion here. Texas Tech will make the playoffs from the 3-2-5, and Dexter's Laboratory.
Oh, yeah.
Dexter.
What does that button do?
Another redhead.
What does that button do? Please, do not touch the button. All right, how invested are you in the NBA Finals tonight? 877-881-1053. We're going to get hot fire on the finals from Alec Medford, and we'll get you set for Rangers-Royals. That's next on the phone.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fellas, I just got the message from my daughter's preschool.
Oh.
Apparently she's got diarrhea.
Oh, no.
That's tough.
She's very, very fussy. I think I'm going to have to beeline straight from the ballpark and go pick her up.
Well, that was the plan to begin with, right? But now this kind of
it was going to be a couple hours later. I had to go by the grocery store, get some groceries, but I don't know. It might just be a straight to the diarrhea and
clean up on aisle preschool.
Situation that I'm going to be
Godspeed.
dealing with. But it's okay. You know, when it's your own kid's poo, you kind of just deal with it.
Better than other kids' poo.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, that was something that I was like terrified to do as like a new parent, but then it's really not that big of a deal.
Huh.
Like if it was somebody else, obviously it's like no thank you. But when it's your own kid, it's like
you do whatever for them.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll
like
wash my hands.
different.
It's not a big deal. 877-881-1053.
I want that as a drop. I don't know why.
I wash my hands.
I'll wash my hands. It's not a big deal.
We're moving on seamlessly. We're getting closer and closer to Rangers pregame, top of the hour. We hand things over to Jared Sandler and the gang for Rangers and Royals, and it is Sean Armstrong who's going to get the nod. It's another bullpen day. Hopefully the Rangers can have as much success as they've had lately. Michael Wacha taking the ball for the Royals. Evan Carter back leading off for your Rangers. He's playing center. Wyatt Langford in left. Batting second. Corey Seager at short. Marcus Semien at second. And Adolis Garcia at right field. Alejandro Osuna is DHing. And then you've got Jake Berger at first. Josh Young at third. And Jonah Heim catching. That rounds out your batting order for your Texas Rangers today in some day baseball against the Royals. But I mean, what's the care level tonight for NBA Finals Game 6? 877-881-1053. Have you been invested? And Alec, I thought you brought up some tremendous points in your email just about this year's NBA Finals.
It just feels like it's missing something, right? And the conversation throughout the national media, and it's even been asked of Adam Silver and everything, is like small market teams. Like, is that only going to hurt the finals presentation? Is it only going to hurt the ratings? They can blame it on small market teams all they want. I think that the NBA is the only person to blame here, not the teams, because I think the two teams were very deserving of making this final. I think they're both there for a reason. I know some people have had some hot takes about the Pacers and whether or not they should have made it. I think both teams made it to the finals for a reason, and I think for the most part it's been pretty good basketball. But there's two things that I think of when I try to put my finger on why this finals has lost it's kind of shine to me. The presentation is first and foremost. When I think about the finals, I think about growing up watching the finals where you had the player intros, where you had the Larry O right at midcourt that was kind of like underneath the team logo for each arena, each of the two teams. You had some sort of special feel in the arena for it. It was on the LED boards going around the concourses, and the TV presentation of it, it just felt more grand. Like, this is the NBA Finals. We have made it. This is the pinnacle of the NBA season. And part of that, I will say, would have been a little bit more interesting, and I bet they would have pumped a little bit more money and effort into the presentation if there was a Lakers involved, if there was a New York Knicks involved. I will digress in that regard, but still, I don't think that anybody should get preferential treatment when it comes to it, but the root of that evil is the streaming, the big ad deals and the big TV deals. You're seeing YouTube TV logos instead of Larry O'Brien trophies.
I hate that. I hate that it's the NBA Finals brought to you by something, right? Like, it does take away from the, uniqueness of it.
And I'm a huge pro wrestling fan, and it's leaked over there, too. You watch Monday Night Raw on Netflix. What do you see? You see 8 different sponsors on the ring mat. It's nothing new. The UFC has been doing that forever, but it's something that's new to the wrestling fan. The tables have sponsors now. The tables have the Slim Jim logo on it. Like, in a ladder match, there's one designated ladder that's taller than the rest, and it has the Fireball logo going up and down. Like, that's just the state of the world we live in. I've come to accept it, but when it's ruining the presentation of the game, that makes me sad. The other side of the coin is this is the state of the game in the NBA, where the OKC Thunder have exploited every single loophole and every single rule that the NBA has created to make the offense more in favor. And you see defensively, the reason they're so good defensively is because they do commit fouls. They commit hard fouls. And that's just the necessary evil of the OKC Thunder playing the game that they do. But on the other side of the floor, it feels like they're untouchable at the same time because offense is king. You're seeing it in every sport. So it just feels like this finals is a compilation of what's happening with the state of the game, the state of offense, and how defenses can't get near certain players now. Yes, Ruben. And the fact that streaming deals, TV deals, ad deals have just ruined the presentation for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, the pageantry of the finals, and I said this on G-Bag, like if you were to tune into game one and you didn't know it was the finals, you would have no idea.
It's just one thing on the little score bug on the bottom that says NBA Finals.
Terrible.
That's
It's like they do more for the in-season tournament. I mean, some of the feedback, 817 are the finals on, who's playing? 972. The NBA Finals have been very good. The media hasn't been selling it enough.
Yep.
972, the NBA presentation's been terrible by ESPN and ABC. Stephen A. playing solitaire during the game. Bad look.
Very bad look.
Yes,
And
it is.
I feel like it's not just the NBA. Like even the Stanley Cup Finals, their presentation on TNT this year, I know they flip back and forth networks, but it just didn't seem that grand. It very much just seemed like more games that are being played. Like the World Series and the Super Bowl is unique because it's one game.
Sure.
But the World Series, too, I feel like has lost some of the shine because of some of these same things we're talking about. It's not just NBA, but also I'll throw in that there's no dynasties, there's no super teams, there's no nothing like that. And I think that will just naturally, people will lose interest because that's how the NBA's been its entire history. So we're very much in this transition period of the way that the salary cap works and the way that team building works. We're getting to a point where it's different teams in it every year, and it's harder to repeat. So people are used to not only grander presentation, different style of basketball, but also having the same team there every time. They want to see, can I do it again? Will Steph Curry win his 4th title in a row? That kind of thing. So I think we're in plus. The markets come into that, especially in this regard. So the fact there's no super teams, I think, hurts too.
Yeah, and I wonder what happens with the CBA. I think they can opt out in 2027. It's either 27 or 28, and does the NBA look at this and say, hey, the parity is what we wanted, and we like it, but it's hurt the ratings.
Yeah.
Because you're right. I mean, as LeBron said yesterday with his comments about the ring chasing, like I think it's quarterbacks, and I think it is superstars in the NBA. Like you do count the rings. You do in those things. And it's, how close is LeBron getting to MJ, Steph Curry, Kobe, right? Like that. Those are things that at least in our era, we grew up with those, not super teams, but dynasties. The Lakers dynasty that then morphed into a second almost Lakers dynasty. The Spurs were doing their thing. You had the Heatles. Then you kind of had the super team era. I don't want to get back to the super team, but there is something about now it's, hey, our team's even able to pay one superstar, let alone having that Robin to the Batman dynamic anymore. I don't know, but this finals I think has been good. It's been a good back and forth between the Pacers and the Thunder. The ratings have been terrible. I agree with you 100%. We need to have the starting lineups. You need to put a freaking finals decal on the floor. They should have a Stanley Cup finals decal on the ice. Like, what the hell are we doing? That's foolish. And I think that we get it extended tonight. I know Halliburton said he's going to play. I don't know what version of Tyrese Halliburton you're going to get, but I think the Pacers use the energy from their fans, and they don't go down tonight in Game 6. We'll see about Game 7, but I think they go with one last final swing. They force this thing back to OKC for a Game 7, and Ruben's going to be clenching the hell out of his tuchus.
He will be, and I do think
win or lose, he's going to be clinching. Don't worry.
Oh yeah. It's going to be out of excitement or fear, but I do think that this ends in a Thunder victory one way or another. Like you said, we have no idea what we're going to see from Tyrese Halliburton because even if he is genuinely feeling good, he can disappear on you. But God forbid this game gets really close within 2 minutes. We know what's going to happen because the math says about 90% of the time he's going to end the game and he's going to win the game. So I'm excited. I just hope it's close. If the Thunder do win tonight, I want it to be close. I don't want it to be a runaway. Game. I just want to have fun watching it.
Yeah, even with a hurt Halliburton in Game 5, the Pacers did keep that close for most of that game before Jalen Williams did what he did at the end to give Oklahoma City the cover. But I think it's great that Halliburton's going to play. I think it's going to be awesome that he gets to stand on the court, as the Thunder hoist their championship trophy. Like he's going to have a Stephon Diggs moment where he watches the Chiefs hold their stuff up and say, "I'm going to get back next year." But no, I think Oklahoma City they got this covered. They are the better team, and they have been the whole year. And it's just, Rick Carlisle is awesome. He's done an incredible job of getting the Pacers to this point where they could have had a 3-1 lead. They were that close to it, but they didn't get it. And then I think tonight Thunder are going to wrap things up.
The headlines, if you missed them, Ime Udoka has joined the top tier of paid coaches, got himself a nice extension with the Houston Rockets, and Cooper Flagg had himself a hell of a couple days, went to Bob's and Nick and Sam's with coaches and teammates, future teammates. So that'll be fun. We got Rangers and Royals coming up next. Sean Armstrong taking the ball. Thank you so much to Jacob Ray back in Master Control, for Alec, for Carter, Ruben Portillo, everybody who's been part of this one. I'm Zach Wolchuk. Until tomorrow, Rangers baseball up next. Hugs and hand pounds.